Whoa! Whoa! It's season 2 commentary tracks.
You've seen the episode, now see it while you hear us.
Oh my God. We got everyone introduce yourselves. We got
Me, Ryan Ridley.
It is I, Wes Archer.
Wes Archer directed. Justin Roiland here.
And I'm Dan Harmon.
We're here to talk about A Wrinkle in Time. Is that what it's called?
I guess so.
Time
Boy,
sickness.
we have to figure out a formula for the titles because there is none. Some are based on name puns, other movie spoofs, and then some are just random.
I like it though.
So we ended season 1 with the delightful little thing that could have pretty much been we could have just decided to never address it again. Justin was particularly passionate about starting season 2 exactly where we left off, or as it turns out, 6 months later in subjective time or whatever. But that dealing with this as if it was a thing, and then all hell broke loose.
Yeah, the initial instinct was like, oh, how crazy would it be when people tune in to season 2 and it's like, right, everything's still frozen. It's right where we left off. Like Harmon said, it's 6 months later, but they haven't done anything but fuck around. A frozen sort of cityscape. But I do remember saying, like I knew it was going to be tricky, and I was like, worst case scenario, we can just have that be the cold open, and then things just, then just tell a evergreen whatever story. But we
did the opposite.
Well, we had this crazy awesome idea, and then we refused to. We're like, no, we can do this. We can fucking do this.
Yeah, we could have saved it for. We did not. This is us not even starting to learn the lesson called if something feels too difficult, walk away. And I think we just made it everyone's problem how complicated this got. And
well.
Put the whole season behind schedule immediately. That's a tradition we have.
The problem starts when you go, well, what are the effects of freezing time? Because it's not like we're spoofing a trope. We're creating our own mythology. This whole thing was invented, the effects of time sickness or whatever you want to call this.
Yeah.
And so we have to figure out our own rules, and then that's when the spiraling begins.
Yeah, it's easier to just take a sci-fi trope, and then we get to be the fun people.
Subverters of it.
It's like, everyone knows how a Jaws works.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're going to need a bigger boat. What about what Jaws?
Two Jaws.
Two Jawses.
Yeah.
Well, what if the boat becomes a Jaws?
What about a Jaws that talks like Curly from the Three Stooges?
So Wes Archer, you just described Jabberjaw. Wes Archer, so you're the head of the creative team on this, and you start getting these pages, like what is happening from the real side of the fence.
It was a lot of fun. We had to redo the opening, I think, 3 or 4 times. But it was interesting. I think initially, what happened? Summer and Morty hugged each other, and there was a time quake.
Right.
And then there was this really funny sequence where Morty was wearing short shorts, and Rick was just teasing him mercilessly, and Morty freaked out and caused a time split.
Right.
The shorts stuff will, I think, be included in the DVD, right, Justin?
Yeah, we actually because Wes directed, and then the board team that worked with them on it. Which Wes, you remember everyone who was on your team, right? Like it was.
It was Martin Archer. And that's my brother.
Yeah, your brother.
Yeah. Took me took all of us a long time to realize that was your brother, by the way.
Yeah,
Scott,
for real.
Yeah.
It's a mystery in the office.
And Scott
Alberts. Who works.
He works remotely, like in Spain or something.
Yeah.
So you guys.
Can I do that?
You guys boarded multiple versions, and then we cut to animatic. So yeah, it felt like a good bonus feature to throw in the DVD. So you can watch those in the animatic section right now.
The shorty shorts thing is pretty great. I wish that was still there.
Well,
establishing that Morty just in the course of the frozen time decided to go to the mall and
change his
look into wearing shorts.
But like I could have done better. I feel like the voice performance was what killed that. Like because ultimately, it just felt forced. You know what I mean? Like. I riffed for like 20 minutes as Rick, like just, making fun of Morty. But
it was super funny, but this makes more sense the way it finally worked out.
Yeah, I mean, you wanted to
story-wise.
pursue some kind of arc. In this case, it was like, oh, the siblings. I don't know, man. It was,
it was like it was like I'm gonna be Grandpa's new sidekick kind of a thing, and then
originally this B story was fused to the Timequake concept in that even though they weren't conscious of it, in this story, there was another layer to this story where a sort of Kurt Vonnegut style Timequake kept happening. So that they weren't really, Beth and Jerry weren't conscious of it, but they would keep kind of repeating events, or like weird shit was happening, like
visual stuff.
Yeah, like the cop would be a slee stack, but then he would turn into a caveman, and
the landscapes would be like it'd be like futuristic and then prehistoric, and
basically time was just all effed
time
up.
was just fucked up. But they weren't aware of it. It was the audience was aware of it. Jerry and Beth were sort of just moving through this.
Well,
story.
the original, I think, idea was that Rick took them before they were unfrozen and to get them out of the way for the episode,
God.
put them in like I don't know, like a giant cardboard box or some sort of scenario where then when he unfroze them,
right.
they would appear to themselves if they woke up in a mysterious cube-like or lost-like environment where there'd be like a plumber and a single mother and a heroin addict, and we were trying to take
like
the piss
Lost.
out of
At
the
one
Lost
point, it was on an
rip-off
island.
era.
It was literally on an island.
Yeah,
at
it was
one
like
point.
the idea was that it was going to be an homage to event programming. Early 21st century.
And Rick knew that they would just be so occupied spiraling on that scenario.
Trying to figure out who amongst them is not telling everything that they know, and
And it was just because Rick put a bunch of random demographically diverse people into a parking garage or something.
A doctor, a
keep
pregnant
them
mother.
busy, playing out this drama for.
But ultimately,
B-story.
the reason that failed is because those genres are a parody of themselves, and especially in their lack of payoff. I mean, if you watch those shows long enough, they do end up just fizzling, and so it wouldn't have been funny for our story to just fizzle.
Yeah. Also, I think part of the reason too is like we were having so much trouble with this A story that any sort of like dovetailing with the B story, it was just like, let's just carve this fucking B story out so it can just be its own narrative, completely independent of this very complicated A story. I remember the B story was sort of like, I mean, I think we all agree, like we probably could have done a little better with the B story, right? Am I the only one?
Yeah, no, it's
But because we were it was like, look, we got a fucking functioning, trackable B story. We kept
Good
going
enough.
back to the
all of the actors in the B story that aren't our regulars are basically Mr. Show alumni.
Yeah.
Jill Talley is the nurse here. Jay Johnston enters as the that's
Tom Kenny.
no.
Oh.
That's
Is that
The Hunter's Tom Kenny.
That's Ennis.
No.
No.
The Hunter's Tom Kenny. Paul F. Tompkins is the lawyer. Ennis is not in the episode.
Oops.
But we do love John Ennis.
I think this is rule number 15 of the rules we just got for commentators. Don't confuse who we cast in the Mr. Showiverse.
I wanted to I don't know. I mean, only super comedy nerds would even notice that, I guess. That the B story is all Mr. Show people.
Justin used to go to the Mr. Show tapings when he was a little boy, so I think that this is
I was just a young
this is
boy.
a nice payoff to a childhood dream, being able to cast them in your own show, I think.
Yeah, I got to meet Stephen Colbert there right before Jon Stewart took over The Daily Show.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and I got a signature on a manila envelope.
Wow.
And a
then
photo
you
with
cast
him.
him in this season as well.
Yeah.
We'll
I
get
don't
to
think
that
you
later.
would even know that.
That's weird.
That he was cast in the show.
No, that
Oh.
that I met him. I mean, I don't know.
Moving on. So, the device was a lot of... Dan, what do you remember from the that was one of the many hang-ups. I mean, just whenever there's anything where we're trying to figure out our own rules, it's just... We drive ourselves insane.
Well, because it's such a densely packed sequence of rules. It's like, okay, and then if you opt to go in a different direction in any one of those rules, it's like almost like having this massive switcher board with everything connected, and then if you switch one to another slot, everything has to be changed.
We were happy when we came up with this, though.
Yeah.
Because it felt like we were writing a cartoon for a second.
Yeah, I mean, it's like something's happening. There was a point where, because like the rules in the final version, which I think we did a huge roundabout where we went away from it and then we came back to it, which was just uncertainty causes the split, because it was just these sort of time quakes that just happened randomly that were sort of exterior to the characters, and that they had to sort of react to them, and then we got away from that pretty early, and then it was sort of like, okay, well, they're causing these quakes in some capacity, and it was uncertainty. And I remember at one point it was chaos, and even now if you watch the episode, they like the chaos would apply to every quake except for the very last one, which is like the joke where he's like, hand me the Phillips, which is coming up, and he's like, oh wait, no, I mean the Flathead. That was one where like, well, there's no way to apply chaos to that.
Like, so that was a residual uncertainty.
Yeah. Like how is chaos?
When you're talking about how to define chaos, let alone uncertainty, it's just that's where also then you get into like a semantic spiral.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Chaos. Yeah, it's like everyone just be chill. Is this still? No, I think it's okay. I think that's.
We don't go away for a commercial break.
Yeah,
I think we do.
By the way, Dan's getting over a very, very serious illness.
Won't you join me?
Just like the characters of the show.
It's the flu. It's not like a serious illness would be like cancer or
uncertainty.
Something.
I thought was the bullseye because it was an intersection between quantum physics and human condition. That a 15-year-old girl could be uncertain about something, and so can the universe. That there is no such thing as chaos. Chaos is like, that party was chaos. Like that just means random. And it's like what can happen to a person that can also happen to a particle. I don't fucking know.
Well, plus it's also see that's the shit that we were up against with this one. It was like fucking getting into quantum physics and like
there was a version. Now all these old versions are flooding back to me where Morty had to be basically strapped into his bed because he was so unpredictable that he had to be kept confined utterly.
Dude,
physically.
that was like super fucking early.
We definitely we put enough thought into this episode we could have done a season of episodes about this episode. That's the insane thing, and at least we didn't repeat that season 3. Because we ended on a cliffhanger and we had already put a bunch of thought into that. You know, like we at least had a story going for our first episode.
Yeah.
These are inspired. This guy's the Keegan-Michael Key time, whatever you call him, Time Lord master character, was inspired originally by the Stephen King.
Oh yeah,
miniseries movie, The Langoliers.
Langoliers.
And I think originally this whole thing was going to be these time-eating monsters that were a little more like that.
Yeah, the first, and I could be wrong. This may not be the first, but one of the earliest ideas that we sort of eschewed pretty early on was just them running around town, fucking around in this frozen environment and seeing them continue to do, I don't even know. I think we might have moved away from it because it was like, well, what are they pantsing people? Are they just walking through malls and stealing clothes and shit? and then the threshold cross was, I think, the reveal of like, I think Rick was going to be at home watching, or I guess, I don't know what the fuck he was going to be doing because time is frozen, but Summer and Morty were going to be somewhere getting him something, a Coke or whatever, and they were going to be confronted by one of these testicle head monsters, and then, that was going to be the threshold. Like, okay, we're not alone. Time is frozen, but there's some creatures all of a sudden. And then Rick was going to be like, oh, yeah, that's right. If time is frozen for too long, these Langolier munchers come. But we didn't we never it was too basic, right? Like, because what's the second act going to be? Like, just them fighting monsters or
monsters directed by Wes Archer.
Wes Archer. Sorry, Wes. Talk more about the So Wes got a script. He went off for two weeks, right, for Thumbs, and then Then Thumbs approved, and then you went off for 3 more weeks for the animatic. Then we got the animatic, and that's when we were like, okay, we gotta rethink this. Harmon buckled down, busted his ass, did a pass. We stayed up all night pitching jokes. That was the Shorty Shorts version. We got that script to you. Then you guys reboarded. Then you guys did a new board, right?
Yeah.
And Wes was a trooper, by the way.
Cool as a cucumber.
To reboard some sequences.
What was your favorite experience of this episode, Wes?
The flesh gun, obviously.
Chris
the gun.
I love that character because it's one of those things that deepens the mythology of the show. Like, what are those guys? Where do they hang out? What are they doing? What was that? Didn't Rick steal that from him? That whole whatever, the crystal?
Yeah, he got it. He definitely stole it. I don't know if he stole it from
We could do a prequel where how he stole it.
Yeah. We do Tales from Jabba's Palace style.
Well, everyone thought it was hilarious the way Chris the gun got squashed coming up soon.
Yeah, I love the concept of like a organic, like just flesh
Cronenberg-y.
weapon. Yeah. Because it's like it's all and then just to allude to the fact that it's also a pet is just fucking weird.
Or maybe he just names it like how people name their guitars. Not necessarily a pet.
Like rather than just disarming, rather than just as simple like he's got a gun and Rick gets it out of his hands. No, it's a creature that runs off like a pet would do. It's so fucking weird. Oh, God, gross and weird. It's just fucking
and even to Rick, it's gross and weird. Imagine everything he's seen.
It's just like the gun got spooked like a cat would or something. Like it's so weird.
And is it still? Oh no, it got ran over by a car.
Yeah, it did, like a perfectly timed.
Maybe we could do a whole episode where it's like Terminator 2.
Oh God, I remember the staging of this. Like we tried to do a version where, because when Chris goes with the gun goes out into the street, we're still in regular world, but then when as soon as the split happens, they're back in that cat void. And I remember we tried to restage this so that we were covering it from the other side. Remember, there was a minute where we were trying to see outside the garage for that split to just see how it goes from regular world to like cat void. I think, wasn't it like somewhere in this neighborhood we kept like futzing with the staging, or maybe Wes, maybe that was in color and it was like.
Yeah, it's a couple of exterior shots. With the cats, that seems too difficult to pull off. So.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was even that section. I just remember it might have been when they first end up back in regular world. It was just like we need to make sure this is really clear.
Do you guys want to talk about the process that resulting in the wallpaper of postage stamp size frames? I mean, how different is each of those?
Yeah, there's some variety in the frames that fill the screen. I think it goes 8 to 16, 32, 64.
Mm-hmm.
And each one is totally unique.
Did we do 128?
I think towards the end there might be a shot. I know what we did. Like in color, we pushed it even more. We had our in-house harmony team. Because Bardell was doing as much as they could to sort of go in and tweak, but the problem quickly became Harmony couldn't handle all the screens, so it had to be like this huge compositing. Like I remember they would render a scene in color. It would
bog down the file.
Yeah,
so it would take an hour to render a frame.
Yeah, it was insane. It'd be like, all right, we're rendering this. This computer is out of commission for the next 24 hours until the scene is finished. And if there was one little fuck up or one little like. Any mistake, it was like, fuck, all right, like this shot, like these kind of shots, yeah. Crazy shit.
Everyone go home, get some sleep, come back.
Yeah, and then like there'd be a render with like this shot was, that particular shot that we just finished, because it had to zoom in and bounce out and do all this shit. And I remember something happened in one of those where it was like an arm clipped off for like a few frames and back on. And it was like, oh, fuck. All right, you got to re-render it.
Wait, like you're saying one of the 64 whatever frames, an arm disappeared for a second?
Yeah, and like it was one of those things that we didn't catch, and then it was like, oh, okay, well Morty's. It was more egregious than that. It was like a head, like a layer turned off on one.
The
of the
reason
frames.
I'm laughing is because we let that slip in the first season, where the sign that says "God hates you" for a frame turned into, I can't remember what it said, but something different. Like, was that just? Because it slipped through, or was that?
No, I think it was that was the frame. It was "God hates you" for just a second.
No, it says "God hates you," and then I think it says "God hates."
No, I think it's straight up the. Well,
it's two different things. Anyway,
it was. No, never mind.
It's on the.
I know it is,
cartoon.
But I don't want to say what inspired it because they're.
But anyways,
wait, you can't say that the Westboro Baptist Church.
I mean, maybe you can. They're very litigious.
They're signs.
Yeah. I mean, it's parody,
They
y'all.
stand by
it's
their message.
satire, y'all.
But anyway,
They're public figures.
And then it was that. I think that was the occasion where that slipped through, and then we're like, I'm sure you guys were like, "Oh fuck it, I'm not gonna."
No. That's an example of us not noticing until
Wow.
it aired.
All
Yeah,
right.
we had no idea.
Wow.
Until I saw someone post it online, I was like, "Oh fuck."
By the way, did Cold Stone ever reach out?
No, not yet. Stay tuned.
Are they trying to distance themselves, or do
No,
they not appreciate the free promotion?
They love it.
Am I to understand that the reason that sign couldn't match the sign that they use was not out of fear of offending our friends of whom we are advocates, but for fear of offending or getting sued by the actual homophobes?
Ridley's got it wrong because the original. Here's what happened. It was God hates you know what. I ain't gonna say it. Because you'll cut it and put it out of context and make me look like a bigot. But it was that, and then we were worried. We were like, oh, we might not get clearance for this, even though in context it's totally fine. So we did the God Hates You, and then we got approval for the original one. So we were like, oh, okay, cool. Okay, so we can do what we wanted to do. But because we had baked in the God Hates You, there was a frame of that still.
Oh boy, that just makes it look like we were trying to send a secret message.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's what I always
exactly.
thought.
That's what it was like. Oh fuck! Like no, we're not.
I never noticed, by the way, Rick has a beer picture or calendar in his garage. Like he's.
Oh,
like that's how he decorates.
I didn't even see that.
It's like a.
You can see the crack in the cement there from that's
the teleportation.
Wes Archer and all of his ilk, his colleagues. They've maintained this continuity across the entire series. The house teleports in season 1, and
all the gizmos are on the table in the garage.
every time there's a hole put in the roof, there's like a patch in the roof from the
cool.
aerial shot. I had to learn this from YouTube videos about.
No, same thing. People will say stuff to me, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about because we experienced the show from a different perspective.
Yeah, I love the crack. It's so cool. It's just like no,
I love the crack.
The crack is there forever.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, I just want to talk about this mouse because that original concept was going to be we were going to try to do a thing where the background was sort of morphing. It was like this. We knew pretty early on it was not going to be feasible to do, but it was just going to be like this awesome sort of time machine-esque shot where it's like you see buildings get erected and then crumble and forests grow and die and the rat was going to be in the bubble for a little bit and then walk out and just kind of immediately decompose into like bones. All right, everybody. See you next week.
It's a good show.
Learning to fly this thing, Morty, is going to be really liberating. You know, you're going to be free to go on all kinds of errands for me.
Cool. Hey, everybody.
Hey.
We're doing another
Just fine.
commentary track.
This is one of my favorite episodes ever.
We've got me, Justin, in the booth.
Oh, and hello, it's Ryan Ridley.
And I'm Dan Harmon.
And David Phillips was supposed to be here, but, he's being oppressed by
the network, man.
the old
David Phillips, the writer of this episode,
man.
was ripped away for a network job on a show that shall remain nameless.
That's what happens when you become a wage cuck. Am I right? Ladies and gents?
But we love David and we miss him and wish he could be here still.
Yeah.
Right, Dan?
Yes, and I would like to sign up for being a wage cuck. If that's what that job description is.
Yeah, this one was like this one always sort of was just a fun kind of chase episode.
It started off inspired clearly by the pun title of a Midnight Run sort of concept, but it feels like a Rick and Morty movie packed into 22 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is why I like it.
And this maybe is one of my favorite B stories of the entire season.
It's interesting to think, obviously, Justin, we all want to do every episode with multiple versions of every character, but, we can't. So it's nice to come up with, like, a special episode and a special circumstance for why there's multiple characters. So it's like Rick has the Council of Ricks and Jerry has the daycare of Jerry's.
I even just love that Rick makes it clear this wasn't even his idea. Like, there's so many Ricks. Like,
it's another Rick's idea? Is that what he said?
Yeah, he's like, I wish it was my idea.
That guy's rich.
Yeah, it's such a funny little...
It's like that guy, he's so rich that he's now, like, he's just off kind of chilling. He's not even, you know what I mean? He doesn't have to be at this place anymore.
Yeah, he's like Marcus Lemonis.
He's got some good managers. They run the place for him.
He's like the guy that created Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
Never see him again.
He found this race of lizard people that know how to run.
He just delegated. Just
know how to handle Jerry.
He just gets paychecks delivered to his mansion and on some asteroid somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Opening credits, new little snippets of episodes that never will be. Oh, and one real episode, another fake one.
I always love that we do
Real.
this where like we I don't know.
Fake.
I mean, we didn't. It wasn't like intentional in season 1, but then in season 2 it was. It was like, oh well, let's come up with bits that people are going to think are real, and then they'll be debating until the very last episode.
Mm-hmm. When's that whole episode going to happen?
Yeah.
Like a bunch of cuck wages.
This is Andy Daly doing the voice of Crumbopulous Michael.
That was
So
awesome. That
fucking
character
great.
really became a breakout character because of that
So-
voice.
It's just so funny that the juxtaposition of like this is like a hardened assassin, but he's like got this jolly, just positive attitude.
It's called subverting a trope.
I do want to figure out a way to bring this character back.
Well, why can't he be cloned? And I mean, they do it all
listen,
the time in sci-fi.
I mean,
they did it with Ripley in the
We've got
Alien
infinite
franchise.
multiple realities. I mean, it's like if we really want to figure something out, I'm sure it's not. We don't even know if they're in, at this stage because of Jerry Burry. I mean, clearly they've done some reality timeline hopping for all those Jerrys to be
I
together.
think we should do the thing where they did in Die Hard, where they bring his brother, and he talks just like him. He's like, "Hey, you guys killed my brother."
Yeah.
He's like a Django Fett.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got like a bounty hunter vibe. He's part of the he's the race. He's part of the. He's like a defector of the Galactic Federation's master race.
Yeah, I feel like he's like if those guys are like Romulans, then he's like a Vulcan.
It's so interesting to me because he's going to assassinate a fart cloud that's being held prisoner at a Galactic Federation base, and he's got some crazy fucking backstory.
Well, the whole episode is like crazy. If you think about it, what does that imply? Like, what's the political backdrop of this episode? Like, why is he killing that guy? Because it's going to throw the balance of power off.
Yeah, like he's
what
like
is
a
being
rebel.
played out?
Yeah, he's like.
But he's
like,
being paid by somebody else. Some
Sure, yeah.
mysterious entity we don't even know about.
It's fucking nuts.
We'll get into
And
that.
why is Earth culture so popular in intergalactic arcades?
Oh, by the way,
That's right. Yeah, it's all humans.
snuck a Meeseeks into there, which also, by the way, confirms this debate we have, at least internally, about if a Meeseeks box was made by Rick or purchased somewhere else, and obviously that implies it was purchased somewhere else because someone else is using that Meeseeks.
Well, Meeseeks could be they could be a theoretical creature from some realm that maybe Rick's the one that created a box
That pulls them out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, this is Roy.
Yeah, this
Everybody
whole thing
loves
is
Roy.
fucking incredible. It's
It was
funny.
really important to me that he not just die of cancer, that he recover from cancer and die at the rug store, because we wanted the video game we needed to very quickly give the impression of like what this is, which is just like it's insane. Morty lives a lifetime with the episode, and it's just random. And that the fact that he almost died, recovered from cancer, and then died at his after a like kind of epilogue.
Do you think the memories totally fade eventually, or do you think Morty carries around, his relationship with his wife that he lived through Roy?
I think he probably every time he sees a certain flavor of coffee or something, he'll remember the touch of her hand.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's like you carry the memories of Witcher 3 after spending 180 hours playing that game.
Yeah.
Is that guy a repeat character? Is that guy from something?
Yeah, he's across the season. He's sort of spreckled throughout the season. All these guys are.
We really wanted the original tag for this episode. We wanted it to be just Rick playing Roy, but from inside Roy. So it was that kid waking up, because the game always starts with you waking up as a kid and your mom saying, "What's wrong, Roy?" But then just having the kid punch his mom in the face, jump out the window, start throwing Molotov cocktails everywhere. But it was like it was too Columbine-y. It was too. It was too. It
So
just
funny,
felt
though.
too.
It's so GTA. It's like
Yeah.
it's like I don't even remember.
But GTA enacted as
Yeah.
reality just equals one of our 45 school shootings per year. It's
Get
just
ready
kinda-
for VR to take the blame in the media's eyes for anything that happens over the next few years.
As long as it's generating revenue, all I'll do is have Larry King talk about it. And is he still a thing?
I think so. I mean, he's still alive.
doesn't have the same
yes, he's a
platform.
thing, but also he's still alive and I think talking about stuff on television.
Or the internet, I think.
They'll just keep saying our video games to blame, but you notice there won't be any legislation put in place as long as there's money. I mean, if the actual guns that are being used to kill people can't get legislated, believe me, the media that maybe sometimes inspires it a little bit, that's not going to get legislated.
Cravopulous Michael has a rich love life.
Yeah, I mean that's what I love about this. All the little peppered like sort of backstory things. It's like, and yeah, I just love that he. I don't know. It's fucking great. And he's killing all the henchmen.
Yeah,
Galactic
these are his
Fed
people.
henchmen.
Aren't these his people?
Yeah, well, he's
Or is he
the
slightly
evolved.
different?
No, like so those guys that he's killing are like those are like the grunt henchmen of the Galactic Federation, and then
Yeah, like-
he's the evolved race.
Right, like Romulans and Vulcans were
Yeah.
part of the same species, but then they divided.
But they actually,
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
genetically,
yeah, you
are they
said that
different?
earlier.
Do they genetically differ?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I
like-
think that these things could reproduce biologically if they wanted, if they had
They're
sex
like-
with each other.
They're like
Yeah.
horses and ponies or
Yeah.
something.
Maybe their offspring would be sterile.
Donkeys, I don't know. We did a lot
I
of
remember,
debate
I
about
remember,
that
I remember you wanting it to be the other way,
Yeah,
very
90
badly.
degrees, so it was like a reveal.
I tried my best, and then there was it presented so many problems.
Who would have thought? Sometimes there are things that like we're writing and we don't understand why it would be problematic. It's like make it happen, but then there's things that you just don't understand. That animators do.
I like this name, Fart. More
It's just the way their bodies are. It was just it turned into this whole can of worms.
This is Jermaine Clement, my old friend from Flight of the Conchords. I felt I owed him this opportunity, having handily beat him and his partner Britt for a Emmy in the year I wrote the Hugh Jackman Oscars. I never bring it up, but
Well, you're even now.
Even Steven.
We wanted to get David Bowie. We went out to David Bowie.
yeah, I don't think Jermaine will be offended to know that we went out to David Bowie, who we now know maybe tragically was too sick and was kind of keeping it a secret.
Yeah, we don't know how that falls in the time frame of when he would have recorded this episode, but
I'm not saying if he was healthy, he
Yeah.
would have looked at.
I don't think-
Oh, I'm playing a fart. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
tell them yes. I'll be there with my bells on.
That's how he talked in his day to day.
I always talk like this.
Yeah, Jermaine kicked ass though. This is fucking great. Even in the song and everything. Like Elder wrote that song and he nailed that.
was that the end of the first half of this episode?
Yeah.
God, it feels like there's so much in the second half. That's what I'm
Like a
saying.
little
It
Very
feels like
dense.
it's nice to bring back old Gearhead, who no one ever asks, when are you going to bring back Gearhead?
Yeah, no one was. Yeah, there wasn't
we
a lot
don't
of
care.
Yeah, we wanted it back.
Yeah, we know we can deepen the character. We could show that Rick's treatment of him in episode, season 1's finale.
I still wish
Has consequences.
I still wish we completely forgot to I wish he was at the wedding at the end so bad. Just for that moment of like water under the bridge.
Well,
you know,
I like the idea though.
I don't know if
but,
that would have hurt. anything.
that would oversimplify. That's like what Lucas did with Star Wars. Like just because Rick is friends with Squanchy and Bird Person, like Gearhead could be from a different
Oh, that's true.
friendship
Yeah, they may-
circle.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
he
of
doesn't
course,
know
of course.
Squanchy
Yeah,
and
yeah,
Bird
yeah.
Person that well.
No, I like that Gearhead could come back, but I mean, it should be treated as if he had his nuts ripped off and stuffed in his mouth.
Yeah, it's like there's a little bit of tension.
And also, does he or did he swing the other way? Did he realize he's got to be a better friend to Rick now?
I mean, probably.
Or does he hate him even more? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I like that Rick is probably friends with a lot of people that have like tried to kill him and stuff, and that if Morty ever blanched at that, Rick would explain like, that's those are the people where they stand.
This shit turned out so good. This was Dominic, like
this
the
is
director,
amazing.
boarding all this,
Yeah.
and then Caroline, one of our animators, like just sat there and animated this all on ones.
Which means it's all traditional animation?
Yeah, like
I don't
just
understand how that-
traditional inside Harmony. So like she sat there and like frame by frame animated all that morphing and crazy shit.
Definitely inspired by Pink Floyd stuff from The Wall, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. This was because there was a version of this that was much simpler, and then you were like, no, we got to go crazy, and then Dominic like nailed like he
because
just
we're like
roughed
otherwise
it
it's
out.
dead air. We're just listening to. So it's hard to ask animators to just like make up for. It's like, well, sorry, we're just listening to a song right now, so you're gonna have to
music
do
video
8
it.
times as much work.
But he had Dominic had a blast. You could tell he was having fun doing that stuff. And his keys were he keyframed all that crazy stuff.
Do you think this is like a fake internet? Like it's actually like a very limited,
like a closed?
It's not actually connected to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like a there's no access to the outside of the building.
Yeah, I mean, because there's a thing. If you let these guys connect to the real internet, they would be like downloading 1 million viruses.
Of course. And then the IT guy would have to deal with it.
Now, is it okay to say one of these Jerrys was way more gay than I was comfortable with?
Yeah.
Is that one of the rules? But no, that was an internal fix. It's like when they're at the poker table and each Jerry has their own distinct voice. One of them was like particularly.
That was me directing Parnell. I was like, why don't we how can we diversify these Jerrys? And I had him. I was like, all right, well, this Jerry, have him be effeminate. And
still, one of them's clearly a little fey.
Yeah.
When they're on the table?
Yeah, but I think we just used different takes.
Yeah,
we didn't go with quite as much lisping.
Yeah, there were the original radio play had some pretty it was pretty hardcore
I don't. This is just me off the top of my head saying this, but like if the Federation had succeeded in, I don't know, weaponizing the fart, I think maybe it would have been a different outcome for their success.
Seems like they're always busy at work, just like the real government,
Like this would have been them getting a nuke, basically.
Yeah.
In World War II.
I remember when the CIA was messing around with acid. Like, how can we weaponize acid? How can we use this to our advantage? Mm-hmm. Codename.
And it would have worked too.
Yeah. Well, they realized, all right, this is just people are just tripping out. Like whatever.
I love that twigs are like vats of acid in Gear World.
And I love that there's a box of them conveniently.
Yeah, they're like important.
Yeah,
they use them for
like
something
fire,
else.
Yeah, it's like when you're working with gears, sometimes you need a box of twigs. Like, it's important.
I love that the stomach contents is oil and gears.
This whole scene is incredible.
And they eat gears. It's a simple world.
I love this world. Just the fact that we're seeing this random He-Man ripoff character in the season 1, like where he came from. It's incredible.
I love it. Like everything's got like a plastic kind of colorful vibe to it. Yeah, this definitely feels like I remember like this could be a commercial break, like somewhere coming up here. I remember it was like, oh yeah, this is like very dense.
I have a better gamble for you guys. I say we escape.
What is it? Was that the... No, never mind. I was going to ask, is it the bald guy, though, Jerry from the other reality, where he has a breakdown? But, like, why is that Jerry shaving his head? Exactly?
I mean, that's just his thing,
He's germ-phobic, Jerry.
He's also a little stuttery and, like, kind of fidgety.
He might have gotten lice.
Or something much worse from another reality.
Either that or he's cutting the balding... maybe that Jerry's balding and he's cutting it off.
He likes Pulp Fiction more than Midnight Run, Jerry.
Morty, who taught you to fly this thing? I'm kidding. I know that's on me. Rick. Shit. Well, I guess this is it.
We're just watching because we're absorbed.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we should
I mean,
enjoy
it's really cool.
It's great, y'all.
This Dominic did this, right?
Yeah.
You said yeah. I mean, this is
Dominic,
so good.
and then let's see. He had.
Look at your notes.
I'm looking at my notes here because this old brain ain't what it used to be. What was this episode called? Oh, Morty Night Run. Oh, so he had Roy and Erica, Roy Camacho and Erica Hayes.
Oh, they're great.
Yeah.
And so good.
His wife, he really loves his wife because she's, even by Garrett standards, she's like a very unremarkable lady. Like it wasn't like we didn't go to the place where it was like super hot gear lady.
Yeah.
Like his heart is broken because that was his soulmate.
Yeah, there was an emotional.
And he just immediately went to suicide.
Yeah, without too much of a hesitation, he just fucking ended it.
The things he says, Rick says, the fart jokes. Is that right here?
Yeah.
Can you hear it?
Yep.
I remember we do these alt rooms, and I think Dan looked at the 10 alts we came up with and just picked 5 of them.
Well, no, that
instead
was,
of the one. Let's just do them all.
I feel like I'm partly to blame because I was like saying, I can record a few of these and we'll pick one in the radio play at it, and then we kind of just.
But no, I mean it works that he just starts rambling. I guess
it's very like.
Because I looked at all of them and said these are all equally funny and they're all equally unfunny if we only use one of them. So it's actually the funnier joke is that Rick is like trying to blow the scene.
Yeah, it's like the subprime mortgage thing. We got to bundle them all together.
Leaning into the fart jokes.
Oh, this is God.
This is incredible.
This is commentary cliche. When you hear comedies, people just go, "Oh, this is awesome."
God,
I mean, this is
my favorite
awesome.
thing. This is my favorite one.
Look at these things. What is this world?
It's so good.
I mean, who would think to have a woman with 3 boobs on Mars?
I love these little garbled dudes, and then they're drinking it, and it's
did
like,
they
what
explode?
the fuck?
Are they dead or do they reconstitute?
I don't know.
That's
that
awesome.
That thing is.
Well, there was a note pass on that because I was like, there was a little too much analog for like just being in the. It was too Adventures in Babysitting, where it was like, well, it's not that scary to be in an alien planet. Like I wanted it to be less like, oh, there's the alien equivalent of a pimp.
Yeah,
more like there's the alien equivalent of a pimp in that you don't know what the hell that is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's like, remember that scene in Nightbreed when she's just wandering through Midian and she's like turns a corner and there's just these things in like vestibules?
Yeah.
That's the feel of it.
Yeah, you want to be confused, not familiar.
Fleischman.
Well, I don't know if Fleischman actually is a beloved character because
Fleischman.
I remember
fan favorite.
Dan got up from the keyboard and I wrote this character. And then Dan came back and was like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, it somehow didn't get
I actually didn't want to do the voice of it.
Can I hear a little Fleischman, Ridley?
Oh, God.
Paul Fleischman?
Turn
Come on,
it up.
let's hear it. No, just
Paul
do it.
Fleischman. I did not want it to be that Jewy. I wanted to be
Wait,
like
is that your
Richard
real voice?
Mazer.
Are you still doing him?
I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I wanted to be like a Richard Mazer.
He's a
kind
nice
of Jew.
guy. Listen,
Here's another
Fleischman's a good
continuity
guy.
thing. There's a Parasite episode where we were wondering how the parasites get into the house, and Rick is throwing away green glowing rocks. You're about to see him finding those green glowing rocks, and there's actually, if you zoom in, there's a little parasite on one of the green glowing rocks.
Oh.
Again, this is something I learned from watching YouTube videos by fans about our show.
I did all that in color. I was like, I wanted to do, because I figured if it was in the script, like he's loading the car up with green glowing rocks, and then it was in the other script that he was throwing green glowing rocks away.
And I think, didn't I push for there like being a Galactic Federation symbol in the base where they get the fart? That's the one you see in the,
Yeah, I mean that's what's cool is like in color we're able to sort of we can add those little things because we have this in-house harmony team.
Well, it just deepens. It's a cool thing. It deepens the world. Makes it feel like,
makes it feel like we're smarter than we actually are.
And also, I've always felt it's very important to send a message whenever you can to viewers that they shouldn't be ashamed of themselves to the extent that they want to obsess about your show.
Yeah.
That it's like, well, we work on it all day and all night too. If you want to, as a viewer, if you want to obsess about it, like you can. Like we're never going to say to you, you're stupid. It's just a show.
I might. Just kidding. Just kidding. Oh, I love the way the animation looks on him burning apart. It's so fucking awesome.
I remember we were referencing. Oh shoot, I forgot. We're not allowed to do that. We're not allowed to talk about.
I don't even know
we're
what we were
inspired by.
referencing.
But there is a Breaking Bad episode. I'm doing it, Sydney. That I remember we were.
Oh, there's
trying
the
to-
pod. There's the little parasite pod, the purple
yeah,
thing.
There it is.
Picked on your
Purple
core
thing.
beliefs and decision making a lot today, but I am glad.
So we'll talk about that in the Parasite episode commentary track. So get ready for that connection in the commentary.
That's coming up on season
Coming up
2,
on
episode 4
After
commentary.
Show.
By the way, in the beginning of the episode, they're driving past a planet, and Rick says, "Don't go by that planet. Someone will come out and try to wipe your windshields." And as he says that, his phone starts to ring, and his ringtone is like a hip hop song.
Isn't it Scott Chernoff?
It's Scott Chernoff,
Yeah.
and he's saying, "Oh, what the fuck does he say? It's so dumb."
But it's like Lazo, when Lazo first saw the cut, he thought he didn't know it was a ringtone. He thought we were just doing some weird quasi-racist joke.
Oh boy!
About how it was like someone will come out and try to wipe your windshields,
and then we
rap, and then we were doing like dropping in a rap song.
Yeah, needle drop.
Nope. That's a Blips and Chits ticket. What? Way to go, Morty.
It was because it didn't have the mix. You know, the sound, like the ringtone phone mix sound.
So is our Jerry? It doesn't even matter anymore.
Yeah, it's close enough. How different are
They
Jerry's?
get scrambled up so often. All the characters, you never know.
I just love how carelessly that swap happened. It was like nobody. Both Ricks were like, whatever.
And it'll never matter.
Great. We want more runway left. Fill it up.
Fill it up.
We gotta keep talking. Well, I love that episode, and I give it a 8.3. There's a tag.
Oh, this was the tag. Yeah, we fucking should have done that other tag, man. What the fuck?
We had 9,000 other tag ideas, but this one.
I mean, this is fine, but it's like we should have done.
I definitely just want to be on record as saying I said 3 times, can we not do this tag? It was just we were behind schedule. I was like, we got to make this funnier. What is this? This is just a straight up commercial.
Yeah. See you guys. See you next week.
It's a good show.
Oh, started.
Learning to fly this thing, Morty, is going to be really liberating.
Hello. This is Eric Wolpa. I'm a writer at Valve.
Jay Pinkerton, another writer at Valve.
Hey, it's Gabe Newell. I work with these guys at Valve.
Gabe likes to say he works with us at Valve, but he's being modest. He actually founded Valve and is our boss, just so you know the invisible power dynamic in this commentary.
This is one of the great things that it's amazing how they pack so many existential themes into this show, where Jerry matters so little that they haven't even realized he's in the back of the spaceship.
I always wonder, is that supposed to be vomit coming out of Rick's mouth, or is it drool? It's green.
I think it's vomit.
Nope.
He's burping it up, right?
It appears and disappears, too, from scene to scene. Just real quick, to give you some idea why we're doing this, we're actually recording Justin Roiland next week for a VR project we're doing, and he asked us to do it, and you and I immediately said yes. We mailed Gabe, and Gabe said yes, but then Gabe had the kind of deflating statement of, I don't know what we're going to say, which immediately made me panic. And Gabe doesn't know this, but I spent the next week sending mails to Justin's producer trying to get us out of it.
You had some great excuses,
and I had some really good excuses. I came all the way up to just manning up and saying no. But to this Mike Mendel's credit, he would not bend.
He was tenacious.
He's like that guy in Unbreakable. He would not let us off the hook. So we are doing it, thanks to Mike.
So I don't understand. So you guys write comedy super well, and they have these really serious topics of anonymity and life is meaningless, and your choices have ramifications regardless of what your intentions are, and they make it insanely funny. I keep waiting for the show to run out of gas, and it seems to be picking up momentum as it goes on. So how can you have that whole scene with all these Jerrys? Jerry is invisible in the back of the spaceship, and he's completely replaceable by, here's your ticket, get some random Jerry at the end. And yet, I'm laughing the whole time.
I mean, I think that's why it's been such a mutual admiration society for us, is this show, Eric and I had it introduced to us by Heather Campbell, our artist on the comic, and she was telling us how great it was, and it just sounded like such a...
Yeah, and also in our defense, she's got good taste in comedy, but half the stuff she recommends is like Cartoon Network stuff that seems specifically targeted at 7-year-old girls.
And Rick and Morty sounded like such a show that was like no offense to Justin and Dan and the title, but we just had no idea what it was. We finally watched it, and I think we were all just blown away by how out there it got, to what you were saying, Gabe. Like, it's not afraid to get really dark sometimes. I remember from season 1, there was that one throwaway gag that shows this creature literally coming into being, growing old, and dying within the space of like 1 second.
While they're running, and Rick's
the background.
Rick's like, don't think about it. And yeah, that was where it hooked me. Where'd you pick up on it, Gabe?
From you guys. And here, this scene is great because, Morty's trying to have this moral judgment, Jesus, Rick, you're selling weapons to assassins. And it turns out that the worst choices and the worst decisions being made in the entire show are actually Morty's, and a whole bunch more people die as a result of what he's trying to do out of, essentially 1960s, love and flowers.
Yeah, that's another dark thing, and I wonder if that's just them satirizing TV itself, because there's always that kind of moral ending to any comedy, and I notice in season 2, it's Morty who always is the moral one and always does the wrong thing. I think there's that later episode with Stephen Colbert too, where he tries to befriend these kindly native people and ends up regretting it immensely.
I think it's a recurring theme through the whole show. Although we should table this. I have something else to say about that, but this is potentially the best gag all season.
Oh, that's true.
The Roy game is just great. It's a perfect mixture of just utterly stupid and totally funny, but also really, really dark and sad.
Yeah, the fact that you get an entire lifespan. I think this was my favorite joke of the entire season as well.
So what I wanted for this is I wanted a scoring system that seemed like it would have just created a whole bunch of opportunities to make people's choices meaningless. Like I wanted Morty to cure cancer at one point.
Right.
Basically get 3 points. And then Rick, buys a Ferrari and gets 1 million points. And just Morty's outrage over the scoring system and how artificial it seems.
Yeah, I could see this being one of those great YouTube things where you just want to see how people got the high scores, Like, just watching Morty's just casual everyday life and how you get into it and there's no jokes at all. It's just this clever life, and then in a moment, not to spoil it, but Rick just destroys the game in all of 3 seconds.
Also, Rick's got a great line here of you beat cancer and you went back to the carpet store.
I just love, you'll watch, it's a little joke, but the fact that when Rick's burning his social security number, he's looking at the camera while he's doing it.
Right, and that's what gets everybody fired up.
He's the only one too, I noticed, when he goes in, and presumably this is happening, he's going a year a minute, he's still talking to Morty.
He's such a master of it that he can actually maintain a conversation. This is good.
I also like thinking about this from Roy's point of view, that all this pain and suffering and successes are basically diminished to the point that they're just an arcade video game.
Right.
So, going back to the one thing, I don't want to talk for Jay, but at least for us, the darkness or whatever the theme is tends to come second. You write the jokes first, and then you kind of look at them and see what themes might be emerging, and then push them. But we found it's a great way to actually make the emotional moments hit harder if you squeeze them between a whole bunch of jokes.
Well, and Justin actually came up a while ago, not to peek behind the curtain too much, and showed us some of the works in progress of season 2. And I mean, just to make it look as effortless as it does, I mean, I can attest, they slave over this stuff.
So I do want to, this was probably the actual most emotional moment for me, because she asks him if he wants to go see Midnight Run, and they're super excited about it. And I would be excited about Midnight Run. I love Midnight Run, but I think they're trying to say that if you're, Jerry's a loser and he loves Midnight Run.
Maybe it's the director's commentary part of it?
Yeah, that was a nice little backstory for, is this Crabapple Mike? Crumbuple Mike?
The cool thing was, when I came in here to where we're recording this, Eric was actually adjusting the tint and saturation on the monitor we're using.
I do that all the time at home. I can never figure it out.
I love how upbeat this guy is about murder. I don't think I've seen that particular character so much. He is just... The way that he is just so happy to see Morty at the beginning and talking to him as if you were talking to a baby, but about the fact that he would happily murder a child or a woman for him.
It was like the list of things you can never do in a movie. You can never kill children or dogs or old people. Yeah. It's like...
I think the actor of this is he was in Eastbound and Down, right?
Oh, he was the principal.
Right,
in Eastbound and Down.
You don't understand. This guy was gonna kill someone.
Oof. Oh, this.
I also like these guys are just continuously the red shirts of the Rick and Morty universe.
I'll tell you my entire backstory, but Grandpa and government don't get along.
He saved
Ooh, there's a little foreshadowing in the last episode of the season.
Was Michael's target?
One thing that I don't totally understand is how Rick portrays himself as having no choices. Like everything that follows from here, where he's shooting back at the cops and so on. He says, once the thing gets put in motion, my hands are tied. I just have to go ahead and kill all these people, and it's your fault.
Yeah, I think he even says later on, you'd just be back at Chips and Blitz.
Right.
Which is not entirely wrong.
No, I mean, I think all of these murders are on Morty's head. Never do the right thing, kids.
The Purge episode, I don't remember every detail, but Morty eventually ends up killing a ton of people in that, too.
Yeah.
Do you think they're being explicitly political with some of this stuff, or is it more like we're puncturing, optimism and naivete?
I think they seem pretty equal opportunity.
Yeah, that would be my guess. Oh, here, okay. 2 seconds from now is where the body count officially now is bigger than the assassin's body count up to this point. It's a nice use of portals there.
Yeah, where'd that come from?
Yeah. So those insect guys, they're the ones from season 1 where it's they're robots, but it ends up they're just bureaucratic robots.
Oh, I didn't know they were robots.
No, they're not.
Right.
And he casually kills people.
Oh, this is another, this is 3 minutes. They built this entire society for this 3-minute gag, and this is great. And as far as there's some Garfield back in the background there.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know how long it takes.
That is a good
to
point
make these sets.
For the people who write the show to know that no matter how hard they work, they will never be as successful as Garfield. Maybe that kind of fuels.
For a while, or if you still have that gun K. Michael dropped, we could finish the.
I also like that they managed to sneak almost through the back door some of the filthiest humor, and there's one example coming up very soon that. Because it's a science fiction universe, they can kind of get away with it in the same way that Twilight Zone got away with political commentary. These guys can get away with just some of the filthiest stuff because it's not quite human.
Oh, great. Just a hop, skip,
and Twilight got away with the subtext of
little punk-ass little bitch.
Hiding your sexuality behind a beard.
Actually, there was something even worse that Jay always tells me about, not to go off on a Twilight tangent, but is there a werewolf that is literally writing a baby?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of beyond Rick and Morty.
Well, I think the idea, though, is that he is planning to wait.
Sex robot from the first season. I like that. That's basically his first ultimate fantasy.
There's a butt.
Whoever does the creature designs for Rick and Morty is really good. The Rolling Stones?
Yeah, the lips.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of butts.
But we make sure.
Guy from Flight of the Conchords.
Yeah. Doing David Bowie, rest in peace.
We knew we knew 2 people from New Zealand, right?
Oh, yeah, so during Portal 2, we were thinking about getting some people to do some songs and some voices, and we thought about getting Flight of the Conchords, but we have 2 people from New Zealand here, and kind of were joking with them that small country thing where we're like, well, one of you guys must know Flight of the Conchords, and Christian actually did know Flight of the Conchords. I think I'm remembering that right.
Yeah.
And the schedule just didn't work out, so the story kind of peters out there at the end.
I love the fact that, and this is another one I don't see often in comedy, the joke is that Jerry's just normal. It's not that he's completely stupid or that he's like Homer Simpson. It's just that he's bland. He likes really crappy stuff to forward people. He loves just screwing with the back of a television. I love the banality of it.
Well, and those are the lost Jerrys, right? The ones that have completely decoupled from reality, and they're just sitting around. There's no interesting drama. There's no horrible, filthy habits.
The way the show goes, I would assume Rick and Morty didn't actually abandon them, that those Rick and Mortys have just died in some horrible way.
To alter the composition of atoms like
That's
this.
a form of abandonment.
Sure.
That was oxygen. I added 71 protons to it.
Terrific. The fart.
Fart that poop gold. My third favorite line.
Yeah. Another Garfield reference.
Yeah.
You know how inconvenient that's going to be to my work?
Yeah, I do like the season 2. They go way more into just the various universes and just exploring the galaxy a bit more. I think they're some of my favorite episodes in season 2.
Gotta look out for number 1.
Oh, here we come. This is the thing you could not get away with if this wasn't sci-fi coming up.
Right.
I just love the puking cops. I'm pre-selling too much of it, but it's great.
I'm assuming this probably isn't the first time somebody's watching this.
I apologize to whoever decided to listen to this first.
I should have kept our mouths shut so
there
we
we
could
go.
hear the dialogue.
Just gagging on it.
I love the fact that his kryptonite is twigs.
Yeah.
That's right. Twigs.
Oh, here we go. Just these two rookie cops have seen too much.
Also, it's just the they're kind of holding on to each other for support too.
So how do they do this, right? I mean, after season 1, I figured they were exhausted, that they had shot their wad, that they weren't going to be able to sustain it, and you guys are done. You've run out of ideas.
Oh, 10 years ago.
Yeah, long time ago.
Why do you think they're able to?
I think for me, it would be the expansiveness. Like, it really is. It's like Simpsons meets Outer Limits or something. And by having a format, by the way, that guy looks like James Hetfield. I have no idea if that's intentional or not. I think just by having this kind of format that lets you explore these deep, not funny ideas, there's so much you can take from. There's 80, 90 years of these hard sci-fi ideas that they can kind of play with in a comedic format.
And also stumbling or being genius enough to come across two characters that have such a great dynamic together.
Yeah, there's your favorite line. You missed it.
Yeah, that's my...
You could have left it any time.
Favorite side character in this episode.
Morty, take the wheel.
I like this too.
Oh! Jeez, damn it, Morty.
That's just a completely random joke, right?
But seriously, just the amount of detail in these worlds, and you see them once, and you never, you know what I mean? Like, just the...
So what was interesting was, you probably remember, when Justin came down for the day, he showed us a rough cut of the first episode. I don't know if you remember the first episode, Gabe, the one where the timeline's all split.
Yep.
And it didn't work that well. I mean, he admitted as well.
He admitted it, so we're not burying Justin by saying this.
Something wasn't working, and it just, the explanation for the splitting was really complicated.
It really got tied up in explaining how this was happening. And then I think, we watched the final one, and it just moved. It was hilarious.
Moved, but they fixed it all.
Yeah.
As far as we could tell, they fixed it all with just simplifying the idea and the dialogue without redoing the animation.
Yeah, you don't need 5 minutes of explanation of why this is happening. They just moved to it.
It was kind of heartening to see how much they managed to fix just with switching around some dialogue.
So watching you guys in action, so much of what you do comes as a result of a social process?
Or procrastinating.
Yeah, and then there's some stress gene, like pheromones or something.
Oh God, it's tomorrow.
Yeah, we better write something soon.
I mean, is that sort of well understood in the field, or that it's
every writer I've known? I mean, if you meet a writer who loves writing, I would not trust them because any good writer I've known dreads the act of it and loves seeing it in their rearview mirror.
Yeah, does not want to do it. Will postpone it as long as humanly possible. But the social part, I mean, I guess. Some writers sit in a room, maybe novelists, but for coming up with funny stuff, it's hard to do it just sitting there with nobody bounce anything off of.
Yeah, I think there's different types of comedy too, right? Like there's stuff that you can do on your own, and then there's other stuff that when you're in a room with other people, you're almost trying to top them. And I've worked in a few writers' rooms, and it's just like
it's disgusting.
The creature designers again, the Cronenbergs.
But it becomes can you top this person and what they've said and etc. And I think you get a lot of great material from it.
How do you think your process is different from what goes into the writing on this show?
Well, we're
fewer
not
of
as
us.
good as they are.
No, not as the end product.
It's probably pretty similar. I mean, just talking to Justin, I would assume, and talking to other people who work on TV shows that we know, it's the
I guess-
writer's room tends to be the filthiest place imaginable. Like, HR does not want to be in there because there's this thing where you have to. The worst thing to happen is if the energy goes out of the room,
Right.
and everybody's just kind of dragging, and the way you get the energy up is saying the most awful thing you can possibly say.
I mean, the biggest difference talking to Justin is that, we have the luxury, we can just pop stuff into the game and boot it up and see if it works, whereas Justin was saying there's more of you got to send it off to an animation studio and you kind of cross your fingers and hope that it comes back, and then you're constantly working with them to make it perfect.
Yeah. We have the extra complication of not being able to tell necessarily a straight linear story either. And we've got to kind of write it in the margins a little bit.
Here it is. This will take me back to my mind.
I'm gonna miss you, Fart. I'm really sorry your name isn't Fart.
I will be back soon, Morty.
We're all
After I return to the others with this location,
being quiet
we will
in preparation for the big payoff.
Cleansing?
Carbon-based life is a threat to all higher life. To us, you are what you would call a disease. Wherever we discover you, we cure it. You said yourself that life must be protected even through sacrifice. You haven't changed your mind about that. I can sense your thoughts.
The payoff here is so great. Like, I'm watching this and I'm totally feeling for Morty. Right? It's like, oh my God, I have to deal with the reality of the choices that I've made.
And you're kind of there's a nice little turn here too. I'm pre-selling it, but he does the right thing. He kills this thing.
Yeah.
And he also has been carrying the gun with him the whole time.
Yeah, which I forgot to mention it earlier, but they actually, just so you remember that it's there, about halfway through, they slip in a little line about the gun again.
Oh, really?
The first time you see it. Unlike the Purge episode, he's actually not happy about this.
Yeah, it's interesting that they do give him quite a big arc, I guess, because, Rick really doesn't change at all, right? You find out more of his backstory, but I kind of like that he's just a constant. He is Rick.
Kind of, although there are moments, they scatter him through where his kind of cynical facade he pokes through with he cares about the family a little bit.
The end of the season 2.
Well, the end of the season 2, they hit it with a sledgehammer, but in the Unity episode, you remember where there's
also he rescues Morty, like I'm going back to the arcade, and then he
he rescues Morty, and in the Unity episode when she blows up the island, and there's that brief moment where he's like, my grandkids weren't on that, right?
Right.
In a way that sounds like he's actually worried. Poor Jerry.
All right, bro. Roy rules. Must be nice.
There's our Jerry.
I missed you. Hey, Rick.
Glad you're safe, Jerry.
So,
I like we said it earlier, but the fact that it does not matter whether or not they got the right Jerry.
Yeah.
That's a blips and shits too.
I guess they could.
Way to go.
They just train him. Like Rick clearly identified that Jerry as their Jerry, but it doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, whatever.
Wow, that actually went pretty quick. Well, that's it. We're happy to have done it.
Yeah.
Anybody have any parting thoughts?
Justin, we'll be seeing you next week.
See you next week, Justin.
brilliant show.
Yeah, it's great. We're looking forward to season 3.
Yeah, keep it up, man.
These are the credits.
Oh, hey, everybody.
Hello.
It's me, Justin Roiland.
Dan Harmon.
Ryan Ridley.
And we're allowing our favorite person,
Producer Dan Guterman.
Dan Guterman, in the room.
These guys are singing a song that was on Summer's iPod in the Rush License Adventure video game.
One of 3 tracks we've managed to shoehorn into season 2. And hopefully we can shoehorn the rest into season 3.
I don't even remember what the other ones are.
There's some good ones.
Rick is now taking them
album.
to a deserted spaceship with a thing about.
You better
Last
watch out.
commentary of the day.
I wanted this to be more awesome.
Oh, I
wanted them to
this.
be in full-on Ridley Scott. Like, there's no oxygen because they're in fucking space helmets.
More claustrophobic.
Oh,
There's no
why didn't
oxygen
we?
because there's holes in the ship.
Because
Why didn't we do that?
you love your budget.
Wait, no, that wouldn't have hurt the budget.
No, come on,
Was that why?
We split the
We
diff.
reboarded
We
it,
split the
yeah.
diff.
Oh, was it because well,
You gave me darkness and flashlight beams, but you drew the line at like space.
I don't know why that would be a problem.
I think it's just because all this whole scene got
every character would have had
boarded and drawn, and it was too much to ask. Yeah.
These characters, I remember we talked about this. We wanted to make them look kind of.
And the truth is, when I was writing,
it was it was because of the puking. It was
it was because I didn't even think that far.
Mm-hmm.
So,
that's why I remember.
I'm all snobby Bobby, up until the point. Fucking logic.
You're like, oh shit.
Wait, why does the puking?
Well, just because then they'd have to open the.
Are they all in helmets?
Yeah, they all would have had to be as well. That's what it was.
Not that I pictured the whole thing happening in one room.
Oh.
Moving on. We and see lethargy.
All right. So this is a nice. These are some nice establishing shots, as they call it in the biz.
By the way, before we get into the establishing shot game, this was a season 1 episode idea that we punted into season 2.
Oh, that's true. That is true. This was one that we talked about when Harmon was on Harmontown. I remember, right? Wasn't that when?
I think this is the one you mentioned accidentally on Reddit, and then you went like, "Oh, we can't do it." I mentioned it on Reddit, and then
Ridley?
No, you,
I
Justin.
didn't fucking
and then Harmon
mention
was like, "Let's just still do it," as like a post beneath your post.
Oh, man, I see.
Well, anyways, so how about the fact that while everyone else talks a bunch of shit, we created the first
Jerry, what are you
gender-neutral character.
Yeah. Round of applause, please.
You're welcome.
Unity?
America.
Yeah, Unity. Unless I fucked up in some way, Unity is never actually referred to by a gender pronoun.
I believe that's true.
And Rick, therefore, doesn't jump the shark because we don't meet Pinky Tuscadero and go, oh, that's Fonz's perfect girlfriend. We meet, we don't know what you have to do to make Rick come.
See you.
You have to be 5,000 redheads, and or maybe there has to be 20% dudes.
Which
involved.
explains how Beth's mom didn't stand a chance. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Well, or Rick got poisoned by that world after he left her.
Yeah, it's like that old story with that documentary about the wrestlers who would go out and have like 8 girls in a hotel room, and then they'd go back home to their wife, and it was like, I can't even get hard anymore.
If you don't open your heart, you're not going to experience,
the wrestlers.
Yeah, what? That's a specific.
Well, no, it was some documentary. I'm not going to point any fingers at any specific guy because I can't remember.
Unify them. I will become the universe, and I will be what the single-minded once called a god.
It was one of those wrestlers back in the 80s.
You do have a choice between going, oh, I accept you and love you, and my heart is your heart. The other side of that spectrum is like, oh, I need enough shit put in my butt. I need more surface area involved. I need more, increasing diameter of this put here.
Yeah,
that's true. That's a symptom of not having scratched the other itch, which is surrender.
I have. You see,
I want to. We could talk a bit about how a lot of these humans might look familiar because they're stock characters from the show.
The mighty Royland art players.
I really wanted all of the faces to be redrawn. I was really gunning for it's
brand new original.
Well, I was like, and again, no one cares, but I was just like, fuck, I wish we could. We just couldn't. It was weird to me that some of these characters looked familiar in episodes that took place in season 1 in and around the town. Morty and Rick and Summer and Beth's hometown. I was like, what are the odds that this guy would be here, but he's blue and has little nubbins on his head? You know what I mean? I just recognize too many of these guys.
Oh, man, I would never notice that.
Yeah, me neither.
I guess that guy's kind of the photographer.
There goes some redheads.
Love it.
Brian Newton directed this one as well. And, who else worked on this one? This is,
not a good time.
Mark Maxey and Ted Stern boarded on this.
Yeah, there's a pretty big canonical thing for Rick to say, I want a bunch of dudes that look like my dad. And then you get to see those guys.
Yeah.
What does that kind of look like?
Well, it's pretty. It's like you'll see in a second, but yeah, it's like They all look different, but they all are dressed the same kind of.
This is one of our biggest failures in history as a human species.
This bee story?
Yeah.
What did you call it 2 days ago? Like a series of stall beats?
Yeah.
I thought that was
That's like a museum,
double beat, triple beat,
a museum of stall beat exhibits.
There's the dad. There's Rick's dad. The glasses. The
Here you see the history of the stall beat.
Originally, that alien was actually kind of conducting marriage therapy because it revealed it hurt so much of their relationship. It kind of.
Yeah, and then I think I have no idea. I can't even remember what happened.
Yeah, I devolved into that. Well, if you were going through what was ultimately going to be a divorce, at the time was a bad. I think you channeled some of your relationship frustration into that scene.
What originally, like the old
the B story stuff with Beth and.
But
Jerry.
the stuff that we didn't use, or the stuff that we did use.
The stuff we did use.
Yeah, but it may have been fact. The shame that I feel is because I feel my hubris stench coming off of that B story because someone must have said, "No, trust me. If they go down there, just give me a fucking pen and paper. And good night, nurse." It just feels like I thought you could tell a story standing in front of an alien.
Well, I will say this episode got pretty high marks from the review community.
AV Club.
Oh, you mean the fucking dumbasses that don't like anything when you want them to? Great.
Patton Oswalt.
Yeah. Beta Kevin 7.
Is that his name?
I think so, isn't it?
You might be right. This is the first introduction of Rick's underground lair. Very nicely, like some fucking sweat went into this.
I mean, you thought he could fit it all in a garage?
Yeah, some muscle went into this place. Or not. He probably threw this thing together over a weekend.
I'm gonna kill myself.
You've got plenty
That's
to live for.
That's the first of 9 beats in which, at the top of the scene, Beth and Jerry are not getting along.
The bottom of the scene, they're still not getting along.
But by the end of the
Nolan,
episode,
is this Nolan North right here?
Yes.
Well, now that I'm a gamer.
Yeah, you recognize him, huh?
PS4. I know he's the voice of Drake Nathan.
Nathan Drake.
Or Nathan Drake.
That's correct.
Drake Uncharted.
He's also a voice in The Last of Us. Keep your ears peeled.
All right. Yeah, he's a great guy. Comes in. If I'd known he's such a star, I would have been like you.
Yeah.
Alan Tudyk.
That's we got not Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, that is not. Although it looks kind of a little bit like him. That's Gary Anthony Williams, I'm pretty sure.
Nice. Oh my God. Where did you learn to talk, you grandpa-stealing slut?
I'm feeling...
Oh man, drink that up. Somebody get a cup. I want to drink it. Looks like my favorite drink. Neon puke.
These guys, when they dance, they have a good time.
They're having fun. She just did a fat rail, man. I couldn't show it.
It says in the script she does a line of something.
Yeah, we had to dance around it.
Look at that bong. That's a straight up bong.
That's a straight up fucking Rastafarian bong, bro.
I mean, that's okay?
Yeah, because you just can't show inhaling. You can show all the exhaling you want. You just can't show someone inhaling. Isn't that weird?
TV cares about it.
TV's figured out. Like there's some
TV
scientists
knows how to raise you.
Yeah, they're like, you could show a main character holding a joint, but you cannot show them inhaling.
TV's figured out that your parents are geniuses.
Dude's wearing a bra.
Yeah, and look at the little move he's doing.
Man.
He's fucking feeling good.
Nothing lazy's happening there.
If I could. The loop. I love it. Oh man, these people really are good. Careful what you wish for, Summer.
Is shit going ham right now?
Shit's going ham over here.
Okay.
In this part of the story. Ooh, look, it's the pedophile guy. You have good feet.
I remember a guy. I was out with my ex-girlfriend, and a guy came up and took a picture of her feet and ran away.
I thought you were going to bring up, because I got tweeted, somebody said, that guy says, "Do you mind if I take a picture of your feet?" And Summer says, "No." And somebody tweeted me and was like, "Do you realize that that's what's happening?"
Oh man!
And I was like, "Oh well."
Do you realize that there's starving fucking hovels all over the world?
Yeah.
Do you realize?
I think I just said it's okay if you like feet.
So Harmon,
do you realize you technically guys?
Harmon, I got two questions for you. What side of the coin are you on here? Cone nipple or target chest nipple?
As long as I'm like there's a scene here that you'll see it leading right up to where a person's about to get their nipples ripped off. Right that shot.
Is that it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I can't. I was like,
I can't abide.
It's only. It's
we cut it.
Not gonna do it.
It's only because I can't. It's only. It's me. I can't handle it.
Not gonna do it.
Like if Justin hated spiders so much that he couldn't. Like we would just. I can't.
Yeah, like a phobia.
It's not like I'm thinking like, oh, good or bad TV. I just I can't. The nipples getting ripped off.
I think I'm more a
so gross.
I think I'm more a target nipple guy. I don't know if I could handle the cone nipple thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
you don't want to nipples.
I could work with target nipple. It's close enough to real nipples. It's like, it only becomes a problem when you're right up in their face.
I also don't like fingers getting cut. Just any kind of blood, like spurting.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. I apologize.
I'm okay with it in like gouts, like it's itchy and scratchy, like oh my arm got cut off or chopping this person, but like in like the Dan Aykroyd Julia Childs sketch from the 70s where he cuts his finger.
Oh my
God! And it's
God.
just the joke is just that blood is spurting out.
Yeah.
I can't. Thinking about it makes me pass out.
Harmon,
what else do you guys want to know about me?
I want to ask you, what kind of nipples do you think the president, played by
Christina
Hendricks, what kind of nipples do you think that president has? Is she a cone nipple or
I don't
a
know,
target?
but are we allowed to talk about the record session where Christina Hendricks came in and because she kisses Rick so many times in the episode, we always have to get like wild kiss sounds.
Yeah.
And Christina, I remembered when she came in. I met 15 years prior at like a Thanksgiving party, but and she's attractive. She's Christina Hendricks, and she's in Mad Men, and but she's in a VO booth, and Justin is like directing her to kiss her hand.
It's an old classic trick.
But it's like because we need kissing sounds, and he says like what a lot of the voice actors do is they kiss their hand, and she's like okay like this, but then I just kept
I kept saying all right I need it again, but more sounds.
I felt uncomfortable, and then Justin kept directing her to get more passionate kissing, and then I remember looking up, and like Christina Hendricks is like she's profile, and she's like kissing her hand, and her hand's like a Senor Wences kind of formation, and so she's kissing the Senor Wences part of the hand. I'm trying to make sure this makes it in, like the image.
You did a good job, and it's always
emblazoned on my perverted brain.
It's that old classic saying. It's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it.
We ended up using those sounds.
No,
for
absolutely,
sure.
100%.
I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a part of Hollywood. I want to write scripts for my cupboard.
I mean, I wasn't directing her to do those things for my own personal pleasure. It was certainly to service.
No, I'm assuming she'd be flattered by the story. It just sticks out in my memory.
I do remember though being in the room and kind of feeling that same energy you were feeling. I was like, oh my god,
the heat.
Yeah, I had to unbutton a collar button on my T-shirt. It doesn't have buttons.
This is good. Christina Hendricks, you give our T-shirts buttons.
I like Rick. He's really leaning into that Hispanic heritage of his.
He found a fake mustache that's the exact same blue shade as his hair. Unless he grew it.
It's role play.
Oh, he probably has like a little tiny nuke.
Yeah.
Like from RoboCop 2, a little nuke mustache grower.
Dude, where's my grandpa?
It's great. It's like what they,
Look at their wall-eyed. They just look completely. The PC version would be mentally handicapped.
I'm watching this for the first time. I just realized I've never seen this.
Really?
Yeah.
How is that even possible?
Well, I just mean the finished version.
Oh.
Take care of yourself.
It's good. It's good.
There's Carrie. What's her name?
Carrie, the unkempt person.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the Matrix.
Carrie-Ann Moss.
Carrie-Ann Moss. We cut all our lines.
Critter.
We now rejoin this B story
mid-stall,
1/4 through its development.
Well, I will say that this is This is where they're really fighting.
Oh,
you know what I
boy.
mean? Before they were just bickering.
And then to find out that the alien just doesn't want them to keep bitching at each other. Wow.
Academy Award winning.
We're gonna re-break this after.
Yeah, let's go upstairs and.
The nominees of Outstanding Surprise in a Rick and Morty B story are the alien turns out to be over Beth and Jerry's marriage.
Yeah, the whole
from
time
the couples therapy episode.
And according to Werner Herzog, he gets it as an alien that talks like a regular person from the modern world.
Well, he needs that device, though. Without the device, he just growls. I like that device. That's a cool little
Do you
device.
think that, like, this is just this invention is filtering? You know what I mean?
I think that's like something any alien could use. They just put it to their throat, and then it's like the reverse of the translator microbes.
But the invention knows what the inflection and the attitude and the tone
yeah,
also
of course.
would be.
It's a sophisticated device.
It's not just going, hello.
No, yeah,
I
it
am
totally gets all the inflection. And
Well, he belongs to like a fringe species in the galaxy that doesn't want to be on the grid. Like, that's why it's okay to have him shackled to a wall.
Mic drop. Here's the best joke in the whole series.
I'm taking this.
I'm keeping this.
It's his reaction to the door.
Yeah, this is.
we allowed to talk? No, I'm not even gonna say it.
Why don't we talk about Summer and Morty over there on the left and the light switch doubling as the light switch as well as the garage door opener?
Ooh.
Anyone want to talk about
movie
that?
magic. Where'd that giraffe come from?
Well, there was a joke
And
about
what were we
somebody
doing
get
with
me a
that
giraffe. Well, there was a version where he was like shaking and like he still looks upset, but there was a version where it was
Look
just
what's
very.
coming up. Look what's coming
Oh,
up.
this
Hold
is
on.
Harmon.
About to be revealed.
Get ready.
What are they watching?
That's what giraffes look like on her planet. He said, "Can you?"
I thought that was coming up sooner.
No, it's coming up in a minute.
Ready?
The payoff comes up after when it's somewhere in this neighborhood.
I saw a lot of Unity Rick costume pairings.
Again, I think the fans need to know what kind of nipples the president has.
Yeah, look,
there it is.
Community
reference. What kind of nipples does she have? Tell the cosplayers, Harmon. Is it? I'm gonna go with Target. Target.
Yeah, no, let's give her Target.
Target. It's official. Canon.
Okay. You hear that,
She is
ladies?
a target-chested POS. Oh man, they boned out
in this
quick.
society is the equivalent of being a Shia as opposed to a Sunni.
Either he took a long.
No, that was a
crap.
time cut. He took a fucking
Yeah, he
huge
took a
Harmon
fucking
shit.
He was playing Fallout Shelter on his iPad. In the
Yeah, he's
bathroom.
twice as old as I am. He mistreats his women.
I'm sure
She fucking made sure he was going to get a hold of this letter.
He tweets. He toilet tweets.
They're everywhere. Every motherfucker wrote down this letter.
Yeah, we should have done something where he's reading something out of order at one point, right?
Well,
This,
it's not, they're all the same.
This
note.
read, Christina Hendricks' read on this is fucking great. Like this is fucking fantastic read.
Yeah, I remember directing her through it. It was fun.
It was. I remember you're like, God, I'm gonna cry.
She's
One of the takes she did. You were
She's
like,
AMC material.
Yeah.
I've worked with all those Mad Men girls.
That's true.
Peggy? You work with Peggy?
Peggy?
No, I haven't worked with Peggy.
Okay.
Well, then you didn't work with all of them,
kinda
did
the
you?
main one.
Then you didn't work with all of them, I guess.
Did I say all of them?
I heard you say it.
Fine. I've worked with all the Pan Am girls. Prove me wrong.
This is Beth putting her foot down here. She's
Yeah.
really. It's the first time we see her really put her foot down. Sort of.
It's your house.
This is the last record we recorded.
Yeah,
You're
just so
probably
you know.
listening to it third, but it's the last one we recorded.
Continuity-wise of commentary tracks, this is the last of the
You're gonna hear
day.
a real spike in energy.
Yeah, we're getting a
7.
sugar crash over here.
Oh, so this last scene, I remember Matt Roller, one of the writers, said, "Oh, we should do like a Mad Men style ending."
Or
so that's
like
sort
the
of
camera pulling out, and it's
just the whole drama of.
I mean,
this
there was
whole...
the original version was just like not enough. It was just him standing there and the camera pulling out, and then there was a lot of talk of like doing a like a black hole. He builds a black hole.
Oh, look at that tiny guy.
And then it was like, well, it's just Rick,
there's
Rick
a lot of
Rick aiming to maybe commit suicide in some very unnormal sci-fi way.
You know what I think that fluid does?
What? Get you wasted?
I think it synchronizes all of your possible versions.
Oh, that's fucking cool.
And then he wants to kill all of himself.
Ooh. Whoa.
That's really cool, actually.
All right. Lock it down, baby.
Lock it down, honey. Lock it down, honey.
This is a bit. Now here's where
Chaos.
I remember
one of their best songs.
I remember the whole thing is you guys didn't want to do the day turning to night, turning to day.
Well, I made it
thing,
work.
And I really fought for that.
Yeah, I made
hero.
it work. I figured out a way to do it.
You hear that, Mike Mendel? I'm a hero.
I figured out a way to do it without painting.
Jerry's
three
weed
backgrounds.
whacking the weeds that are growing up out of a crack that is the result of season 1's teleportation.
Oh yeah, that's right.
There's weeds growing up through the crack.
Yeah, that he portaled the fucking house away. Man, that's a real hunk-a-doozy of an episode.
What a season of TV.
That's a hunk-a-doozy, as they call it.
This tag was just part of the regular episode, I think, right?
Originally, like this was, and then we just moved it over for the tag. I think that's true.
Cut it.
I don't.
All right.
Hey, everybody, it's Rick and Morty commentary track.
This is Ryan Ridley.
This is Mike McMahon.
I'm Justin Roiland.
Dan Harmon.
And I'm Morley Schaefer. I already did that once.
But this comes before then.
It does, so it's the first time you've heard it.
We're recording these out of order. If you're listening to them in order,
well, good for
keep
you.
that in mind.
Oh, there's the rocks. There's the rocks, baby.
Oh, it's planted in.
And by the way, if you frame through, you can see the purple nodule on the rocks when he throws them in.
Yeah.
The virus nodule.
He grabs those rocks in the fart episode.
Yeah, 202.
Mike, did you read the long list of knots that we're supposed to not talk about? And one of them is not referring to like anything we might have been inspired by. So we can't talk about the original inspiration for this episode.
Really?
Apparently.
Wait, what?
Wait, no, I think we can.
Why not?
All right, then you do it.
Go ahead, Mike. You do it.
The original inspiration for this was we were talking about being big fans of the movie The Thing, and I'm a big fan of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and there's an episode where they add the Michelle Trachtenberg character by pretending that they implanted her into all of the family's memories, and everybody's kind of cool with that in the show, but it seemed horrifying to me that somebody could do that.
Yeah.
So that was the springboard Thing/Trachtenberg kind of.
And then I think, maybe
Michelle
correct me if I'm wrong, I think
Trachtenberg.
Guterman pitched that it was like a way to do a clip show too. Also, I don't know.
Yeah,
all
yeah,
those things kind of were stirred together in a pot.
We thought,
Cooked up
oh,
like
this will be
gumbo.
easy. This will be this will give production a break because we're all in the
It's a
house.
bottle episode,
Yeah, and then
right?
very quickly, like this was the one episode that Bardell was like, all right, we need more money. We need more money if you want to do this the way it's.
Well,
which makes sense.
I remember I would call producer Mike Mendel over the break when it was being animated, being like, Mr. Poopy Butthole is still in the opening credits, right? Like, that's the one thing I didn't want to have change throughout
Yeah, we
production.
cut him into every one of the opening credit shots.
Is he wearing a little Iron Man suit? in that?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
my
yeah.
gosh, that's adorable. Mike
he's in all these
McMahon
shows.
wrote the draft of this episode. Didn't you write
is the best
Mr.
one.
Poopy Butthole?
Yeah,
As,
originally,
like, yeah.
I thought it would just be, I was writing something to make fun of something that
Justin
would
would, yeah.
create, but then he just kept it forever.
Well, hey, if it ain't broken.
No, there's a lot of. I'm hard pressed to separate because we're always doing that. Like for placeholder names, we go, all right, Kevin Snoopy Dupes comes in, and we're just mocking what makes it off of Justin's desk, but it's like part of canon, so it all works. Because obviously what Justin is saying is, why are you thinking about it?
I was at a party talking to somebody, and they were telling me, like, whatever they were talking about, they kept referring to Mr. Poopy Butthole, but they kept saying, anyways, Mr. Poopy Pants, Mr. Poopy Pants. And I was like, it's Mr. Poopy Butthole.
Well,
but then how do I actually correct him?
I think that's a nickname, Mr. Poopy Pants.
Yeah, if
like,
you know Mr. Poopy Butthole well, you can call him Mr.
He'll
Poopy
respond to Mr. Poopy Pants. Like that works too.
This is another instance of if you put different shirts on all of the animated characters, all of the female characters pop as hot.
Yep.
And I don't know what the effect is.
I don't know why that's happening.
It's making your eyes look at boobs
Boobies.
for the first time again.
Dan, I think this joke about the Hulk musical Smash was yours, but I've always wanted to see that musical.
I'm not sure. I would not take credit for. It doesn't seem like something that would exist purely within my mind. I think this is like very collaborative. Like we knew we wanted to do like a musical. I think I don't know.
All right, I get it.
I love taking credit
Lay
for
off,
shit.
man.
All right, I'm sorry. That was a Ryan Ridley character we just met. Jeez.
Yeah,
Louise.
wait, it's Cousin Nikki.
Hey, that's
Hey,
my
I'm
big
walking
character.
here. Ha ha, Cousin Nikki.
Do you pull that out on dates and
At
stuff?
the drop of a hat.
By the way,
Of course.
I don't think I ever quite nailed that. Like, I really wanted his arm, like, because you had given the note, like, make that fucking
Yeah, if it's
shot.
possible to just graze people,
Yes, and I kicked it back twice, and it's still to me not enough.
then I need to look like he risked murdering.
Yeah, I wanted a big fat chunk of bone and everything to come flying off.
Didn't you, McMahon, have an issue with bringing Cousin Nicky back in this memory? And
It
why
did.
wasn't he?
It bugged me that we
Yeah.
repeated him in this. I was like, change him to anybody else.
Oh yeah, we had a whole.
Why is that? Because
he just got killed.
Yeah, there's just like
and
a
then like the
logic
rules
loop.
are like.
Also, it's like, is this an unhappy memory featuring Cousin Nicky?
Right.
Yeah, there's that, and then also, well, then I mean, I guess it gets happy, but like, it's also he just got killed, and then the way it works is usually when you see them,
they can come
then
back.
then you come back out and they're in the room. So we felt like,
Yeah.
if that was just some new character, we could continue. You know, it wouldn't tip that.
But I didn't catch that till like late in the animatic phase.
Yeah.
And it was
No,
an
me too.
unpopular note.
Well, no, I mean, I agreed with it. I tried to tackle it. I just couldn't figure out what the fuck.
It's another
the
episode
solution.
where all of the things that we worked the hardest on, they don't generate the joy.
Yeah.
The things that we never worked on very hard are what, because for me, the proudest achievement was just in the line Rick saying, these things are like bed bugs and flashbacks are their mattresses.
Yeah.
And it's like, that says it all. Like, don't go to sleep. Don't keep your albums near your fucking bowling ball. Like bed bugs are notoriously hard to get rid of. And it could have just been that. They're flashback bugs.
Yeah.
I love how quick that Sleepy Gary character comes in just off of that one
Yeah.
little flashback. It's so important
yeah,
to
he's
Jerry.
just now there.
Yeah, you're watching something horrifying unfold as these clips are going because it's like you're watching
They're
as new
spreading.
characters are being inserted.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just spreading, and it's like you can't. There ain't nothing you can do, yo.
And
You're in
even
real
the smartest
trouble.
guy in the room is less smart than us in a rare episode.
Yeah, because his mind is being fucked with. He's like, I mean, at least he had the idea to write 6 down. It's like, okay, if I write this down.
But just like the camera phone thing, which we bumped us for a while, we're like, wait, what about the camera phone? And then we're like, wait, what are you talking about? There's a room full of people that would be like, I don't have any pictures of you either.
The math of there's a number on the wall was so fun too because it was such a clear fix, and then and then pencil vesters just coming in like they don't care at all about
Yeah,
that number.
it's
on the
like
wall.
6 is cool.
I remember a lot of conversations about the build from sort of more classical sitcom characters, more realistic, grounded ones, to when it starts switching over into photography raptors and whatnot.
Oh, like how? Yeah, like
kind of this. You
Well, yeah,
know,
Mr. Beauregard is like a classic sitcom-y guy, and then it
Yeah,
just
do
goes.
they have to build a foundation, and then as a TV series does, are they allowed to get more and more ridiculous?
Well, the nice thing is it starts with Mr. Poopy Butthole, who's like a weird little peanut, like breadstick.
But you find out that it doesn't start with him.
Yeah, because he
actually
right.
exists.
That's what's so fucking great.
That's the mindfuck. More than any kind of mindfuck type stuff.
Oh, I'm noticing right now that the bottom half of this little lamb character in that scene didn't have the tint on it.
I noticed
shit.
that too, man.
Remaster.
That was crazy.
Oh my God.
Look at this. I never noticed how much is going on in this episode
This is so
per
fucking
minute.
great. By the way, this is like I wanted to do an
cream
episode in a
cone.
world like this. Like I wanted to literally do a whole story or B story at least that took place in a weird pillowy like.
Yeah, you do always try to
I
insert
always
that
pitch the pillow world.
cosmetically into
Yeah.
different stories.
You know, I think
Constantly.
you always call it pillowy, and everybody doesn't understand what you mean.
Well, just watch find the like
Why
wide
don't you just say
background.
like the Summer and Tinkle scene?
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Do
always
you guys get
referencing-
the most confusing and confused questions about the meta reality rules that have to do with Mr. Poopy Butthole?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, that seems to be the one. that
I have
people-
those questions.
In a world where one of the characters can go to any version of reality, all that stuff, the thing that really fucks with people is that we had a character say I guess I can see now why that would be really, really fucked up.
I like the people who are stretching so hard and they're just like, I think that means that we're in a dream. Like the audience is in a parasite.
I had somebody at a bar, this is a little different of a concept, but he was like, hey man, I know that you guys are always talking about there's like a big secret. I guess you guys have said in interviews there's a big secret about Rick and Morty. He's like, I think I know what it is. I go, what? He goes, it's that Rick knows he's in a TV show. And he was very serious.
Well, I mean, that's not a secret. I mean, it's not.
I mean, but it's not like.
It's not the conceit of the show, but like
It's just that Rick doesn't know he's not in prime time. He doesn't know he's on a late night.
He thinks he's in prime time on a major network.
Yeah, Rick thinks he has like 700,000 less viewers.
Primetime disc.
Look at that garbage
he's great.
character. A puppet.
That guy's got a long history.
I want to hear about him.
I remember when we generated all those characters, the Hammer Eye and Amish Cyborg, and then being aware that they sounded like Conan, 90s Conan characters, then writing the joke, shining the light on it. A reverse Mr. Peanut.
This was Harmon wanted to
Monopoly
cut
Man.
this shit. I fought pretty hard.
I had your back, bro.
I was on the cut side.
Oh man, I love that moment.
What do you say we take down these blasts?
I love it so much.
Harmon hated it.
Oh, there's Big Duck. Do you remember how important Big Duck used to be to the script?
No.
Yeah, he used to be a featured player, and then
Really?
he got cut way back. Yeah.
What, a featured player?
Yeah, that Big Duck was like he was taking Morty into the garage to kill him and all sorts of stuff.
I wrote like a 9-page email to Justin explaining why I'm not a buzzkill for saying cut the Where's Waldo thing. And then it was 9 pages, and then Justin was like, his response was like, yeah, man, I totally get it, but we'll survive the show. People like the show. And I was like, that's not, no! I know that. I know we'll survive.
Hey, Ryan, you actually did this 3DS thing, right? That was you?
Sure, Jerry.
No, I think that might
Everyone
have
knows
been
that
just.
was me, right? Is this the time to talk about that?
It's so weird. Sorry, last thing about the Where's Waldo thing. It's so weird. I'm mostly on Dan's side when it comes to these sensibility issues, but I was so on Justin's side of that.
But also, there was other shit.
Yeah,
it was a tonnage issue.
Yeah. And we scaled back some of it. Certainly.
There were
I did lift a couple of other.
But the Nintendo shit is still in there.
That one I didn't lift.
Yeah,
I know. That's why I give a fuck about the Where's Waldo thing, because the Nintendo thing is in there, and it's an act break. It's an act
baby.
break.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Dan is standing.
Feed the audience. They have to go make sandwiches through this shit.
This is my wife and I actually did this on our honeymoon catamaran in Greece.
That's why you wrote it? I was wondering why it was so specific.
I really like this scene.
Wow.
It's actually, this looks like Sleepy Gary and Jerry paid for the better catamaran.
But we had to
your
redo
fantasy.
this because there was too much. I can't even remember.
I can tell you, because I agreed 100%. The original version of this had them like, it felt like they were already in the thick of an
It was too
affair.
gay too fast.
Yeah, it was like we were popping in on a moment of a relationship that is months in
we wanted
progress.
this to be the moment in Brokeback Mountain where you're like,
Yes.
fucking, this movie will make you gay.
Yeah.
Like, because you're in for the ride because you don't know it's happening when it's happening.
Movie didn't make me gay, bro. And I watched a lot.
It made me gay.
Look at that snake! I've never noticed that wizard snake.
I never noticed him either. Holy shit.
You've been
That's the first time I see there's a globetrotter that made it in.
Here's a weird little nitpick. It always bothered me that there's a kind of military memory for Frankenstein, and then the ghost says "boo-rah." Like,
Well, he was there too.
they
He
were
served
both
too,
in the
man.
military.
They were in Nam together.
Doesn't
Yeah,
bother.
they were
That's
all in
so
Nam.
delightful. Look at that baby wizard.
Baby wizard.
If you're going to populate a house with flashback characters, you're going to have a good 20% of them are going to have served in Nam with you. Hello, everybody.
Look at the bald. Look at that bald, like.
David.
I'm Reverse
Professor.
Giraffe. I've got a long body and a short neck.
You all know me.
You all know me.
Too many.
Okay.
I mean, how were these characters? Did the character designers just kind of
They
go?
just had a field
They
day.
filled a
Yeah,
bunch
yeah.
in, yeah. Because I remember
great. We
writing
wrote
realistic
at least
astronauts.
Japanese
70s.
businessman.
Oh, so there was one thing. Did this make it in? The one thing I would have tolerated, the Conan line.
Yeah, that made
Oh,
it
it's in there.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
nothing really.
No,
I
but
just never get
no. Hold on, no,
I'm
that's
like
not true.
A battered father.
No, hold on.
man.
The
Wait,
the
come
thing that got
on.
lifted from the Conan section was "Am I right, ladies and gentlemen?" which was the real egregious. He goes, "This is like '90s Conan. Am I right, ladies and gentlemen?" I lifted the "Am I right?"
This sequence, man, so good.
Yeah, the catchphrases. The only one we can't have on a T-shirt is AIDS, for some reason.
Well, a lot of them wouldn't sell a T-shirt.
Yeah, too soon.
Tastes bad. That's my favorite.
Once it's eradicated officially, then we can make a.
Did you ad-lib all these, Justin, or are these?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Ricky Tikki Tavi, like. You think we sat down and wrote that?
It would have been a waste of
It's
time.
like grass tastes bad.
In a world where you can improvise an entire album.
He hired the Rand Corporation for a day.
I hired Brett Ratner. I paid him $1 million to come up with all
My
that.
name is Brett Ratner. Won't you join me for a conversation with Justin Roiland about funny names for things?
Didn't he get paid $1 million to come up with the name Hero? For Guitar Hero or something?
What?
Or Rock Band? I can't remember.
Oh, there's Big Duck. Look, see?
Oh.
Big Duck and
He used to
Tiny
have a lot
Baby
of
Wizard.
lines.
Why does Big Duck have human arms?
Man, because he's a big duck, bro.
I never noticed
What's
that.
the problem?
It's not a
I
problem.
think it's like The Shining. I think that's a big dude.
Yeah.
Duck hunt.
Yeah, it goes back to a hotel room.
It's
and has-
creepy.
That is the creepiest thing in the world. What is going on in that? I want the whole backstory of that whole thing.
You don't get it.
Man, you just don't get it.
You got to read Dr. Sleep, yeah.
My name is Stanley Kubrick. I'll discuss what that lion was doing aside of blowing that guy in The Shining with Brett Ratner. Hello.
Oh, Baby Wizard just got it.
And Baby Wizard.
Brett
On
Ratner
the
and
next
Kubrick sound
Talking movie.
Talking movies.
I know you're real because I have a ton of bad memories of you.
Now,
there was a
Now
version
this
of
is
this where wasn't there a different version? Oh, this is the Chaos Girls did this song. I thought they nailed this.
I like all these.
They had
Rick is
one
a
version that was
horrible
way
person.
too sad that I was like, this is too sad.
I'm very, very, very proud of this. When we all came up together with the solution of like, oh, it's happy memories, which
Oh yeah,
it
yeah,
means
yeah.
you get to do a traditional sitcom formula in that you get to actually achieve a third act where you learn something, but you don't do it by actually. You also get to shit on sitcomery.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I like it.
Well, yeah, that bad memory ephany.
It's so awesome.
Because we get to show all these clips, and we
Yeah.
show, and one of them I'm most proud of is fucking Morty's jerking off in the kitchen, and his sister is like.
I love the one with Beth and Summer too. That one's
Oh yeah,
fucking
no,
great.
that's amazing. Because it was like, then you get to say to writers, the joke is that it's not a joke. The joke is that it's not funny,
Yeah.
and then that's when comedy writers are like, oh, yeah, I've been waiting for this assignment for a while, and it's like that's the funniest shit.
Brandon Johnson, isn't that Brandon Johnson? Who's also Golden?
No, that's
no.
Kevin Michael Richardson, I
Oh.
believe.
It's voice acting. I don't know.
Yeah,
Everybody does funny
Ryan.
voices.
Oof.
Who's really good. Brandon, I don't think is in this one. But
This one's great too. It just kicks him in the nuts.
From behind.
hard, dude. That's like that would
From
crush.
And
behind.
he's so mad at her. That's why but that buys him jerking off in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's unrelated, but it's like, no, she's not a victim either.
yeah.
Like it's hard to be a teenager. That it's like that's why she nails him in the nuts. Like it's just so gross to grow up with a sibling.
Oh man,
This is so sad. And
she starts crying.
She kind of seems used to it too. Like this isn't the
Picture
first
day.
time.
I love that. That's real. That's a real moment.
Always Summer's moving her hips.
Yeah, it's sexy, huh? They really nailed that.
Boy,
didn't
it's
they?
spreading.
A cool little thing too is these parasites. Their other kryptonite is that they won't stick up for each other. They don't.
Oh yeah.
They prey on one another.
Or they throw each other under the bus.
Yeah, if it's like whatever helps you survive, and so they don't have the codependent, like cloying relationship with each other that causes us to have good memories and bad memories. They're like a parasite operating on a more
Dude,
complex
I
thing.
love all of this transformation stuff. This was all like all these crazy shots. Like this all Juan again directed this, and I didn't want to fuck with any of his storyboards.
The idea that
So
you should
good.
go out and kill everything that you only have happy memories of is, I'm so proud to have authored that message in any small way for any adolescent viewer.
Fucking
Look at that Morty face.
Because isn't that the message of Inside Out?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's don't expect everything to be happy. Like that should be suspicious.
Life is pain.
That's tyranny.
Inside Out's ripped us off.
Maybe you should love your sister no matter how much she kicks you in your nuts.
Who did the voice of Mr. Bogart?
It was
the guy from
Windy City Heat.
Tony Barbieri?
Tony Barbieri, yeah. So fucking good.
Oh, I love this detail here where it turns into two pieces.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh, what? I never noticed that.
Because the jar was
my
part of his
gosh.
character. Yeah,
That's crazy.
But wait, when does he say, oh, that's right. Yeah, it's Vietnam. Jerry.
You're a parasite.
Jerry knows. He's the only character that's like... He's like Joe Pantoliano in The Matrix. He's like, I get it. I got it. It's fake. I choose Sleepy Gary. And Beth's like, tell me about it.
This is such a McMahon line. They say you're not supposed to do that. It's so fucking huge.
Get out here and help me! They say you shouldn't do that! Just run!
Those lips, signature Royal lips.
Well, I mean, listen, that's a John Kay thing.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh.
Come on,
Oh, yeah,
I
when
didn't invent
Yeah, that
the,
makes
the,
sense.
the fucking vagina lip.
Signature people
But
eating
the
pork
squiggly,
chops.
the squiggly pupils, though, that's you, right?
I mean, yeah, I mean,
say it ain't so.
It's very polarizing, though. There's people that can't watch this show because of those pupils, and I'm kind of like, well, I guess we're weeding out the chaff.
I like this too, that Mr. Poopy Butthole wants to eat their food. Like, he does seem like a parasite.
Yeah, no, there's no question Beth is...
Yeah,
we're on our side.
yeah, totally. It isn't until you see the red blood that you're
And
like,
it's,
oh.
how cool are we for not making it Jerry that does this? We're not just going to beat up on Jerry. She's like the staid professional.
He's fucking bleeding out.
Long-time family friend.
I'm bleeding out.
In the original script, she's supposed to go to the kitchen and pour a glass of wine, and then she like rifles through a drawer and finds a loose cigarette. And starts trying to light it. But I think S&P is like, yeah, the smoking thing is too much.
Smoking's always a problem.
To me, it was like, yeah, don't, like, it's easy for her to pour the wine, but then she's like, she's trying. She hasn't smoked since she was 27.
Oh, it's so funny. The way they animated her shaking when she's pouring the wine is so creepy. It's so real.
It's almost like all animators were raised by crazy alcoholic mothers.
Yeah, that came back perfect.
All you have to do is type fade in on a crazy alcoholic mom.
Look at Rick just swiping all those medical pills. All those.
This is a pretty great tag.
Is this Tara Strong, the voice of the...
Yes, Tara Strong,
She's
yeah.
so good.
I remember, Mike, you wrote this line, though, when he says,
He just fucking ate a bunch
Rick,
of...
What did
he's
she
not
say?
looking at the labels.
Yeah, it's like, what did you just...
What, he's just
What did
taking
he just
pills from the
gobble down?
hospital?
Yeah, he just gobbled like a whole bottle of
Standing in front of a cart and he's just grabbing some and taking some.
Which, by the way, who just leaves a bunch of prescription pills
also,
on a cart?
if this wasn't animated and you...
Hey fans, what's up?
What's going on? Sheamus here of WWE and Abed beside me here just enjoying our favorite episode of Rick and Morty Season 2.
That's right.
And Uncle Steve! Who can forget good old Uncle Steve who was there from the very beginning?
Look at this guy. I mean, you know, he just looks like he belongs in the family.
It's Jerry with a beard, you know what I'm saying? Look at him.
He's a
little bit more confident, of course, a little bit more successful.
little bit more hairy than Jerry.
Yeah, and he's just offered to, fly the family on a trip.
Right. And it's like, of course, Rick is going to be suspicious.
Rick's suspicious of everything. That's the great thing about it.
And that's the great thing about the character. The great thing is this is like my favorite episode, so I was excited that you guys wanted me to do this. And also, you asked for me, so that's cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You got to start an episode with someone getting shot. That's the way to go.
I just think this whole episode from start to finish is one of the greatest episodes I've ever seen. And this is one of the reasons I love Rick and Morty so much. Just the whole vision of Uncle Steve being in there, Jerry looking all confident because there's someone there to back him up emotionally. And then Rick just blown away, just killing off one of the family members.
Well, Jerry doesn't really get a lot of friends. It seems like he lives a very lonely life. So the fact that he gets this guy and then Rick has to kill him, it's hilarious.
What's that like when Doofus Rick? Do you remember when there was all the Ricks?
Oh yeah,
in season 1, it was just kind of like that, where he made friends with. What was the term for Rick at that stage? It was the.
Wow. I don't have my notes. Shuffling.
Eat poop, right?
Yeah,
wanna
something.
Eat poop. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I want to eat.
That's
poop.
Mr. Poopy Butthole. What a
this
segue!
character.
What a segue!
And then here we go with the opening. Pretty crazy. The Poopy Butthole guy. He's from something else, like the design. I think it was like. I can't remember. There was one character that he looked a lot like, that they just sort of borrowed the look from.
But even the fact he's in the intro as well and all the credits as well was
He's
awesome.
got a bit of a Charlie Chaplin thing. It's like he's very classic look with his top hat. You know, it's like
he looks like one of the designs from the Tato Crisps in Ireland.
Oh, you
back
mean
in Ireland.
you mean the Mr. Peanut guy?
Yeah, kinda like that.
I think that's what they're going for. Which you gotta love Mr. Peanut.
Absolutely.
I think. It's like when I watched this, I was thinking like, I really want him in the whole show. Like I want to see him now in every episode.
In every episode.
Yeah, it's like he fits so well into the show, and like, I mean, every character could be voiced by Justin.
Well, I love the fact here that Rick is kind of like he's ready to blow Summer Rae before Mr. Poopy Butthole.
Yeah,
that's the great thing about it. Like it just shows it. Like, and then the flashbacks are fantastic.
Yeah, and the weird thing is that flashbacks are annoying. Because it's like, I heard someone say once, it was actually in Rick and Morty where he hated flashbacks. He's like, just make it in this time. You don't have to keep doing flashbacks. And they do it very clever in this show. It's like
That's in this episode, though.
Right.
So you're reminiscing on that past episode. That's this episode.
Right. Well, no, I think the Purge one is where he says, remember the guy reads the script?
Yeah.
And then Morty's like, I don't like flashbacks. He's like, don't do flashbacks.
Probably because of this episode.
That's true.
Because the Purge came later.
That's right.
I'm walking here. I'm walking here.
That's our buddy Ryan. Who the weird thing is,
It's like every New Yorker, right?
Yeah,
Every New Yorker is walking here.
That's what they all say.
That's his catchphrase.
I'm driving here. I'm sneezing here.
And they all have the kind of receding hairline look where they're just not willing to lose their hair. Altogether.
Right, they're hanging on.
They're hanging on to it
that last.
forever.
See, I gave up. I shaved my head. I was like, you gotta let it go.
Yeah, and he's got the obviously he's one of those Italian New Yorkers who just trains upper body and not legs.
Right, he's got tiny legs. He's got a giant body.
He's got the sleeves cut off. He's
Right.
He's rocking the biceps.
Right.
Legs are too hard.
Well,
Why train legs? No one can see your legs. You know what I mean?
You're the expert on the body workout stuff. Like I think my legs are bigger than my upper body.
I'll tell you, when I started working out in Dublin, there was a couple of lads there, and they hated training legs. And
it's boring.
Mr. Bo, this is the great part. I was going to say it, because this is one of my favorite
Indiana
characters.
Jones.
Yeah. This is one of my favorite characters in this episode of Mr. Beauregard.
Yeah, like look at this guy. I mean, the design is great, and
he conquered the Nazis. You know what I mean?
right.
It shows you how good Mr. Beauregard is.
I know it's like they've really showing you like the mileage that they've gotten with this character.
Yeah, I mean he can make a cup of tea, a good ham sandwich, and put an end to the Nazi regime.
I mean, we all want this guy in our house helping us.
I don't. Well,
I mean, not in the long run. But yeah. He's sort of like
someone else's house, maybe.
Okay, yeah. You're not too hip on the butler scene.
Not really. It's kind of strange.
Is it because there's a different person in the house who's like kind of knows everything you do? Do you feel like he gives that guy he has an advantage over you?
I think we just need to change the subject.
Okay, I see.
Marmalade. See, that's an English thing. Marmalade. I hate marmalade. I grew up having marmalade sandwiches.
It's orange jam, right? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Well,
it's orange jam. It's horrible.
Well, yeah, because orange doesn't fit with jam. I mean, strawberry, blueberry, but orange.
There you go.
Oh, there he goes. Oh, that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, that's where it freaked me out.
Okay, I see. You get uncomfortable with that.
Mr. Beauregard is just willing to do anything. This episode moves so quick; it's so hard to comment on it.
I know.
There's Velociraptor, Frankenstein.
I love Frankenstein. Frankenstein is the best. I mean, like Frank and Steve.
Yeah,
that's his name.
Velociraptor is an amazing photographer. I mean, if I ever get married, he's definitely on the list to take some photographs.
I know. I mean, he's got that super powerful eye. That
he may eat some of the guests, but that means you don't have to order as much food.
You have to
spend as much money on the wedding.
If you want his talent, you have to break a couple eggs.
Who taught a Velociraptor? That's just brilliant. A Velociraptor that just takes photographs.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, you're right. Who thinks
Sleepy Jerry?
Wow.
No, Sleepy Gary. I'm sorry,
Sleepy Gary. Yeah. Sleepy Gary's great.
And Pencilvester.
Right, Pencilvester.
It's just like it's so hard to keep up with this episode, but it's amazing.
I know.
This is literally
How does he
the
go
best
to the bathroom,
episode.
I wonder?
I don't even want to.
I mean, did the lead break off and then another one comes back?
Maybe.
Goes out?
Like one of those ones you press. What are we talking about?
Well, okay, so when he goes to the bathroom, right, the pencil guy,
What
I
goes
feel
through
like
your head of it? What you think of it?
This is what it's like hanging out with me. But it breaks off, okay? And then he sharpens him. He's got a sharpener in the bathroom.
I thought it would be for number 2, mate, for shikes, maybe instead of a. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because, it's like something's going to break off and fall into the toilet. And this is gross, right? No, this character, right? This is like My Little Pony.
I thought it was like Sprite, Rainbow Sprite. Is it
Rainbow Sprite,
and
yeah,
My
yeah.
Little Pony? See, this shows are like their age of being grown up in the 80s.
Yeah, see, the 80s, I mean, when they made toys, they made cartoons with the toys.
Yeah.
So everything looked marketable. And so it's like, that's what they're going for here. And like, I just love
I love the fact it just turned into a complete like hip hop hardcore. Just
everything turns into a hip hop hardcore video.
Yeah.
That's the world we live in. I mean, you walk down the street, you hear like boom, boom, just pounding from people's cars. It's like you're in a video when you just walk down the street.
Let's say he's ready to blow. He's ready to blow Summer Rae, but it's so hard to keep up with all the characters. Amazing, just the way to keep growing. I don't know how they came up with so many different unique characters and how quickly they came up.
I was like walking around the office once and just saw some of the designs, and I was like, there was like 100 characters. There was like so many that they did for this episode, and like, I'm astounded at the workload that's put in. It's like just one episode, 100 characters. I mean, what other show has that? It's insane.
Who thought of Sleepy? Like the fact that Sleepy Gary is now married to.
Yeah. Do you know anyone that wears those sleep hats? Is there some guy somewhere
Sleepy Gary does,
that still wears that hat? I mean, like that's like a 30s look. Or
That's a really
50s.
good point. Like, how could that even be comfortable wearing a hat? Why would you even wear a hat when you sleep?
Yeah, why would you wear?
What is the point?
You want to let your hair down.
I don't get it. Like, why would you even wear a hat? Physically, you don't have to shower in the morning or something. I don't know.
I guess maybe you want like all around comfort.
I'm a cyborg, bro. That's where it's at. I'm a cyborg. Let's put it on.
That's
guy.
Bacon Samurai. Is that what he is?
I think it's Bacon Samurai. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the name I picked out just in my mind.
I like Reverse Giraffe actually.
Oh
Which
yeah,
is right there.
Right. Long body, short neck. Yeah.
He was very well spoken and got a lot of great manners.
I do look at giraffes and think that's awkward. They need a longer body.
The purple guy reminds me of something from. Can I say McDonald's?
Probably not.
Back in the 80s, probably not.
Yeah, no, he's like one of these like goofy characters. He's a little bit like a puppet, like a sort of.
Elvis is there.
I can't say what I'm.
Someone from the Harlem Globetrotters just gets out of control.
Yeah, I mean these are all parodies of characters, and like look at the leprechaun, or there's a lawn gnome there. Like
one of the lads here to my left here is just shaking his head, his disbelief at how many characters are just popping.
Yeah,
up right
yeah.
now.
Did you see the guy with the mariachi hat? That guy was. What's his story?
I can't do that, Sleepy Gary.
This is great. It's a very, very good idea because what they're going to do is they're creating their own like a Marvel universe,
right,
in a Rick and Morty universe.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised like Ghost in the Jar. I wouldn't be surprised if you just like have spin-off shows. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Let's keep the Rick and Morty universe going for
do a
years.
spin-off off of anybody.
For the next 50, like I'm telling you, Justin and Dan, they'll be known as the next Stan Lee. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, totally.
That's the goal here.
Right.
You know.
I was coming up. I was trying to come up with an idea for an episode to impress Justin, and like I came up with an idea of like a character who's like a friend of theirs, an alien friend that they all love. But then I saw this, and I was like, it's like they're reading my mind. Like, you know what I mean? It's like you come up with something, and then they've already done it. It's like these guys are just like their ideas.
There's a nun in the room there as well.
There's a nun right there.
Actually, every time I watch this episode, it's so funny because like look at the two little. I don't know if they're elves or what the hell they are, but every time you watch, you find different. You see different characters.
I think you
this
picked
this is kind of like seriously messed up right now because I'm really not sure what's going on between Jerry and Gary and Sleepy Gary, but
there's an underlining kind of they're having an affair or something. Something is deep.
Something's really deep.
Yeah, they've had a moment that we haven't seen, and we're living sort of like, the next moments after that great moment.
So Sleepy Gary has his own yacht, which is that's impressive.
Yeah.
But
I mean, who doesn't? I mean, you don't meet many people with yachts these days. There's just not a lot of we don't live in Venice, so you don't have to always boat around.
I'd like that.
Yeah, I mean, it gets I watched this with my mom, right? And this scene was so uncomfortable because, like, I mean, like, you know, I like told my mom, like, I'm turning my head, you know, because she doesn't want me to see men kiss.
I think that I actually showed my mom this episode too. I actually introduced my mom to Rick and Morty, and my mom is just like, she loves, like, she's watched a lot of like good animated shows, but she's actually hooked on this show.
That's great.
She'll like take pictures of when it's on TV back in Ireland and just send it to me.
Post it on Instagram.
Post it. Well, she hasn't gotten that far yet, but
okay, she's still working. Yeah,
she's still working on the whole social media thing. But no, like as I said, the great thing about the show is it's just you don't know what's going to happen. It doesn't seem to be a lot of shows. Like here we go back in Nam and Frankenstein. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, it's just a lot of the stories they just go off in different directions. You don't know what way it's going to end up, and that's the great thing. So many shows you watch are formulaic. What's going to happen? What the great thing about this show is it just you think it's going one way, and then it just goes completely different. Like there's a son there with a set of legs on him.
I think I'm fortunate to be involved with this show because, like you said, everything seems to be like people just redo what's been done. I was watching some sitcom and I've seen the same story over and over again. And this show, it seems like they just borrow from stuff, but they make it fresh.
Well, it's every episode.
They show you like a different perspective.
And it just takes a lot of cultural stuff and mixes them together, like the one where Morty was trying to get an A, and at the same time it was a mixture between Inception and Nightmare on Elm Street. Without saying that, but like it's just for Scary Terry and like a lot of that stuff is you can relate to, and it's so funny, but it's just completely abstract and bizarre, and just I love that sort of comedy.
I used to do a web series with Ryan Ridley, and we would take parodies of movies and just make them our own. And that was kind of like something that excited us because we would be inspired by our favorite movies. And it's like this show has done that, tenfold. It's like they take movies we love and then they just put them all into one great package. And like, yeah, you get a little bit of everything and it's wonderful. It's like, I mean, that's what makes us, the reason we want to do animation and movies is what inspires you. And like,
I just think that the fact that the whole story of how he finds out who's real, who's not real, is all the bad experiences they have with each other, being able to remember all the awful experiences they had, which is kind of true to life.
It's true to life.
Especially with families. There's so many.
You
count the many times you wanted to kill each other.
There's moments. It's funny how you remember the bad stuff more than the good, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Like that's what sticks in your mind when you hang out with people. You're like, oh, that guy screwed me over. I'm gonna get him back. I'm holding on to that. What's with his arms too? This duck. It's like it's pretty funny that he's just got normal arms. I'm kind of obsessed. I mean, I wrote on the Interdimensional Cable, and I'm obsessed with characters that have different, like their bodies. You know what I mean? Like baby legs. Like,
so did you design all this sort of stuff?
No, I came up with some of
You came up with baby legs?
Yeah, that was like...
There's a guy in Dublin, Ireland who we call, and his name is, Ray calls him Cormac. Well, his name is Cormac, but they call him baby legs because he looks like baby legs.
What? He has baby legs?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
But they don't call him baby legs, they call him BL.
BL.
So he doesn't know.
That's wonderful.
So his nickname is BL.
So I created that guy.
He doesn't know why they call him BL, but he's actually a real baby legs.
That's amazing.
And that's yeah. So
you just blew my mind.
Yeah, it's his baby. Anyway, hopefully, I don't know if he's going to listen to this or not. If he does, then I feel sorry for Ray. But,
well, look,
I check his tea and mugs and stuff for all sorts of residue. But at the same time, I think it's great the fact we have real life baby legs in Dublin, Ireland.
That's pretty awesome.
It is pretty awesome.
How
about the advertising thing as well? The doors, lots of doors.
Oh yeah, that my brother came up with
that. Was me in the car today trying to come to do this. Actually, it was me. The part where he goes from these to advertising the doors where he's stuck in traffic.
Yeah.
And he gets home and he's eating a ham sandwich. In between that, but that was me today when my phone died and I'm literally driving around the 405.
Just screaming at your phone, yeah.
Screaming, banging my head off the steering wheel. Literally like just shouting. And then but then I realized I look around the traffic because it's not going anywhere and I see everybody else in the traffic is doing exactly the same thing.
That speaks volumes for the show because if you're having a moment in life and then you can relate it to the show.
Yeah.
It shows you that it's kind of gone beyond the show. It's entered your life. It's pretty amazing.
I just think it's a great way of switching off. I think it's a great way. Everything goes on in life. Being able to watch Rick and Morty, watch these episodes and just get immersed in the crazy twists and turns and the awesome chemistry between Rick and Morty. And then obviously the whole family, like the way that like Summer is just going through a teenager, the dad's so emotionally insecure, and the mom is questioning whether she should be with him every day.
Yeah.
But like everything about it, you just have to switch off from everything that's going on and just enjoy the show.
Well, what's brilliant is, I mean, you can make a crazy show out of any normal situation. So the fact that it's grounded with this family means that they'll go to like Mars and. I like the stains on the bed, like she's just sloshing it around, like
just questioning what am I doing with my life. I didn't want to be a veterinarian. I wanted to be a real doctor.
But also,
try to convince myself that was the right decision to make.
The other thing, it's like I think we enjoy watching shows where characters are flawed. I think that's something that like it's becoming more common in TV. But I mean, there's nobody more flawed than Rick, and it's just like great because it's like you kind of root for this guy. Even though he's like he's pretty dark.
Like he's a genius who just doesn't give. Doesn't care.
No, he doesn't care. And like, but I mean, he's got.
That's Sylvester. Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Oh, we love this guy. I mean, where's his eraser buddy? Shouldn't he have like a giant eraser friend?
It's on his head.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah, he doesn't need an eraser.
Just a tip, bro.
Yeah. Oh, I guess a pen would be his buddy.
He couldn't do it, man. He couldn't.
Oh no,
do
paper.
It,
paper would be his buddy.
He could shoot somewhere, but he couldn't shoot Penn Sylvester.
Yeah, and what's funny is see how ugly they look when they turn into the aliens. Like, imagine if they all looked like that. You wouldn't want them around.
No, and there's so many different cool and crazy characters. They reverse giraffe. I know Gary Anthony Williams has been a prominent voice for a few characters on the first and second season.
Oh,
because I'm always trying to figure out which one he is. You know what I mean? I think he was reverse giraffe.
He's your buddy.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah,
we're both doing that. We're both these Bebop and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, awesome, awesome. Yeah, that's right. You're Rocksteady, which is pretty cool. It's cool that I'm sitting next to Rocksteady. Like my 13-year-old self would be like jumping off he'd be excited.
It's cool, man.
Yeah, I mean, because
good.
I grew up on that stuff, buddy. The thing about it's like the other thing, it's like they play with violence so well in this show. It's like kind of natural. I mean, it's just like he's blowing all these characters away, and he just looks kind of just really glib about it.
Ghost in the jar, man. Ghost in the jar.
But yeah, I mean,
Gary.
This is like 100 episodes in one shot. Because each of these characters has their own storyline.
I just feel like this episode could have got a lot longer. I just think that this because there's so many characters.
Could have been
Gary
a two-parter.
Live beyond Sleepy Gary. This
right.
is awesome.
I like the crazy bum chasing him. I feel like this really happened to somebody. Doesn't this feel like this is a real life situation?
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean,
definitely in Tampa, Florida.
I saw a bum once on the street just taking a dump. And it was
have you been to Tampa, Florida?
No.
There's a road down there where literally there's at least a dozen dudes who look like that.
Really? They all
glasses.
chase you.
They just walk around.
I mean, that might be a zombie outbreak.
I think possibly could be.
In disguise as a town.
I love the fact there's gore everywhere, like just alien residue all over the place, and they're just eating T-bone steaks.
Right, it's like life is back to normal.
Yeah,
we don't have to clean up. Our lives are crazy.
Pet Sylvester.
Yeah.
He's back. He's cool.
Oh, this is Poopy Butthole.
I mean, Pet Poopy Butthole.
He's he kind of like is like the real version of Justin. I mean that's what Justin's like.
This is the best part of the episode where she shoots Mr. Poopy Butthole. Right. Everyone's like, he's not real. She shoots him and he's real. It's just awesome.
And you just see him bleeding. Like he's just bleeding out. Like
the first time I saw this, I just could not stop laughing. And I showed it to a friend of mine, Drew, and he broke around and rolled around the floor laughing.
Oh man!
When she shot him, and he was.
You're laughing at this like horrible situation, like this really like terrible thing that our buddy just died. Oh man! And she goes right back to the bottle.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, that was fun.
I mean, as I said, that's my favorite episode. There's so many different characters. I don't know whoever came up with that, the genius to come in to create all those characters, to put them all together, to create the whole story of it.
Yeah,
and then to finish at the end from the very beginning where they shot Uncle Steve, and then who wasn't real, and they shoot Poopy Butthole, and he is. And then actually the best part right after the credits too, where they have him like literally doing rehabilitation.
Oh right,
and
yeah.
He doesn't want to see him. Like he just looks so frail. Look
at that face. And it's like Justin.
And Rick's just lashing all the pills into him because he's just
like
That's what mad
Poopy
Jesus
Butthole is like Justin's real voice. It's like how he talks all the time. He's just, hey, what's going on? You know, it's like, it's great. I mean, that character mirrors him. Yeah, I mean, like, you're right. This episode just, like, it hit a high mark for me because I was not expecting them to just go this deep and this far. And, like, I mean, this seems like it would take...
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Well, we're jumping in.
This is Dan Harmon. I single-handedly created all of Rick and Morty.
This is Justin Roiland. I'm the biggest cheerleader.
Tom Kaufman, just a writer.
Ryan Ridley, friend of the show.
I really love this episode. It's one of my favorites of the season, if not the.
Yeah, this is a really fun one.
Love the spirit of it.
I love the origin story of it, which was Justin had pre-recorded the song before we ever wrote anything for this episode.
I like swear to God, Daniel was there. He can attest to this. Like we had to do a bunch of songs for that point and click game, and there was just shitty canned music, and I did one take each song. I was like, just fucking here it is, whatever. And then then we somehow they found their way into the writers' room.
Yeah, it's just fantastic.
I was a fan of the EP.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, which included, it was Get Swifty. What's the other song that's in this episode? The Pitbull, Mr. Bulldops.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah.
and then when I was writing the opening of the autoerotic assimilation, I didn't know what to write, and I was like, well, how about just listening to another one of those songs?
Yeah, all those songs are great. That's why I'm proud. That's one of the 3 reasons I'm proud of this episode. There's that it starts from a place of joy, and we didn't re-break the episode 1,000 times. The other thing is that we actually cleverly broadened the Rick and Morty universe, which is famous for being unlimited. We broadened it by deepening it on Earth, doing something that Doctor Who did in the 80s, which is introduce this, like, lieutenant character who would call Doctor Who from time to time. Doctor Who could be just off fighting Daleks and Gugas and things, and like then every 8th episode, just some British dude that worked for the military would call Doctor Who back to Earth and go like, "We need your help fighting the Loch Ness monster." And that's what I think of as this president character.
You got Kurtwood
Smith.
That
70s show.
And
RoboCop. Who I think Dan got a picture with him. Right, Dan? You have sort of a no getting a picture with the guest policy, but every now and then you got to break it.
Yeah, I mean, and also the same with
Keith David.
Yes, Keith David.
Keith David's fucking amazing. This is like so good.
He's this voice that like you can't shake. Like it's such a good story tool.
He played 2 characters this season, even though his voice is so specific.
You all know me. I'm reverse giraffe. I've got a short neck and long legs. Long body.
I don't know why we were talking to other commentators about, we got to make sure we come up with, they've got range, so they'll do a different voice. It's like, what? No, Keith David can be the same voice for both
that's
reverse
what's funny,
giraffe and the
like,
president.
In cartoons, it's like you get all worried about, is this going to sound too much like the other thing? And then ultimately, no one ever cares.
Yeah, South Park sounds the same.
Yeah.
It's part of its charm.
Also, Get Swifty isn't in Rick's voice necessarily.
No, I mean, those were never... I wasn't doing any of those songs thinking that it was Rick or Morty. Like, I was just doing different... But we were just like, fuck it, like, it's close enough.
I remember asking if you were going to re-record, and you're like, nah.
Well, I tried, and then it was just like something got lost. Yeah, I was like, no, we can't. Like, it has to... It felt like a copy of a copy. Like, it wasn't the same.
You had to be there.
Because, like, Morty's like, like, he goes, I'm not doing Morty's voice. It's like a loud, like, oh yeah. But it's like that's Morty though. Like in the episode, it's him. It's lip sync to him. Like his mouth.
This is Bill Holmes, right? Remember we were
this is
talking
Bill
in another
again,
episode commentary, which I think will come chronologically later. But this is the guy we cast just kind of randomly. I don't think he has done a lot of voice work.
I think it's this guy and you mean just in general, career wise?
Yeah, Bill Holmes.
This scene is us trying to do The Simpsons a little bit, and we're always at our best when we're just doing our thing. Like, I remember laboring over this scene, like every setup and punchline.
Yeah, we had never gone anywhere near a church or anything.
Yeah, and why is this church guy not Reverend? What's his name?
Lovejoy.
Yeah. Like, what's different about him? It's sort of like, sometimes you gotta just avoid Simpsons Avenue. Like, yeah, we have a town, but
yeah, well, yeah, we're still trying to figure it out because it's like there's the bumpers of the South Park, Futurama, and The Simpsons, and we're like that operation game of not buzzing those sides.
Well, that's why, yeah, we gotta, yeah, that's sci-fi, not pop culture, particularly not social satire.
That's one of my favorite jokes.
Yeah,
the guy just
continues. Jamie with an EY.
Jamie the Jump Master, or I'm the Jump Master. Jamie spelled with an EY.
Yeah, this didn't need so much labor. I feel sweat when I watch these scenes intercutting because I remember like I was like sweating to like intercut them right, and like how to make the rules like who's seeing what when and.
A lot of this episode is that though. Like a lot of this episode is the ballet of like cutting around between the two stories.
Keep that A story separate from that B story. You gotta keep that B story separate from that A story.
Oh yeah, you gotta do that.
Well, when your A story is intertwined with B, you know
so
you're
good.
not cutting two stories together, but three. One is the A and one is the B, and the third one is the AB.
Do you remember like the very end of this episode in the either animatic edit or dialogue radio play edit? We had like the fucking dry erase board like broken out with note cards for how to fucking stack all of that shit. At the very end when the heads say something and it affects and they're about to like cut Jerry and Beth away, it was like it was so complicated, like how to stack all that stuff, and I remember like spending half a day just trying to figure out. And I can't remember if it was radio play or animatic.
It was radio. I remember you coming into the radio play and reordering things and troubleshooting at that stage.
There's a lot of great moments that in this episode, and very few of them come from the work.
Yeah,
you know, like the stuff that makes you really happy about this episode is stuff that was easy. And I don't know what to take away from that.
I can't believe that Get Swifty became like I always see like
so many covers.
Some band covered it, and like it became took on a life of its own. Just the name of the song.
Yeah.
Justin had an idea like since season 1 about I think you always wanted like a kind of like a what was your idea that this was based on? Was it like what was the kernel of it? Was that you wanted a head to come and like put them on a reality show, or what was the element?
I don't know. I don't remember that. Like I remember
because I remember it would always end with it would always stop because we would go, oh, South Park did it.
Okay,
with the show becomes a reality show.
It was the concept of like them. It was a totally different idea. It was like. The cold open was everybody around the dining table eating, and then like there's a fly, and Jerry smacks it with his hand, and it cuts him, and he's like, "What the fuck?" And then Rick's like, "Give me that." And he zooms into it, and it's a little camera, and he's like, "Oh fuck!"
And they find out that they're in a reality show from another planet, but then apparently South Park had done that.
Yeah.
But then there was also the original song concept.
Yeah, we wanted to do. We had been kicking around the idea of doing like a musical.
And so I think we combined that and said, "Well, South Park didn't do American Idol."
Yeah.
Do you think the guy or the woman, I don't know who did it, but the person who made those loops that you recorded Get Swifty over has heard this and been like, I
don't know.
Get Swifty technically.
It was all part of a sound library.
But somebody wrote that.
Sure, yeah,
which is kind of badass.
Yes, it's so true. I
love this. Is one of my favorite parts coming up. Is these guys, because I remember giving the note of like, yeah, let's hang out with these guys. This next band, it's like. And it's like I just want to hear like fun
another
alien
measure.
music.
Yeah.
And I remember watching a cut of this with my ex-wife Erin McGathy, and like at that point she just started giggling. She was like, "Oh," like that, their little song. I was like, "Yeah, that's the effect I wanted." Like they're like you could just hang out with them the whole episode. That's Ice-T, as a character, and then I'm doing him.
Yeah, I love. He commented on Twitter, and he was like, "These motherfucking animators got to be on drugs or something like that.
Look, because somebody tweeted at him and said, "Man, Rick and Morty just
skewered you."
No. The person said like Rick and Morty just honored the shit out of you or something like that, the equivalent of that. And then he said like, yeah, his response was, "Yeah, that's what happens when the animators be doing a lot of drugs." It's like really dismissive.
I've seen enough. These guys are one-hit wonders.
And what's your plan, General?
We still have the nuclear option. On my word, we can launch a missile at every one of those heads in the sky.
Our planet's held captive on a live game show, and your solution is to shoot the audience? You can put your faith in nukes if we get through this, General. Until then, I'll put mine in Rick and Morty. Get swifty with a jam.
Hello? Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. He says he's...
It's worth noting that there are people who work on the show who thought that Ice-T did that voice, and it wasn't you.
There's an acceptable TV sketch that Dan just straight up played Ice-T. Not even... I mean, he's physically walking around saying he's Ice-T and doing the voice, but looks nothing like Ice-T.
Wait, what? What one is that? Okay, whatever. Okay,
it's 2003. Yeah, if you watch the movie Trespass with Sadler, Paxton, Ice Cube,
classic,
and Ice-T is in it as well. It's basically an attempt at a retelling of the Treasure of Sierra Madre, but I'm obviously getting a little drunk. But Ice-T in that movie says it's not personal, it's business. Like it feels like 9 times he says it.
That's Justin as the thief. The animators.
I never liked to
and
be
that's Dan Guterman.
It feels weird to be
as the movie
portrayed
talker.
in the background of a cartoon that you co-created. It feels like so, but then it also feels weird to go and tell the design team like, "Hey guys, don't."
Why didn't they just make it 3 for 3 though? That's a weird thing.
I don't know.
Three
I don't
characters,
know.
and they just based 2 of them off real people.
Yeah, it's like why not go for a Ridley or somebody?
I don't think it would betray the show to let you know that this was a really hard story to write. I remember a detour about this was that we were trying to figure out a version where it was really built around Rick revealing that he had unresolved creative ambitions.
Yeah, that's right.
And it was the first of 2 times. The second time was in season 3, breaking another very specific story, that we had gone down this road where we made up our mind that we would reveal that Rick had this hidden insecurity, and it always falls apart. And I don't know what that is. I don't know if Rick's like the Fonz and like God is protecting the character, like where it's like don't jump the shark, like don't slowly reveal that Rick loves lasagna and that he hates Mondays, and but that the reason he hates Mondays is because he secretly loves Mondays.
He has an owner
it's
named
the whole
John.
Indiana Jones thing where we see in The Last Crusade how he got all those specific things. It's cooler just to...
Ridley line.
What line?
Right here.
Oh, yeah.
In the background.
I nailed it.
Good work, Ridley.
Thanks.
Spencer Grammer had a lot to do in this episode. I think she really nailed it.
Yeah.
She's great.
Yeah, this is a really fun, touching story that we landed on. I don't know if it was kind of like it's almost like we came up with a good, proper story because we had to. Like we shaped our story into a proper story shape because it's what we needed. Boy, I'm
kind of funny to think. Well, how could we have done how can you separate the A story and the B story in this episode? Because the people have to acknowledge what's going on. I guess maybe that would have been funny if it was just a story that had nothing to do with the heads, but.
I love that
they
they're
reference the
separate.
heads every now
They're
and then.
separate in the sense that there's no crosstalk between the characters.
Well, that's when we got that's when we started to make ground. I wish we had come up with that solution earlier, which is that no, these stories don't have to be connected because one of the stories is a sort of sci-fi Black Mirror kind of episode about what if God appeared in the sky.
Yes, yeah.
How would that affect your relationship with your adolescent daughter? I just think we landed on it a little late because the resolve of it is just them going like, we love our daughter and she's not our daughter. But the hilarious thing is that cut to then them, hoisted on the balloons and Jerry saying, "Listen to me, I have a paper clip in my mouth and it's starting to hurt." That's all great. It's just that the story itself isn't like it's never gonna touch the abortion story from the first Cable. It's like you're not really
Super
fooling
grounded.
anybody into caring that much.
By the way, still don't understand why he's not a T-shape.
Yeah,
he sticks out his arms.
I love that he's not a T.
It's so fucking funny. He's like a giant.
But
dark
even in the
crystal
end of the
shard.
episode, you see that his other people
His
are
water
shaped
shape.
Well,
like.
he was a water T,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
he got turned into ice. I don't know. I love it.
Well, if anything, it reinforces the backstory. It's like, you know, his
It's a
name-
punishment, so he shouldn't be a T anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
Ice-T,
He
but-
lost his identity because he rejected his aquatic nature.
By the way, this was another Wes Archer directed episode. I remember, like, it just always super clean staging, just really good.
Well, he directed a lot of the biggest episodes from the
Yeah.
early Simpsons
I
seasons.
know, yeah, he's a pro.
Take a time machine back and tell my 20-year-old self that I wrote a scene where Kurtwood Smith from RoboCop and Keith David from They Live are like doing a scene
Yeah.
together. And, it kind of doesn't sink in ever.
At my house?
Is your intention to abandon
Oh, and then I'm in it
Back,
too.
baby.
And then moments after that, it's
This is a fantastic reintroduction to Tammy. I love that touch of continuity.
Yeah. That all plays out in the finale.
in Bird Person's little home.
Humans eat.
You know what this human eats.
Don't be gross.
Gee, I wonder what she said there.
Yeah, the continuity that
She
she's
said
still
bird dick.
disgusting.
Bird dick.
I love it that she's like the saucy one and he's just kind of ever conservative.
Yeah, and sort of lets it roll off too. He's like, "Don't be gross, Tammy."
imagine the dinners with his family that she must, what she must say in those. All right, that's
It makes me sad that she's the bad guy.
No, I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, but
because
she doesn't
she's
have
such
to
an
be.
interesting character.
Yeah.
She's like a Mad Magazine like background character whose first line is I like bukkake, but I don't know if I'd ever try it. And then she's just so forward.
Yeah.
And that she would then be reduced to she's a shapeshifter, she's a traitor.
Yeah.
You know, instead of no, there's a girl like that out there.
Yeah.
And she just loves Bird Person. Like that is a bummer.
Yeah, we're working on a story where I was like, oh, Tammy would be perfect for this, but she can't be because she's a narc who is out in God knows where.
Well, what if we just bring her back and
she's like,
all is
I just want to be
forgiven?
a high school kid
Yeah.
again.
The Federation fell, or maybe it didn't. I don't know. We haven't decided.
Or even easier, we just introduce a new high school girl and cast Cassie Steele as the voice, and there you go. Done and done.
The key is it has to be our daughter, not this person.
Cassie Steele from Degrassi, in case anyone doesn't know that. Manny Santos. She was the voice of Tammy.
If Justin's 7-year-old self.
No, I never actually didn't. I didn't get into Degrassi until like 2006.
Yeah, I know. It's like more like if Justin's 32-year-old self.
Well, I'm not that old.
And those of you that have never gotten a Manny Santos from, there's a place in Koreatown.
Yeah, they're really cheap there.
It's technically legal if they put a thimble on.
Yeah. Step right up and get your Manny Santos here.
A nice Manny Santos.
We've got Manny Santos.
$75 in Thailand.
I got a reverse Manny Santos.
Oh,
dude,
man, those are great.
I'm not ready for the full.
Yeah, the full regular.
Yeah.
It's like one of those like dirty trombone or whatever, right? That's what we're going for.
I don't know, man, but certainly saying that demystifies it a little
Man,
bit.
last night I pulled the Manny Santos.
I'm really proud of this. Isn't this where you guys like, can you fly a Black Hawk helicopter? Can the Pope's dick fit through a donut? And Morty's like, I'm not sure. Maybe. Exactly. It's like the perfect.
But I love how it's still like a 50-50 thing. with
Yeah,
the
exactly.
He would know if he can fly a Black Hawk helicopter.
No, he's not sure.
Yeah, he's not
Really?
sure.
No,
Yeah,
he's the
no,
president.
he's sweating.
He thinks he has powers?
Yeah, he's like, no, there's a lot of buttons.
Yeah, he literally says right here.
That's what I love about him. He gave the precise answer. It's like there's no bear shits in the woods for situations where it's like I don't know, kinda. I flew a Huey and Nam.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't realize the backstory is he flew something.
Can the
yeah, he
Pope,
clearly
can the
flew
Pope's
something.
dick
Okay.
fit through a donut? It's like you really don't.
You know what? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Depends on the Pope. Depends on the donut. And
yeah.
then he's like, yeah, exactly. Let's get in the helicopter.
This is the section I was talking about where we had 10 different ways to stack all this shit.
Oh yeah, this god damn this braiding, this intercutting, like it really
It was
drove
so
me nuts.
complicated, but once we figured it out, it was.
Yeah.
it worked. But it was
It
like,
all
yeah.
seems so-
We added that in last minute. It was like, if the nukes are going to blow them up, like, doesn't that pose a problem? It's like, oh, well, what if they just don't?
Yeah, let's just show that they don't.
Yeah.
Problem
Because
solved.
why would that guy be right?
Yeah, exactly.
Disqualified.
And then he comes running with a gun.
But this is genuinely a satisfying twist because you feel like they're about to get blown up.
He cares now.
I think that was one of the notes we got from the rare notes we got from Lazo was, I don't remember, but making it feel a little more we had to add a line for Ice-T to say.
Yeah. Well, it was in there. It just got lifted. I care now.
Where do you think Ice-T went to care now?
Well, see, he cared.
How far away did he get from Earth?
Well, he thought
epiphany?
about it after he left, but,
Yeah.
but he's like a community character. He had stormed out, and then he
He's like Han Solo in Star Wars.
But I regret he should have been destroyed, and then because we wanted to start the tag with him returning as like vapor to his planet and raining down and like turning back into water.
This was another song, right?
This is another one of those songs.
Oh my god! And to see Keith David, who's such an intimidating guy, to like to bring into a VO booth and like ask for more
you directed him on this.
But then we were like, he loves to sing, and so like he heard this thing in his headphones, and he was like, okay, all right, yeah, raise the posterior. Like he'd never asked a single question.
Yeah.
He's like, I got it. Head bent over.
I mean, Justin. I mean, does that like what Dan was saying about his 10-year-old self? Like the fact that you riffed some nonsense,
surreal.
and then
just
Keith
surreal.
David, the guy from 1,000 iconic movies, is performing
it. Like Harmon said, it'll never sink in sufficiently enough.
Juilliard trained.
He's in Platoon. He's in. I mean, you know,
the snake,
Requiem for a Dream.
The snake. This is one of my favorite things about this episode. The snake watch.
Yeah, I'm very proud of this. Like, as a room, I'm not saying it was a collective. Like we as a team, like just had a fucking gas. That concept, Rick can just disintegrate people, but he knows it's scarier to turn them into snakes.
But he doesn't have like an instant snake transformer thing. So he has
it's too much work. Yeah. So and then he's like, my favorite part is as the snake slithers past. God, I got so drunk. The army kid going.
Yeah.
He let the brief moment of him admiring the snake.
President, whatever, will be back.
What is the president? It's just Mr. President.
Yeah,
I don't think we named him.
So here's some more backstory.
This is fucking great.
This is a great first line. I didn't write this. When he comes in, goes like, whatever, Magnesium J, so F, father.
I think Ridley, you wrote that, right?
Yeah, we wrote this tag. I think this is when you were back at Community, but just the fun of, what would this look like? And also inspired by all those movies. I think Buckaroo Banzai in the Fifth Dimension, saying like Buckaroo Banzai will be back in.
Oh, yeah. Mac and me did it too.
And also
be back.
the movie Class Act. They're like Frim and Dubins will be back in Palm Springs Break, and it's like you
love
won't
that
be back.
I love the confidence of like they're like we made a hit.
But I just love that there's like a whole Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
This could be someone could write a novel of the like the Tales from Jabba's Palace.
Spin off. All right, keep watching and keep doing your homework.
We love our show. Hello, Rick and Morty creator Dan Harmon with his erstwhile companion
Justin Roiland here. And we got ourselves who else? Speak up.
Guterman.
Oh, it's Dan Guterman, writer of the episode.
Ryan Ridley. Egan Cinema, what's that?
That's my best friend, or a best friend of mine from childhood's last name.
People think that's a reference to some sci-fi writer from the 50s.
Oh.
They think
I squeezed his last name in, and then in season 1 I got Milan and Haas for the ad agency. That was two of my other really good friends.
I didn't know any of this. By the way, we did try to squeeze in, I don't know if you guys were ever into this idea, but I remember Guterman and I were talking about like actually cold opening the episode with the end of the Ball Founders movie. I thought that would have been cool. But
Oh yeah,
we just didn't have time for it.
We tried, and I was just like, we're already long on the episode, and also it was like too late. It was like there was just no way to we just didn't have
the
time.
B story of this, which is Summer being kept safe by the car, is based on it's it's the second example in these commentaries of Justin just having a really specific idea that really should not be how you work, but like it just stuck. It worked because you heard Cassie do the voice of the car or something.
No, Kari Wahlgren, yeah.
And you just were like, oh, can we do an episode where the car talks more?
Yeah, it was in 202 when she's like, when they arrive, like, when Morty steals the ship and crashes and kills the Crumbopulous Michael.
And it worked great because the whole microverse idea, oy vey. like took a lot of conversation and stuff, but the whole time the agreement that the B story was just Summer waits.
Yeah, she's in the ship. At one point they were in space.
Super simple, yeah.
Yeah, because the biggest nightmare with the original A story was it started to feel too much like the Lisa's Tooth episode of The Simpsons, where they go back to the whatever that idea was. But we know for sure that B story would never be something The Simpsons would do.
Yeah, we went through like 3 major rebreaks on this, and the first 2 versions of it were a lot closer to Simpson-esque.
Yeah.
We finally got away from it.
Do you remember what? Because it was.
I remember that we were popping in and out
of the same world.
Yeah, and we were seeing it through time, and then all those kind of historical.
And by the way, it was in the garage because we had somebody leaving the microverse, and remember that old fucking nugget that
the
keeps
thing
coming
we
back.
finally put our finger on was like all those historical jokes just really didn't feel like us, and the moment we jettisoned them,
I feel like I was the reason why we were clinging to all that.
By the way, I wonder if people, like, I went out of my way to make this little room feel like this was the inside of the battery and that was it. You know what I mean? Like when they first teleport in, it's just like this closed off room. So that way when it blasts off, it was sort of like, holy shit, there's fucking more.
I think they got it.
I hope it worked.
Introduce that life to the wonders of electricity.
Yeah, the hardest part of this episode was just all of this stuff, like explaining what the concept was.
Yeah,
and
the Google
The
boxes.
episode is the entire episode is explaining.
The best
Finish explaining by the end of the first act, and then we do something.
It really was a goddamn nightmare.
People do like this episode.
I fucking love this one.
I think it's great.
I was nervous.
But you're right. The
fucking
second act is where it fucking just it's like
picks up.
It's
like
great.
an episode made of sweat. it's like it's beautiful, but it's like, and then you step closer. Did you use pastel watercolor? No, sweat. Fucking sweat for no reason. So much sweat.
I remember that guy's hair was orange, and I was like, too much like Conan.
Oh. That's the kind of stuff you won't know until you watch the commentary.
I just didn't want to confuse anyone. Like, why is there Conan O'Brien looking guy on the?
That's our proxy.
Now slap on these antennae. These people need to think we're aliens. What?
Why? Oh my God. I'm having so many flashbacks to the difficulty in writing this, and I am not sharing.
There was a point when also there's going to be a Star Trek. Remember that? Like a Star Trek.
God!
Oh my
Holy
God.
shit!
Where they ended up in.
But honestly,
oh my God in heaven, I'm gonna die.
But here's what's
and
crazy.
There's a character named Spork.
Spork. Yeah.
But here's the
And
thing.
that's when I withdrew inside myself for a day.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, we went down a lot. I mean, I will say that path was a stronger one than like just the Jesus of Nazareth version.
Yeah. Well, because it was like Rick had created an infinite universe.
Inside, yeah, it was the discovery that he created a microverse, and then there was an intelligent race
was a
of
Star Trek
series
happening in it, and they would come. Oh my God!
And he was like, "Holy shit!"
I will say though, the stuff that we end up throwing away is still probably a lot better than a lot of
than Big Bang Theory.
Oh sure.
Well, let's not shit on The Big Bang Theory, a show that I've yet to watch.
No, why would you shit on a show?
Let Justin watch it first, and then we can come back. And
makes $1 billion a minute.
Yeah. Zeep Tower.
It's not about money, Dan. I don't know if you realize
we
that.
got
But
Stephen Colbert to do this episode.
Thanks to Goody's.
Goody's old boss.
And he was super nice about it and super great.
Yeah, he kicked ass. Very, very.
Peterman worked on the Colbert Report.
Fun to work with
I
him.
know it's not about money.
Yeah, he kicked ass. He was really great to work with on this.
What are you guys talking about?
Stevie Colbert. Stevie Colbert. The T is not silent.
I dropped out of school. It's not a place for.
We had to record him over ISDN, which is always a little nerve-wracking.
What does ISDN stand for, Ridley? Tell the audience.
International Signal Digital Network.
Yep, that's right. Good work.
Thanks.
And look at his whatever he calls it, miniverse, microverse.
I think he's the miniverse guy.
Look how much bigger his tank is compared to Rick's.
Well, yeah, it's a little more primitive.
It's like the original cell phones.
Wasn't there a line where he's like, "Why is it the size of a lobster
tank?"
Is that still in here?
It's still in there. It's during their fight.
It's later.
It's a diss.
You're right. Yeah.
It's something Rick's thinking now, but he's
yeah. But like he's playing it cool because
But he must know that the answer is because the universe you created, like, it's on you.
Yeah.
Hold on to something. I put an
I love that his ship is so much like shinier and just better than Rick's.
It's more of a show off.
Yeah, and his world is like Frank Lloyd Wright.
I love that one of these little puddins down here is going to be a Nathan Fielder.
Yeah,
that's so perfect.
That was very exciting when we cast Nathan Fielder.
Is that the Blue Bull Yank?
With no disrespect, I really think what you're doing here is unethical. It's not cool.
This is another example of a thing inside of a thing.
Yeah,
which we've started season 3 by swearing we will never do it again.
I don't mind it, honestly. Like
it just causes so much goddamn trouble.
It does, but we should just do,
it's a
every
lot of
episode
thinking.
we should do more thing inside things.
gonna get laid in college.
Rick, a word? What the hell was that?
I know. Eek, Barba, Turkle.
I remember like all of this had to be reboarded for staging. I feel like.
Yeah, because we wanted to. What we didn't do the first time was have it match the first flyover.
Oh, yeah.
And then we reboarded to match exactly the first flyover.
I want to say that while we were recording this, we recorded Colbert over that fiber op line, and I'm going to tread carefully enough that this will end up not cut by just saying he was going through a family emergency when we recorded with him, and not only was he so professional and like lending his voice to this at a time in his career when he was probably the most sought after human being for that week to do an interview or anything, and he was doing a voice in our cartoon, but at the exact same time he was having like a little family emergency that he kind of explained to us very politely and was like juggling while he was doing his takes.
Yeah.
And I was listening to him not only do us this favor, but also demonstrate that he was a mensch.
Well, Guterman says he's not only the best, but also the most brilliant and funniest, smartest guy he's ever worked for. So I think that's an important...
It's a list of 2 people, but yes, for sure.
The giant stack of flesh cubes.
Well, he's like 70. Isn't
we added those in later.
His wisdom
for continuity.
He's accrued a lot of it.
This scene, by the way, is the best.
This scene is probably my favorite of
we
the
got
second
so
season.
excited in the room.
It might be the darkest. I mean, people say the show is dark, but this is dark, bro.
I was so excited about this because we were getting so upset.
Well, I think there's an original version where it was his father.
No.
And it's Scott. No, I think there was a version where it was his father that came out of the canister. But the fact that it's his kid.
The thing that I want to remember is that like the shit that sounds so dark, then you animate it, and it's like it all just looks like Family Guy. So like I want to go darker.
Yeah.
Like because I remember being like, fuck, this is too fucked up. Like the kid, like with the drowned to death, and the car imbued the kid with like it's not just the memory of the kid that's being used as a crowbar. It's the fact it's the father's helplessness.
Yeah.
It's the kid going, why didn't you do anything? like why didn't you do? And as he turns, the timing of him turning to mush, the car is using all of it to follow Summer's directive.
Yeah, bending over backwards to make sure he doesn't hurt anyone physically.
Yeah, and the car's like, honestly, if you would just let me hurt people.
Yeah. People would get less hurt.
I wish I think I asked for this. I wish there was a T-shirt that just had that little kid on it that just said, leave the car alone.
Popping out of the little
just
canister.
saying, all of you have loved ones. All of you have
all
regrets.
Can be returned.
All can be returned.
All can be
taken away. It makes no promises. It just says like, do you want to go down the roads that you avoided by becoming a fucking SWAT officer? The answer is
program that. function.
Here's Nathan Fielder as the little.
I wasn't here
Kyle.
for his record, but
No.
He was great.
You were, right, Ren?
Yeah.
And Justin?
I fanboyed out on him a little bit.
Him and also fucking Krombapius Michael, Andy Daly, both came in, and then after they left, I watched their shows and marathon their
you
shows.
didn't watch their shows before?
Well, I mean, I knew Andy Daly from forever ago,
Yeah,
and I was already
yeah.
a fan, but I hadn't seen Review until after the record,
Yeah.
and I hadn't
Same
seen
thing
Nathan
with-
For You until after the record of this.
You're a huge Nathan For You
Oh my
fan
god,
now.
I fucking love that
so
shit.
I had already been a fan, and I remember I walked him to his car, and the whole time I was asking him, "In that one episode when that woman said this, like, did she really say that? I mean, that's crazy. What were you thinking?" He's like, yeah, it was weird.
Get the fuck away from me.
Yeah, basically.
A lot of television production is
Not
the
bad.
result of a long process.
That's really good.
If you had your own show, you'd probably be as bored of it as I am right now. I thought I'd take a break by showing up and doing this voice. Instead, I get besieged by this bullshit. Goodbye.
Yeah, that was the subtext, certainly.
I just like that he kills himself. I remember, like, he was originally supposed to jump off the cliff, but then there was a problem because it was like, well, he's got to take
he's got to take the whole fucking show with him.
Yeah.
Rick would have more to work with.
Fantastic that's his choice of suicide.
Is he doing that to screw them?
No,
Yeah,
it's just like to him.
No.
He's like, oh, this is the easiest way to kill myself. Is it just?
I will say yes.
That
He's
is a
doing
little-
that
yeah.
to screw them. Absolutely.
now they have to
Those are
resort to
his
this.
only gods, and he would stabbing them with an ice pick wouldn't give him as much satisfaction as just knowing that they get to spend the rest of their lives
In his
locked in his
miniverse.
illusion.
Or micro? Wait, it's microverse, miniverse, teenyverse. Teenyverse.
Wait, this is... Hold on.
Yeah, this is Kyle's world. So it's the teenyverse.
Yeah, but don't flatter yourself. There's always
What did you want?
This scene has my favorite exchanges. This is the carbon...
Oh, this is fantastic. This is the top
Your
of back,
mother's
too.
ovaries.
I didn't ask to be born.
crafty son of a...
You crafty motherfucker.
I can craft. This is all Minecraft shit. Crafting.
How convenient that they got these caves directly across from each other.
It's like Batman and the Joker. I mean, guys, you're not kidding anybody. That's what Morty's saying. Like, just work together.
Look, we worked hard enough on this episode. Let's put the caves. Let's line them up.
I mean, it reminds me of Land of the Lost.
We put in the work.
There should just be a slee stack somewhere, and then we'd have the full thing.
I thought it was. I remember writing those scenes and picturing them. They were just like across a river, or they were just close to each other, and I was like, it's a cartoon, but I loved that they put caves like at a high altitude because it was like, oh, they're smart. They would be out of predators.
Yeah.
Emotional countermeasures. If you're talking about the milk.
I love this fucking B story. This is all Erica Hayes boarded all of summer in this whole episode.
Security measure in compliance with your parameters. But I do want to say, you are not making this.
I feel like Summer is like a combination between, Spencer, of course, doing the voice, and then, us, Harmon, like writing her, and then Erica Hayes sort of just the way she poses her, and I don't know, it's fucking.
Is she your lead Summer animator?
Like we would give her. Whenever possible, she would do Summer, yeah.
Oh, and this was entirely, I believe, the animator's choice. It was great. The snake falcon battle.
I think all we wrote is that they fight. We wrote that they have like Iron Man suits made out of Robinson Crusoe material, and I think all the animators made all these decisions.
Oh,
this is
snake
Dominic.
thing was awesome.
Dominic directed this one as well. And I know he had a lot of fun with all this stuff.
The tree people.
The tree.
And this is all, I didn't touch this
these
concept.
fucking tree
You guys came up with this.
Yeah,
late
Goodman and I
on a
were,
Sunday
yeah,
night.
we were working on this. It was a great experience working on it, and it was. I loved it. And then we wrote Tree People, and then I remember I got really mad because the first designs
don't go
were...
negative on this.
It's not negative.
He just saw the first designs and they look like trees, and I hadn't seen them yet either. I was like, no, I wasn't thinking that.
I mean,
I told Ridley, I said, calm
great,
down.
but sometimes
Ridley
there's,
fucking red in the
misunderstandings
face.
And,
I just love the
screaming.
bit that Morty went out, had his adventure,
Right.
Like it's been forever, and then
Rose
he's like,
to the
and then he
top.
takes them aside and goes, "You gotta get the fuck out of here. We gotta get out of here. These people eat shit for money."
Which shows that Morty is a survivor.
Yeah.
He's diplomatic.
Yeah.
He knows how to.
No, I love it. It was all. I also love that it all was written in my complete absence.
I remember
never touched it. I don't.
We were nervous about it.
I
'cause,
remember
we went on a
tabling
limb,
it
but
and like
it worked.
laughing my ass. Remember when we tabled
Yeah.
it and I was like fucking dying.
That is perfect.
I couldn't even get through the table read of that line because I was laughing so hard.
Not bad.
I guess you're an okay.
Oh, and then this whole idea of intercutting the time
This was
differential is so
Harmon,
cool. That
yeah.
was yeah.
During his last pass.
Yeah, because he's counting down like
Again, sweat.
it's so
What?
great.
Like, it's so sweaty.
It's so
No,
good.
it's
So
not.
if you line up everything and maintain a time differential,
People love it. It worked great.
Are you guys catching a theme out there? Harmon hates his writing. He hates himself. We all love him and his writing, but he hates it.
Come work for me and be better than me. Just let me hang out. I love it. I'll still take all the money, but I'll praise you so much in the commentary.
You hear that, chosen one?
That's right. We're talking to you, Steven.
It is your destiny.
Jacques.
Somebody with schizophrenia is going to come find us.
My name is Steven Jock.
Steven Jock.
This is another great
You know he's
shot
out there.
from the animators.
Sometimes we'll write stuff, and Dan does his pass, and it always makes it so much better. And then so sometimes I just go, oh, well, we can write Go-Go Sanchez ski shoes, and he'll make it something brilliant.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't. I'm like, wait, no.
That's so funny though.
Well, because then I'm like, well, I either have to replace the ski shoes,
yeah,
or
You mean you'd leave the Go-Go?
Listen, the Go-Go
no, I was like,
Sanchez
why
ski
does
shoes
he
are
have
fine.
ski shoes? Yeah, well, the only answer is because of Inspector Gadget.
Yeah. I mean, this is also the episode where we find out Morty can turn into a car.
But we don't use it.
Well,
yeah, we
the
do.
tag.
No, I know, that's what I think.
Oh,
is
yeah,
great.
yeah. We don't use it. It's not used in an effective.
Sometimes we get frustrated. Like one of these ideas, like Morty turns into a car. I think was saying you were pitching a lot, Justin.
Yeah, it was one of the
I can't
original
remember.
radio
and
play-
it's like
or-
almost like building an episode around it. Was
We
I
were
think,
going to do it as a B story.
and then just the fact that we threw it in as like an off. Sometimes
Way
those
better that
things
way,
are
though.
way better.
Way
yeah,
better.
we got off on the fact that the taxi arrives just in time
Yeah.
to cheat the audience out of
Yeah, it's like
seeing
never
something.
mind. He's really trying too.
This is Ridley.
They spent so much time with color in the Miniverse by sort of like a slow transition into like Overcast.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, like from when they leave Zeep Tower to when the fight happens, like every shot is like a new like
time of day.
Yeah, just
That's cool.
pushing into. And I remember looking at it, I was like, this is all awesome, but you guys are. I would have been happy with just keeping it sunny out. Like I would
don't
have
tell
never.
them that.
No, well, I mean, I love what they did, but they killed themselves over it, and they were there till 1 a.m. every night.
Channel 101 alum Mike McCafferty as the
McCafferty.
president. Who we did talk briefly about what if he was just a Keith David president again, because it's a different,
Right.
it's a tandem reality or parallel reality. But it's funny
Yeah.
that it's a totally new guy
I like that it's
who happens
different
to,
enough that-
but he happens to still use the same catchphrase or whatever you want to call it. You know?
I love this spider.
Yeah.
That's something that comes with The Office. Just loving champions.
Loving grabbing somebody's hand or his
Like,
creature's
that's
leg.
when you become a president, and someone does good by you, you instinctively grab their wrist and say, "I love this guy."
this blank.
Oh, the eyeball thing. I remember it was a problem when it was Rick doing it to Zeep, but for some reason it was not a problem, or maybe it still was a problem. I don't know.
We debated that, but
Like
All that
Zeep doing it
intelligence
to
is just
Rick.
a good old fashioned scuffle.
Yep. Good
Donnybrook.
old fisticuffs.
No
and
gadgets.
he spits on him.
I love that he spits on him. It's like, gee, and then Morty's like, "Jeez." It's so funny because Morty knows. He's like, "Jeez, he didn't need to spit on him."
Summer's so traumatized. Oh my god, that's amazing.
Let's see. Hey, wait. Huh? I don't get it. Of course you
We should bring the car back at some point.
Yeah, the car is
To do
great.
something
That
different
never
with
went
it,
away.
Yeah, the car is definitely not I mean, it's going to be around.
No, for sure, man.
That's only in the morning.
Because we talked about that, like, we don't know. It might have taken Rick, like, 9 years to make that battery. Like, he can't just make 9 of them.
Yeah.
Like, he would have been bummed out to have to replace this thing.
Works for me.
So if it's still in there, and he was, like, taking it for granted that...
Yeah, I think we talked about a possibility of returning to it and having, like, Zeep's great-great-grandson.
That's some Wrath of Khan shit.
Yeah.
I love that Rick automatically knows that because there's flies in the ice cream, Summer did something.
It's Summer's fault. And he said with your boobs out, which, by the way, was completely like, I did that in the booth. That wasn't in the script, and I did not expect it to end up in the final.
How could he possibly know the series of events that
you did with your boobs out? you ruined ice cream with your boobs out.
By the way, Alan Tudyk did multiple voices in this episode, and he was awesome. I mean, both
Alan,
just as a voice actor, and he was just so cool.
Yeah, he did.
We honestly felt like we got Alan Tudyk.
That's how good he was. Almost.
Jeez, I can't believe we found a version of the Ball Fondlers movie franchise.
I can't believe the things that reality can PG.
It is.
Yeah.
Wait, should we say our names or?
Why should we? Nobody knows who the hell we are.
They're not gonna give a shit.
All right. Who are you?
You're Sal Governale.
And you're Richard Christie.
Hi there, if you're listening to us and watching this.
Who the hell would want to listen to us while a cartoon's a funny cartoon at that?
That's a good point. But maybe if you have some grass or
What is this? 1972?
Well, first off, before I forget, I gotta give a shout out to my buddies Jason and Ron. That, as you know, like me, they're big fans of Rick and Morty.
It's not a radio show. You're giving shout outs.
Yeah, but they smoke tons of grass and watch this show, and they worship.
All right. I like to wish a happy birthday to my Aunt Angela. She turned 62 today, and she doesn't know what the hell this show is.
Does she? Is she watching this?
No, think? I think as soon as she sees Ball Fondlers, she's out.
Sorry, Angela. So we're here talking about this episode.
Yeah, I like this part.
I love this where he turns into bricks of meat.
Yeah. I wish I had a vehicle that would keep people away from my neighborhood when I was a kid. I could use one of these things.
Oh, and another thing, we're naked right now.
Thanks for giving that. You know, if my wife hears this, she's going to kick me out of the house.
Justin's going to love that we're naked, though. Justin asked us to do this, and he said the only requirement is that you be totally shit-faced drunk. So
That was Richard Seaman.
I'm drunk on his man stuff.
My Salvatore Governale sweet Parmesan sauce is all over Richard's chin.
His tadpoles are swimming under my tongue.
Pillow fight.
Man, if people haven't tuned out yet, I don't know what you're expecting. Sorry.
We've done the impossible. We've made a great cartoon sound like shit.
You know you can watch this with the regular sound on too, I hope. I hope nobody has a DVD player where it's stuck on commentary. Right now they're kicking the shit out of the DVD player.
I'll know when this is released. You'll see a shitload of DVD players flying out of windows. There goes my jizz all over the microphone.
Yep.
Supposed to swallow that.
It didn't agree with me. Oh, hi, Justin. Justin's probably watching this. Justin Roiland, he's the man. He put me in one of these episodes. I was in Raising Gazorpazorp.
One of my favorites.
I was the teenage Gazorpazorp.
I feel like this is amazing. This is like a meet and greet for free when you do that.
Well, you owe me $5, Sal.
All right.
Or a ball tickle.
Or a rim job.
I think we're supposed to be talking about the cartoon, not our balls.
I like the blue hair and the little jizz stain that's underneath Rick's chin. Reminds me of my grandfather just before he croaked.
Well, Rick's a drinker like me, so I can relate.
He's gonna get laid in college.
By the way, if you guys watching this, you got to be fans of Justin. So if you ever get to drink and get shit-faced with him, it's a freaking blast. And Dan, too.
Hey,
I've hung out with Dan.
Richard,
He's awesome, too.
I'm trying to watch the cartoon. Will you keep it down? What the hell are you doing?
Well, I think we're supposed to be talking.
Oh, yeah.
You can just watch this on your own time. We're here
That's
working.
true.
I wrote some notes, too.
Oh, good. Notes are important.
Talk about.
When you don't know what the hell's going on.
Oh, okay. So,
Oh, have we mentioned Justin Roiland yet and how awesome he is?
Yeah.
Justin.
Well, I want to make sure he knows, because he asked us to do this. I want to make sure he knows we're appreciative.
I want people to be aware that when you're watching this brilliant stuff, and this show is brilliant, Justin Roiland is the man behind. He's the unsung
don't forget
hero.
Dan Armand.
Dan Armand is the man as well. And Justin and Dan, those guys are a shitload of fun. They're out of there. I can't even believe they put this stuff together with all the drinking they do.
Well, we only really get to hang out with them when they're drinking, not when they're working.
Well, that's how I like to see them. You know what? People say don't drink and stuff because it screws up your creativity. This is proof that that's horseshit. Because these guys, when I see them, they can barely stand up, and the stuff they put out is amazing.
Yeah, but then you could say the argument that me and you drink and we don't ever come up with anything brilliant.
What are you kidding me, Ethel? Oh, I think. I think I see Ethel now. Is she here with her grandson?
No, I can't do that because I have I'm coming over a cold.
I wish you were coming on my face.
Sorry if you got to hear me cough. Man, are people still listening to this?
No.
There can be no way, right?
Right now, Justin is sitting in his chair going, what the hell was I thinking?
No amount of grass or Bacardi is going to get you through our commentary.
Grass or hooch.
Oh, that's Stephen Colbert's voice right there.
Is it really?
Yeah, see, I do know. If you were looking for inside information about this episode, then there you go. That's my inside information. And besides that, you're going to hear us talk about our balls and my jeans. We were talking about my pants earlier because I don't wash my pants.
Yeah, I know. I can smell them. It's bad enough that people have to hear this shit. Imagine them smelling you.
Well, the guy at the jeans store told me that when you wash your jeans, then it takes some of the life out of them.
Right.
And you're not supposed to, so he said freeze it and Febreze it. So you put your jeans in the freezer and it kills bacteria, supposedly, and then you Febreze it for the smell.
Yeah, that's what I'll tell my wife. So she throws me and the jeans right out.
I know, my wife goes nuts when she's trying to put groceries in the freezer.
And your pants are in there.
2 pairs of dirty, filthy, sweaty blue jeans in
Pants
there.
that you sat in a puddle of homeless person shit on the subway, and then you chuck them in the freezer.
That's a true story, unfortunately. One time I did sit in a homeless guy's shit on my way to a bar. Because here's some advice too. If you're riding the subway in New York, pay attention. I had my headphones on listening to fucking Malevolent Creation or Dismember or something. I said in a homeless guy's shit.
Now here's some advice. If you go to Richard Christie's house, don't use the ice cubes because you'll catch a coli from his shit-stained jeans in the freezer.
You might find a pube in your ice cube.
Well, I'd rather
ice pubes.
Hey-oh. See that, Justin? We got some clever stuff when we're drinking. Ice pubes. Hey-oh.
Oh, I hope the sound engineer has a gate on the microphone. Sorry about all the coughing. You can leave it in though. I'm sure Justin won't mind.
Wait, no,
There's no editing this commentary because no amount of editing is gonna make it any better.
He's got a gun in his mouth right now.
Oh shit!
He just punched himself in the balls.
Oh, I like that costume. That's cool.
That is cool. Kind of looks like my dick because I'm uncircumcised. And there was one time, I think when I was 17, and I caught something, so those red spots on the top bring back memories.
On the tip?
Yeah.
And it was all purple?
Purple and red. My buddy sent a note home to my mom. He had a letterhead from a doctor's office and played a prank on me, so my mom sent me down to the doctor's office. I thought I had a STD. Turned out to be eczema.
Really?
Yeah. And My mom was really pissed. So was I.
How did you find out he was joking with you?
Because he told my other buddy Chris, who tipped me off, and
oh, yeah, but you're probably glad you didn't have an STD.
yeah, I really was. But man, that's a nasty prank. Piece of shit. Joe, if you're listening to this, I hope one day Richard Christie gives you ice cubes from his freezer and you catch something.
Oh wait, I love this part.
Oh, with the kid?
Oh, it's so brutal.
I know, when he melts.
Well, he just fucking gave it away.
Oh, shit. All right.
Spoiler alert, the kid melts.
Yeah, like somebody's watching this, right? You think somebody's going to make it this far?
Well, yeah.
Who's ever watching this wishes they were this kid in about 5 seconds.
I would imagine that if you're watching or listening to the commentary, you've seen the episode already, so hope I didn't... Well, there he goes. He melted.
Yeah. There's our audience listening to us.
Yeah. That's cool. I love the word gestation, too.
That is a great word.
That the ship uses the word gestate. That's just a fun word to say.
That goop kind of looks like the sweat in your ass cheeks, Richard.
It looks like drinking Pepto-Bismol and getting the runs.
I love that. It's nothing better than a smooth...
Oh, those
poop.
things are cute. I like that thing that looks like a wiener, kind of.
Yeah, it looks like a condom with eyes.
Yeah, but he's so cute. You want to just hug him.
No, I don't. I want to, like, fly. He looks like a giant piece of semen.
That's why you want to hug him. Semen's lovable. What's more lovable than semen? Little tadpoles?
Fake president of your fake world has something fake important to show you.
I love this episode because it's about slavery and how and hypocrites and how they abuse people. And
oh, don't try and get all fucking political.
I don't know. I just remember some key words from the episode. I'm trying to sound smart. I'm a stupid asshole.
Well, we ain't gonna sound smart on this one.
No.
Sorry. We're not commenting on a.
I like how you say.
We're not commenting on C-SPAN or something. Right. You know, they hired us because we're goofy and we just
I like
to
how
have fun.
I like how you say we're not going to sound smart on this one. Like there's something that we can actually sound smart in.
Yeah, you're right.
They won't be slaves.
For once. Hey, I sounded smart there.
Each other money.
That just sounds like slavery with extra steps.
What? Did you create my universe? Is my universe a miniverse?
Microverse!
Teenyverse.
Ugh, you bastard!
Much obliged.
What the hell is happening?
This is healthy. Trust
Justin
me.
do the voice of Rick? I believe he does.
He does. Rick and Morty.
He's amazing. So is Dan. Which voice does Dan do?
They not really aliens?
I'm not sure.
Dan, we need more of your voice in this. Maybe Dan's the load with the green eyes.
Sorry about all the coughing.
Yeah,
guys.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they had to get this commentary in it, and they had a deadline, so they couldn't wait for me to get over my cold.
Thanks, guys. I'm gonna walk out of here with a fucking cold. Thanks from Richard.
Sal's stuck in a room with me.
The engineer's gonna soak that mic in bleach.
We're still naked, in case you're wondering. Sal's pumping off.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Stop pumping off.
I'm sure the one person who's still watching this is saying, I wonder if those two shitheads are still naked.
Uh-oh, that was their way back.
Come on, come on, come on.
Sal's pumping his munchkin.
Asshole! When I get out of this teenyverse, I'm gonna smash it to pieces with you in it.
Yeah, well, when I get out of this teenyverse, I'm gonna get out of the surrounding miniverse and then the microverse around that, and guess what?
Don't make things worse, Rick. He's not gonna destroy your universe. You know, we needed to start our car. That's what you used my universe for? To run?
Oh, shit.
Irish.
I'm Irish.
Hey, yo. I wish Rick was my grandfather.
Oh, he's awesome.
My grandfather smelled like liverwurst and newspapers, and he was nasty. He wouldn't even let me use the phone. He was so cheap, after I took a piss, he wouldn't let me wash my hands because I would waste water. He'd rather have my hands filthy with piss stains on them than run the faucet for 5 seconds.
Was it the same grandfather that would kick your grandma out when he was watching the Yankees games?
Yes, yeah.
That's a classic.
He used to call her a...
Oh, shit.
He used to call her a visual distraction just by sitting on the couch next to him. Without saying a word, he kicked her out of the house during the Yankees game because she was a visual distraction. And right now I'm an audio
That's
distraction.
old-fashioned. Yeah, we're definitely distractions.
We're audio
To
distractions.
destroy this army. To clarify, I am quite able
All right,
to
more
destroy this
Bacardi.
army, but you will not permit it.
Correct.
You also refuse.
Cheers, buddy.
Bottoms up. Cheers. Oh, yeah, we got to clink our glasses.
There we go, folks.
Yay.
How's that for audio?
I hope if you're watching this, you're having a hoot, too.
People are going to be drinking over this, but not because we're talking. Actually, because we are talking.
They're crying into their drinks.
Being, like, totally stoked about, like, the general vibe and stuff. That's you.
We should try to animate a cartoon, Sal, where we do all the characters with a paintbrush stuck in our ass.
I love that idea. But you mean a paint? Like, do you mean a paintbrush, a small paintbrush, or ones that you use like for the house?
Well, it depends on the type of animation that we would be doing.
Or how about a paint roller?
For more detail, you got to stick a. No, you might have to stick a small paintbrush in your weenie hole for the tighter detail.
I like that idea. Or how about we put like a funnel in your ass, so I pour the paint in, and I stick the paintbrush in my ass, and I have to dip my paintbrush into your asshole, and then I paint with it.
All right, you can switch back to the regular audio on the cartoon now. We've officially run out of stuff to talk about.
I can't wait to see the email from Justin. Funnel, paint, assholes, what are you douchebags doing? What the hell were we thinking? Oh, I love this part.
Yeah, those creatures in the background are cool.
They're super cool.
They remind me of the Gamorrean guards, kind of.
I think when I was 17, I fucked a girl just like the one with the bone in his nose. Thank God I shut the lights off for that one. I'm not kidding.
Did it have 4 tits like this thing did?
She looked like one of the Samoans from the WWE. I think Afa or Sika.
That's pretty cool, though. I love the Samoans.
Yeah, but you never fucked one.
What about, did you ever fuck one that looked like Kamala, the Ugandan giant?
No, but that would have been better than the one I banged when I was 17. God, this thing was a disaster.
Yeah, at least Kamala had big knockers.
Yeah, could have came on the moon on his right tit.
You're smart. You'll figure it out.
You have 10 seconds to get out of the ship. 10, 9.
Way to go, Morty. You tell him.
I've certainly seen worse.
Morty's awesome. His sister's kind of cute, too. I like small boobs.
Have you ever jerked off to an animated character?
No. Closest I ever came, I think, was Ace Frehley from Kiss.
God, I have a smoker's laugh since I have a cold.
He's kind of animated, right?
You
With
never
makeup.
jerked. You never really did you?
No, well, with the long hair and stuff and the tight spandex pants. It's easy.
And the big penis.
Oh, that part I forgot. Oh, no, it was from the back end. No, his guitar would cover his penis. So I would pretend it was a vagina under there.
Oh, that's funny.
Soul's willing to risk everything he cares about just to defeat me. He's psychotic. Morty, hop on my back. Why? Go, Sanchez ski shoes.
Yep, we're still here. Sorry, we were watching the cartoon too.
I'm just watching this thinking, these guys are so smart. Me and you talking
It
about
is brilliant.
jerking off to animated things and paintbrushes in their ass, and these
I know.
guys...
We're insulting like their art.
Totally.
So sorry, guys.
Yeah, we took a shit all over your awesome cartoon.
It takes a ton of friggin' time and effort and everything to go into these things.
Yeah.
Like you usually record your voice and then it's like a year later the episodes come out. So
if someone has like a shit fetish or something, they would like our talking over this, because kind of turned this video into shit, I guess.
Fecal. We're doing fecal art with our commentary.
What we're talking about is jizz and fecal shit.
Oh, gross.
And you coughing.
No, but look at that. Like, that animation is fucking beautiful. I love it.
Hey, Z. Happy Rick's.
Oh, there's a great callback to that part right there at the end.
What happened?
If you're watching this, if you haven't
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, spoiler alert. watch this after the credits. Don't stop watching at the credits, because there's a funny friggin' ass scene that makes me... Well, you'll hear me laughing my ass off at it later. Oh, I like these spiders. These are cool looking.
I think they're hermit crabs.
No, they're spiders.
Are
This
they?
day forward, human and spider come
Oh, yeah, they are.
side by side in peace. We will stop bombing them, and they will no longer use their telepathic abilities to make us wander into webs for later consumption. Instead, we will work together to make this world a better place for all.
Can you believe this? We just went 10 seconds without saying a stupid fucking thing.
We're the only ones that ever going to hear this anyway.
I'm just looking at the spider's mouth.
I know,
thinking,
the spider's cool looking.
Thinking, would you stick your wiener in that, Richard? With those spikes there? On
Always
the
back to the wiener.
How much would it take?
No amount of money. I'll put my wiener into spider.
Don't do it. You quit school, but you still got some learning to do.
Uh-oh. He's pissed. Don't fuck with Stephen Colbert.
That's right. Ooh, he just got fucked with. Maybe not. Ooh, anything with the eyes freaking freaks me out.
I love that.
Kicking the nuts.
It's like, there's some horror movie scenes where they do that. It's always brutal.
The eyes always make me, I just get nutty with that. I get queasy. You ever come across eyeball surgery when you're channel surfing? Isn't it the worst?
No, I never saw that.
Boy, I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Oh, like LASIK eye surgery?
Yeah, it's so...
You're going to have to get it done. You wear glasses.
I used to.
Reading glasses.
Yeah, reading. I'm getting old. Oh, it's great for watching porn on your phone, though, the glasses. They come in handy.
Till you jizz on them.
You don't want to blur when a guy's, banging a nice hot chick in the ass.
Rick.
Jesus. Yeah, listen to that baby purr. You were right, Morty. We really just needed to be honest with those guys. All right, here we go.
I like the religious touch in this.
Yeah.
They're reminding people that Jesus is out there.
What?
It's a Catholic show, right?
No.
You atheist son of a bitch.
All ice cream is now for all beings.
God damn it. You always get freaked out when I curse God.
No, it's just when you say, thank the F Christ, but then you remind me it's from Bad Santa, so I let it go.
It's just a quote. Oh, look at that spider. I love its sack. Okay, if you're still watching this, which I doubt you are, don't turn this off yet.
Yes.
Coming up is one of the funniest goddamn things you ever see in your life.
I had an idea, Richard. See, as we're watching the credits, how about releasing a DVD of movies' greatest credits, like a montage of just credits?
That's a shitty idea.
I want to call a DVD a video
Don't
store.
ask me to invest in that.
Yeah, I think that would be funny.
Oh, here, watch this.
This is great.
This is friggin' awesome.
Oh, look who's back for commentary track.
Oh.
We got Justin here.
Strawberry Smiggles.
Ryan here.
Oh, wait, I should say my name.
Yeah.
Brian Newton.
Brian Newton, director.
Yeah.
Dan Harmon.
Dan Harmon.
Voice of Bird Person.
Recovering from the flu.
Did they take Strawberry Smiggles from the other reality?
Yeah, I figured. I mean,
sure.
They got like a
they might
Costco and
they might
another
have-
reality and just
they might have
kinda
portaled
stock
over.
up.
Hey, advertising works.
Yeah, they probably portaled over and grabbed a few boxes.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's easy.
I remember us saying like, "Oh, I'll just put Strawberry Smiggles on that dinner table."
I love that stuff. I mean, yeah, because that's what I imagine as Rick and Morty was like, "Hey, Rick, I want to try that stuff." And he's like, "All right, come here." Portal's over there.
Oh, yeah, because they saw the commercial. And
Yeah.
Morty's like, I mean, it was horrifying, but I'd love to know what it tastes like.
I still want to do an episode where they just go shopping in an alternate reality and they're just walking through a grocery store.
What if they do like a supermarket sweepstakes through like 7 realities and they can fill up their cart?
Well, consider how season 2 ends. You might just be able to do that in their reality now.
Because all the crazy alien imports. It's like when you go into like an Asian market and you're like, what the hell is this? Like canned produce that you've never even heard of that
Baby
looks like
feet.
it's, yeah.
Yeah.
What is this one? Tiny
Human
Rick?
skins.
Yeah,
Yep.
yes, yeah. Big
remember
Trouble in Little Sanchez
being kind of easy, relatively easy.
I mean, it's easy in the sense that once we broke the story, it kind of had a smooth ride through.
It's Tiny Rick / marriage counseling, right?
Yeah.
I have to admit, like when you guys told me I was going to get a couples therapy episode, I was like, oh, another one, another like Jerry Beth. But when I read this one, this is absolutely one of my favorite scripts of the entire show.
Yeah, I remember you coming down. I was recording another episode, and you kind of ran down into the booth, and you were like pitching me this couples therapy idea, and I was like, oh my god, that sounds fucking amazing.
I kind of thought. I thought that Jerry and Beth getting a divorce would be like Kenny getting killed in South Park, like, you know, when we first conceived the show, that it would never run out of shelf life, that was a kind of joke of like, oh, well, all our parents were always about to get a divorce. But I think millennial viewers are like, I don't understand. Why don't they just recycle more? And so like so season 3 we kind of like moved that story forward.
Spoiler alert.
Trigger warning. You're a dipshit.
Yeah.
Does that trigger you?
I'm already triggered.
I love the. I remember the original concept for this was that there was we were calling it Vasquez. It was going to be a story where Morty goes to school and Morty comes home in the beginning and he's bitching to Rick about how rough school is, like how tough it is to be a teenager in high school, and Rick's like, oh yeah, I'm sure it's real rough. And then he's like, yeah, you couldn't cut it, Rick. You couldn't handle it. And he's like, oh yeah, I bet I couldn't. And then you cut to school the next day, and there's this new kid, and his name is Vasquez, and he just immediately, like within 2 seconds, he's the most popular kid in school, and he pants as Morty and is a dick. And then Morty goes home and starts telling Rick about this new kid, and Rick's like, "Oh, you mean this new kid?" And he reveals like Vasquez in a test tube. He's like, "Yeah, it was me. I'm fucking Vasquez, Morty. I'm Vasquez." We ultimately realized, like, I think the thing that made us all realize that was not going to work. I don't know who pitched it, but it was like, well, then we're casting.
Wasn't me.
We're casting someone else to do the voice of Rick as Vasquez, which I didn't even realize until much later in the game that, oh yeah, it'll be really fun to be a young Rick.
Just to interject real quick, I think Xenobeth might have gone through the most revisions out of any other character I've seen on this show.
Yeah.
It's just like really hard to like nail her down because you definitely wanted like an Aliens Queen vibe.
Yeah, it was James McDermott, our art director, had kind of designed that, and I was like, yeah, that's fucking great. And then it kind of went through this like ebb and flow of, it would get really complicated design-wise, and then they would have to simplify it, and it kind of just kept going back and forth, like too much detail, not enough detail.
Yeah.
And I was I sort of was like, look, I was cool with the first thing you showed me.
It was sort of like a alien/species inspired look.
Mm-hmm.
Remember we kept talking about the Species character. Am I allowed to talk about Species, the Species franchise? They gave us a list of things we're not supposed to talk about.
Well, that's okay.
I believe they're up to 4 now.
We chose the female because we figured it would be more docile. You don't get out much.
Alex Hirsch, Creative Gravity Falls, doing the voice.
Oh yeah, this is Hirsch doing a voice.
Mm-hmm.
Hirsch, don't it?
He hears that all the time.
Stupid.
You do the voice of the time traveling guy in his show, and he returns the favor with
just a normal high schooler who could probably get some.
He's got
from
range.
One of our main characters if he played it right. Mm-hmm. What's the kid's name that he plays?
Toby?
Travis?
Toby, yeah.
Toby Matthews. Toby Matthews could get some summer if he wanted to, but
with no effort.
No, he's just too cool. He's looking for the brass ring.
Promoting underage sex.
I think Toby's gay.
What year were you born, Justin? Since 1983.
Oh yeah.
I'm 50.
This always reminded me of like Rampage, like just giant monsters just go let them fight.
I remember having a lot of trouble with the staging of these cells because of the perspective on the bars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we had a lot of you guys had a lot of complicated ideas for this.
We wanted the joke to be that if your relationship, them working together would somehow mean that they could escape. But it's like, how do you work that?
Yeah, this was tricky. Like the sequence of events here, like
it's all pantomime.
I kept pushing for the other, whatever you call those. What are they called again? The creatures,
Mythologs?
proxies, mythologs were like more broad and punny. Like oh, it's a giant chicken and she's henpecking her husband too much.
Oh my
so that when you saw the horrifying nature of bats, it would be more of a contrast. But whatever.
Wow, don't you think that would just confuse people?
No. Moving on.
All right. How come the people from Saturn work in puns that are based in Earth culture, and Beth and Jerry's relationship is the only one that is a riff on aliens? And schmoo?
Don't make me go through this again. All right. So Tiny Rick.
Tiny Rick. I love that the thing that makes him choose to stick around a little longer is a house party.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'm not missing out on that shit.
It's really just being young. It's
Yeah.
just like it's a disease.
It's addicting.
Yeah.
You know what's really weird? When Alex Rubens,
Fatality.
who was the writer on this episode, was in the record booth with me when I recorded all of Rick and Morty, and I remember like kind of like adult Rick stuff. I was like, I was off, and then when I started doing Tiny Rick, I fucking had a blast.
Tiny Rick's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was weird. It was just like the shift in his like he just was so much more excited and positive. It was just weird. I was like, oh, this is fucking crazy. I had a lot of fun doing that.
Yeah, I find myself running around like, yeah, having fun with my grandkids. Tiny Rick, what the fuck?
Yeah.
My favorite part of the Tiny Rick story is the vampire story that we never see. It's and especially my favorite scene is Principal Vagina taking Rick outside of the dance and just going like,
yeah.
TR, this is gonna break my heart.
Yeah, Phil Hendry, so great.
I love Phil.
Yeah, he's like, this is gonna break my heart wide open.
Bag of steaks.
Yeah, that's so good.
So is Tiny Rick?
Oh, this is Ryan Elder, our music guy and friend, composed this song.
And I think I gave Ted most of the Tiny Rick scenes, so he actually knows how to play guitar. So he actually tried to match the chords as much as possible. Yeah.
Yeah, we were trying to get the chords right. I remember at one point, late in the game, we were in color, and it was like there was one guitar moment where it was wrong. His hand was going in the wrong direction, and it was like this crossroads of like, all right, we don't have time or money to fix this, but how much do we care? I think I let it go ultimately.
Wow. Okay, we cared just a little less.
Yeah, I was like, you know what?
That's my philosophy.
Justin, if you could go back into your teenage version of yourself and live life like he did in this episode.
Man, I would just bone all day. No, the problem is I wouldn't have gotten anywhere anyways because I was a pariah. No one wanted to do anything with me.
Yeah. Ew.
But what was your question though?
Well, would you do it now with your 36-year-old mind?
Oh, would I do it now?
Yeah.
I mean, I think anybody would, right? It's that whole thing like.
But what would you do?
I'd probably, as soon as I got back there, I'd be like in the same exact position as I was. I wouldn't do like you're like, oh yeah, man,
I'm
I
so
would
much smoother.
No,
now.
and it's also you're one step removed from the reality of like being, first person fucking in the moment.
I think it's the opposite. I think you would go back there and you would be the coolest person, but then you're like, oh, these kids are annoying.
Yeah, I think
that's
the disconnect would
right.
be the biggest thing because it's just like, hey, who likes Pogs and Pop Tarts?
Cyber Pogs.
I don't know. I think I'd probably be able to blend in pretty well.
Well, yeah, you.
Like, y'all watch Saturday Night Live last night?
Yeah. For this sequence, I love trying to have to make the Xenobeth chase scene as dramatic as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Because I definitely want to harken back to those like 80s movies, horror, sci-fi horror. Yeah, so like it's a lot of like really dark, stark colors.
This whole thing is great. Like,
oh, and by the way, that was Jim Rash. I think he's already gone from the
Yes.
episode.
They're not therapists. Go.
Yeah, that's such a great joke.
Thank you.
Yes. I love this whole hatch thing because it's fucking great.
I guess that's why I have memories of this being an easy episode is because I keep hearing lines that I'm like, I think like, oh, that was like a first draft line.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And which means that we must not have had too many rebreaks.
Yeah, I don't remember really any rebreaks after the final kind of like once we kind of nailed the the structure. It went out to draft, and then that draft came back in relatively good shape.
It's good to remember. I think we get excited too early when we see connections possible between the A and B story, and I think that inevitably fucks us so bad.
Yeah.
And it's the episodes where we actually maintain a total separation of A story and B story that we can now, it's like if one needs to be rebroken, doesn't mean the other one does.
Yep.
And you just use them to advance time, and each one is, we should probably remember that lesson.
Well, as Rick says at the end of this, they do follow a theme.
Yeah, no, they certainly do.
Yeah.
That was always Sony's note at the end of a Community episode, at the end of a table read, is they'd go, "Oh, I love both these stories. I wish there was a thematic connection." And I would be like, "Do you mean you want there to be a Scrubs voiceover that suggests there's a thematic connection? Because that's why you think there's one, is when someone says there's one." Little things mean a lot to big things. But sometimes the biggest things mean the littlest things of all.
Gossip Girl, over and out.
Well, Amy was coming of age. Age was coming. Not Amy.
Hey, what's up? I'm Age. Oh, this is. I remember I lifted the fucking shit, the whole shit runner, and then
shit runner.
Yeah, like when Morty, like in Animatic, before I shipped it to Ardell.
You tried to cut this.
Well, it wasn't like I wanted to. It was like they were saying you can only have so many shits, blah blah blah, and then I was like, well, this sequence is going to be like half the shits are bleeped and the other half aren't, and that was one reason, and the other was like a time thing. I was like, it was a dumb move, but as soon as you saw it wasn't in there, and you were like, dude, what the fuck? And I'm like, yeah, what the fuck was I thinking? And we
this
put
is
it
really
in.
kind of
you guys cut some other things though.
This is sort of inspired by a Richard Pryor thing. Like in the 70s, Richard Pryor had this bit about two guys getting into a fight, one guy picking a fight with the other guy, and then like a little guy picking a fight with a bigger guy, and the bigger guy doesn't want to fight the little guy because he knows he's going to beat him up. But then the big guy's like, fine, all right. Oh, get your shit together. Get a lot of it. Or something like that. It was just like he tagged "get your shit together," and I thought it was so funny that the guy qualified "getting your shit together." So I did it a lot.
This that used to have a little butthole, cute little dog butthole, little asterisk star.
Yeah, sorry, Mark.
And they S&P made us take it out. That's right, you heard me. We said rule number 7.
That was Almer. That was from Alex's first draft. The mythologue offering to be sodomized by his progenitor.
He's like, you're the alpha here, Jerry.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing to do.
Now, how's this for profound?
Oh yeah, this is great.
This was a struggle to come up with this moment, to whatever you call this, return of the threshold. Is that what you call it, Dan?
Sure.
I just love when Beth realizes, oh.
But once it was written, it didn't really need... I mean, it was a lot of, talking about what the denouement would be. But once we had it, it's one draft scene. Because it just... This is what, Yeah, these characters, they are motivated by primal things. But you can't jump the shark with them, really. I mean, Beth is Beth, but she's talking to Jerry's perception of Beth.
Oh, everyone's favorite dance.
I can't remember.
Is that the flu-hating rapper, DJ?
Yeah, DJ Intelligence.
Yeah, you gave us pretty clear direction exactly. I think we basically mimicked exactly what you did in the conference room.
Justin did.
I don't think this was me. I feel like this was Ruben's, I want to say. Or maybe, I don't remember.
No,
was it me?
I saw you, lunching around, I want to look like he's still in the vat, so you want us to match Rick's pose
that's
in the
true.
vat.
Yeah. Just telegraphing him, pounding on the vat walls and stuff like that.
Yeah, and how he's hanging the suspending liquid.
I just want to throw it out there. This is that part you're talking
Dan's
about.
favorite.
Man in a clone body, it never bothered me. This here's
He's
another
an
man.
80-year-old man. Is that canon? Is he 80?
Well, Vagini's just kind of.
Yeah, he's just like.
He's like, you're old.
Yeah. Wait, I can't hear the dialogue. He's getting, and I can't remember the episode. He's getting busted for killing the vampire.
Yeah, Summer
But he
set
was
him
the
up.
coach. The vampire was Coach Ferratu.
Yeah,
he's like, you can't kill a teacher.
I mean, sure, he was.
He's like, I gotta expel you.
You can't kill a teacher, but we shouldn't hire vampires, so we're even, but you gotta be
It's a process.
This school's equal opportunity employment.
There's a lot of bloody stakes. And why would he keep the stakes? Was he collecting them after he would he pull them out of the...
Summer got him from the garage and then planted him in his locker. She set him up.
I think they had the bag before.
But there are a lot of bloody stakes. Yeah, like how many stakes?
They probably had to. Well, they did a whole episode. They probably had to kill like 20 vampires.
Yeah, because he made other vampires.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Traditionally, vampire hunters don't pull the stakes out, take them home, go for next time.
Yeah, we're gonna need these for later. That's funny. This sequence was fucking nuts.
Yeah, thank you for this.
Yeah, I was like, have fun, man. Good luck.
They kind of Inside Out touches this area a little bit, right? Like, when she's perceiving her boyfriend, her dreamboat boyfriend.
Yeah, she creates like a bridge or something with him.
Yeah.
And this came first.
I still haven't seen it.
Oh, it's great.
Did this air first?
Yeah, this aired before Inside Out for sure. But we
I mean,
probably
it
would
was
have been
conceived for. I mean, well, it was at least in our little
Actually,
bubble.
we probably were in.
conceived
We were
first.
probably in production simultaneously. Like that movie hadn't come out
I
yet.
mean, they had that at least the first round of awards for that 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Back at the turn of the century.
Yeah, I didn't even put that together. I forgot that happened in Inside Out, and we did it first.
So memory marbles are either blue or yellow, depending on what feeling. But then there's the islands.
I love the little twirl.
You're not
it does.
allowed to slander any other properties. That's rule number 7.
Yeah, rule number 7.
Even if you're running against them in the Oscars.
Hey, rule number 12.
Oh my God, that's right.
Rule 20, don't mention the rules.
Yeah. Is it really?
I don't know.
It probably is.
I didn't read it.
I didn't get that far. I got to 17 and I gave up. Oh, this was this is fucking great. Elliott Smith.
No.
Harmon's. This was like on the table for like early on in this draft.
For the record, Morty is doing an efficient takedown.
Wait, because you take kickboxing? Is that what I was?
It does look like whatever he's doing.
Yeah,
would,
Morty
would
is looking
subdue.
good. It looks like he's like from Roadhouse or something.
Yeah, really. That's not something you do with no knowledge of martial arts. I never thought about that.
Nice work,
Morty in
Brian.
ROTC.
Yeah, that's Brian's kickboxing training.
All right, now that's canon. Morty has a couple moves.
Yeah. He's got that shirt. Maybe the shirt brings it out of him.
Oh yeah, it's confident
I
Morty.
love that it's still yellow. It's just a little
I know that
collar
everybody.
shirt.
Well, yeah, Jessica's formal
That looks
dresses
good
are
on
always purple, but
Yeah, you wouldn't recognize them. They're not wearing the same color.
I like that everybody. They have their little Sunday best, like little.
They're like
different tops.
They're like the Power Rangers. They have to stay
Series
color
15
coordinated.
of the action figures. These Sunday's best. Fancy outfit versions of all the characters.
An insect. Don't talk that way about her. What?
I remember this. The solution here. Did this?
I mean, it was
later?
like, well, we said like, well, that would be Deus Ex Machina, but then we were like, well, our story is about a machine, so it's literally Deus Ex Machina, and it actually works because Jerry is using perception of perception of perception to turn the whole thing around.
Yeah, and summons a god to solve other problems for
When
them.
it comes to the subject of your ego, I'm Stephen fucking Hawkinson.
Ugh, it's. Never mind. I love you.
Do you guys know what he said in that bleep? I bet people don't know.
He said toast, right?
Another generation of kids goes up not knowing the F word, thanks to strategic.
Yeah.
For the record, we actually do draw Rick's penis.
Oh yeah, like when we were posting the show. Yeah, when we were posting the show, it was like there's a dong there the whole time. The last thing we did was pixelate.
Does it move around? Does it kind of sway?
Yeah, dude, they put some fucking time into that dick and balls. It was dancing. I mean, if anything, we had to like stiffen it up and give it less movement.
I take great pride. When I got this script, I was like, all right, I'm murdering all these children. I'm doing this scene myself.
I mean, this is horrible. Why does he need to go that far?
Yeah, that shot had some wiggle to it. I clearly remember.
Some follow-through.
It's like Japanese
antics.
porn.
Yeah, there was a big conversation about whether or not we were going to uncensor that for the DVD, and I was just like, I mean, maybe we could put it in its separate little spot. Like,
why is Japanese porn like? Why does the guy's wiener need to?
Man,
be
ain't
blurred?
nobody want to look at no wiener. That's why I think, right? The guys are like,
A lot
wiener.
of women are attracted to Rick, Justin.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean,
they want to see that wiener.
Can I divert that over to me somehow? You think? I need to lose like 300 pounds.
Gain
and
a few
get thicker,
intelligence
fuller,
points.
grayer hair.
Yeah. Just
A
keep talking
unibrow.
like Mr. Poopy Butthole. That'll bring him.
That'll get him. That'll get those ladies. Phil Hendry, Brandon Johnson,
me,
you, the whole team.
I'm coming up in just a second.
McDermott. Man, oh man,
All
we did
these
it.
talented people.
I love this. That's one of my favorite episodes. I think of all the ones we've done.
Yeah, I appreciate it too.
This tag coming up, we had to write independently because we just basically pushed off all the tags.
It was also way longer. This is when you cut the most out of this tag.
What else was in there? Oh yeah, it was like really. Oh, you're
Yeah,
right.
It went way longer.
And I think these kind of tags are fun where it just takes some throwaway thing from the episode and like, oh, let's make a meal out of that.
Yeah. The vampires, of course, like Nosferatu or like the Master from Buffy. But if you've seen the IT Crowd, you might recognize the Attendant.
What the fuck would he name himself after?
It's Richmond.
Is that based on who?
Richmond, the character, the goth character.
All right.
Yeah. Very much a reference to.
Vampires pretending to be a human. They can just call themselves Alan Jefferson.
I love the look of this tag. Oh, for some reason, whenever we do anything that's sort of nighttime setting. All right, everybody, it's commentary track for episode 208.
Oh my goodness!
Interdimensional Cable 2: Tempting Fate.
That's Justin Roiland. I'm Dan Harmon. Joining us are top-notch writer Ryan Ridley, and keep your panties on, ladies, the soothing dulcet tones
of Juan Lihan Mesa. Did I say it right?
Nope, you got to switch.
No, you did not. No.
All right, you say it.
Juan Mesa Leon.
Oh shit, I switched them around.
It's all right.
I always
That's
do
good.
that.
Hi, everybody.
Pretty hot. Is that sexual harassment? If I'm just like
no, not at all.
No, it's okay.
It's all in the eyes of the beholder.
It's a hot name, hot voice.
Thank you.
It's animation doesn't get a lot of sexuality in the audio department.
I did actually. That was a lot of inspiration for this episode, actually.
Yeah, this one we had a larger than average board team.
Yes, we did.
Because we had to kind of we with the sketches, it's
Well,
always
this
kind
is
of
notoriously.
you cast a wide net, and then you get a lot of stuff boarded. I think any cut sketches may or may not be on the DVD.
I don't know.
Extra features.
There
Look
was
at those asses bouncing. the physics.
I did a lot of research on that. I did some research for that.
I love that.
Did some YouTube watching for that one.
This is the second part of a two-step story called Justin and I Need to Work Together. Because the first one is, if you listen to the commentary about how complicated the first episode was, where we split time 128 ways, that was the worst version of me being in charge and like making everything complicated, and Justin kind of like at one point kind of left the writer's room and was like disillusioned with the process on his own show. And at some point, he didn't really make it explicit, but it was like, I'm just gonna focus on this episode and I'm gonna make it my own. So he recorded all of these like improvised shenanigans. And then later in the process, we were brought into the fold.
Yeah, because it's always the case. It's like later in the game, I'm like, fuck, what is this? Like, and then there's so much of me in it, and then I start to panic, and then that's when I'm like, I need outside, I need help.
The eye hole man.
But yeah, I mean the other part of it was just like I didn't like, I was like, okay, I can run with this, I can take this and run with this. We've got this 201 stuff we need to figure out. That was like priority to get that stuff sorted out. But yeah, ultimately, if I could go back in time, I would have handled this a lot more like how we did the first one.
But look here, we're missing the eye hole man.
Yeah,
That's 201. You're talking about 201. This is 208, man.
Let's talk about the eye hole man.
That was 7 episodes ago, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, Eye Hole Man is fucking crazy.
Dude, that was insane to do. Because we had no idea. You just, okay, I recorded this. See what you guys can come up with.
Let's talk about that Justin records these sketches, and what happens when you guys hear them?
Well, a lot of them is just amazing, hilarious audio. But, sometimes there's a general idea of what to do. And some other times, all right, guys, well, here's a funny recording. See what you guys can come up with.
The Jan Michael Vincent thing is my favorite.
Oh, my God. Well, tip of the hat, big shout out there to Brian and Mark. They helped me out because when I was doing some stuff on Total Recall, some notes and stuff like that. I went to Brian. I talked to them. Hey, can you guys help me out with this particular trailer?
Yeah, and it didn't have like 66 backgrounds in it or something.
Oh my God, it was insane. Design hated me. Yeah. Design hated me for this.
Design was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? There's whole episodes with this many backgrounds."
I think we're getting word to talk more directly to the microphone from Daniel, the engineer.
I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure we get all this.
Oh yeah.
I'm just chilling in the seat. And I had a couple of bottle of water.
Mark Maxey and Brian Newton dived in, right? And
yes, everybody actually. Everybody dived in.
It was all hands on deck.
Yes, Ted, Eric, Dan.
Sorry, Werner Herzog.
Werner Herzog, yes.
Doing his little cameo. Ryan Ridley and I were here for the record session.
That was amazing.
We did this before he was on Parks and Rec, so this is really his first sitcom appearance.
Well, I don't think that's true if you look at his IMDb, but nonetheless,
all right.
He was on Three's Company.
It was amazing. I got here a little first, and it was early for the session, and I walk in, and there's just Werner Herzog sitting in the little green room.
Right.
I was like, what am I supposed to do?
And he asked us to. He's like, so what can I see the character that I'm doing the voice for? And we showed him some characters that we've done, and he said oh, so they are like animals, but they speak as humans. Yes.
It was amazing. It was what you would want recording Werner Herzog for a cartoon to be like from beginning to end. The whole experience.
Everything was approached laterally, and then including in the end us going, okay, you did it, that's great. And he's like, I would like one more take because I would like to get the penis line just right.
I didn't hit the penis right.
One more for the actor.
Yes. And then we told the story a bunch of times later, but then he just hung out for a half hour afterwards and chatted with us.
Ridley,
How did I get here?
Was this your idea? I know this one came much later in the game.
How did I get here?
I don't remember.
This is.
I remember I wanted it to be more. I don't remember. Not that it's not good. It just.
I loved this because something else was in place of this in an earlier cut. I don't know if it was animatic or color, but I feel like it was animatic.
I think maybe if it was my pitch, it was like, okay, we need to get more ideas that aren't commercials and what haven't we had game shows. Well, what could we do that's an insane game show?
I just love the absurdity of the lady.
Oh, snap. Here it is.
Yeah,
they teleport these people.
Look at the fucking design.
Jan Michael Vincent.
It's a totally different cartoon.
The art direction is
it's like
all
filmation.
Yeah. This is just all
this
Juan's
was so much fun
style.
to do. Well, no, see, that was the thing. I went to Brian.
It's the same as Two Brothers. It's like that same,
Right, just punched up a little bit more.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And of course, Morty has no idea who. Most people don't know who Jan Michael Vincent.
How did Jan Michael Vincent?
It was just in my brain.
But why? Because for years you've been saying Jan Michael Vincent as a joke thing to say.
It's just one of those people. It's just one of those
name
names.
just tickles you.
No, he was an Airwolf back when Justin was a little baby kid.
So you think it was
It's a name that's like the three names like Jan Michael Vincent. I mean, that's a name that just
Jan Michael. Just this January, Michael Down Your Vincent.
That's Ridley.
Oh God!
Remember
don't give me credit for that.
No, that is you. That was. I walked back into the record booth and you had temped that in, and I was like, oh, that's fucking great.
Well, also we should give credit to James Atkinson.
Oh yeah,
the dialogue editor for
better or for worse.
2, but the fact of the matter is, the dialogue editor has the. I mean, usually they're just putting together the audio cut, but for this year, actually, he was creating a lot of the content.
No, he would. James Atkinson would go 2 steps beyond and add full sound design and he was he definitely his sensibility is much more violent than Harmon's, I think. And I get swept up in that sort of shit.
Yeah.
Because I totally I enjoy that shit too. But that was one problem with this episode is every sketch ended in gore.
Well, it's about curvature. You guys like the formula of a guy saying.
This one has some gore. This one has some gore.
It did, and
remember?
I cut the gore. Yeah.
Remember?
He threw the guy out the window.
Right. He totally dies a bloody death on top of a taxi
right here.
cab.
Right there, the next shot was him throwing him out the window and him hitting the ground.
I remember looking at all the sketches and being like, okay, what are the ones that we can pull the violence back from?
That was with Justin
hurt them
period.
inherently.
Yeah, this one was fine.
It's
This
just a
one
lot
was
of
easy
death.
to fix. But yeah, what?
As well, it's just that when a guy says like, "Oh, hi, my name's Squibbly Dibblers, and I love peeling my skin off, and I'm about to peel my skin off. So here we go." I like something other than the skin peeling to happen, and then like you guys like twice as much skin peeling.
What's Atkinson was like me and Atkinson just
Put
keep
you
an
two
eye
in a
on
room
us.
together.
Yeah, keep an eye on us together because it's we definitely.
Look at you. That's Ryan up there.
Is that actually designed off of me?
Well, inspired by.
Okay, cool.
Really, that guy?
Well, I do
Look
the
at
voice
this.
of
This
him,
is
right?
all.
that's
this is all
Ridley, the guy in the
Erica.
audience.
This is all Erica. Erica Hayes
Yeah.
totally roughed this up.
I love this, the popcorn song, and he's not even on tempo.
Yeah.
But then it ends with this guy getting raped and murdered.
Of course, and demons and possessed by
also
demons.
though. I mean,
But I will say like
You
this
gotta have
one
demons.
this one was the one that never got old for me. Like
No.
throughout all of production.
Yeah, this one has my number. It just
There you
it's
go.
the
There
only
it is.
time when
It's
he
like,
got
why?
Oh my
killed.
goodness.
It's like he's like take the dentist. He gets his
And
profession
demons.
wrong.
What is this show? Is this
Demons,
like
thank
A&E
you.
at the even
I
at the
have no
improv?
idea
Like,
what this show is. I have
it's
no
not
idea.
like it's a full blown reality show.
No,
it's
it's,
taped at a
it's,
small
yeah, it's
club.
like one of
No?
those old Comedy Central,
Yeah.
like the A-list or something.
I'm trying to figure out the parallel in the real world of all these shows now.
I mean, that's the beauty of it. There doesn't need to be all.
But by the way, in the interest of equal shaming, like this story is all masterminded by yours truly. This whole penis joke,
Of course.
like every nuance of it.
Brilliant.
I
written.
love this story.
This is my version.
I love the
of,
catalog. The catalog is great.
Yeah,
I would
this
actually
whole-
I would actually like to flip through that. See what that looks
Yeah.
like.
Dan O'Connor boarded all this.
Maybe if
Yes.
we were giving
Brilliant
away
job.
the Plumbus manual on the DVD.
That
we
was
could've done
Dan
the penis
actually.
catalog. Oh yeah,
Dan
that's
wrapped
great.
out all the Plumbus bit. That was amazing.
Yeah, the Plumbus thing is amazing.
Yes.
So if there's one, the Jan Michael Vincent thing, the Plumbus thing, that thing we just saw,
Octopus
there's
Man.
a lot.
Right.
Octopus Man just,
Just
murders
kidding.
person.
I'm just kidding.
That was boy,
Octopus
oh boy.
Man was rough. We were and
It actually has a bunch of stuff that
got cut. Yeah.
Yes.
That actually would have probably made it okay because that whole back
It
end
was a whole
sort of,
promo for a show. I actually
Yeah.
want to see that show.
I think
There's
I think-
murders and,
Yeah, I remember that was we were going for maybe like what a CW show would be.
Yeah.
They do the Flash. They do Arrow. What if they did their?
Just seeing him run away from the car crash and then you hear the guy like Octopus Man.
I like the driver. I do like giving random audio to the artist and just letting them go nuts. I think
That's what I love about this episode. That's exactly what I was going to say. Is that we have most of the times we have free range to come up with just improvise the visuals for the audio because sometimes we do have that free range and that's why we as artists love these episodes. You know what I mean?
But I think that if you watch like when I first started getting into animation as an adult, like going to like Spike and Mike's Twisted animation festivals, it's
you have
like,
to be in the right state of mind. Yeah.
Yeah, when it's like there's also an animation unbridled in a totally creative crucible. Like there is a lot of viscera to it. Like it will, like stories won't just evolve on their own. 9 times out of 10, it will be a build to a murder.
Right. Yes. Oh my God. There's a whole thing that
This
happens.
one's great because at the end,
There's old Dan as well.
At the end, the guy goes, he's in a toilet stall. Yeah, this is O'Connor. And
Yes.
he's like, I was like, what do you do?
I do love this.
He's like,
There
"You
was a whole
stupid
bit that
ass
was
bitch."
cut, right?
And then he goes, I'm just kidding.
Right.
He calls him a stupid bitch or something.
But it's crazy that that's like I love that. That's what I love about the animation thing, where it's like unbridled because there's this whole unspoken
alien
weird
porn.
joke.
Oh my goodness.
It's called little bits, but their faces are so small. Like you don't even know if maybe it's their perception that the food is small.
By the way, that's an idea that Abed pitched.
Alien
Abed
porn,
Gates, right?
everybody.
I think so.
Alien
Yeah.
porn.
Ooh.
Abed's always if he can take credit for anything, it would be something in one of these episodes.
Yeah.
This is Ryan Ridley's idea.
Just
It's
masturbating.
just this is called reverse of how it usually works. I'm masturbating in here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I really fought for that, and I don't know.
No.
Was it worth the fight? I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, I loved
okay,
it.
good.
I love the design of the alien porn. It's so random and yet so poignant.
It's weird enough that we didn't have to censor it.
I get it. Yes, that's funny.
I like this one. Opposite news.
I wanted to cut this one. I remember.
Oh no, dude! I had so much. Dude, oh, they edited that frame, by the way.
The funniest
It
part
had
about
kids
this,
and naked ladies on it.
Yeah, we had to.
The funniest part about it is when you get pissed in character and Pikel, well, gee, they named you, and then they just kind of
throws the papers
because what you locked into and you completely improvise that moment. I mean, like you do all of this, but the idea of when people name their twins and they have to rhyme them, and the fact that
like Lori and Dory,
amongst other gripes that Pikel has, is that his parents got lazy with his name.
It was like Michael and then Pikel.
Oh my God! Can you imagine just going to the bathroom in that situation? I mean.
Oh,
are they
rough.
human?
That'd be really rough.
I mean, I don't. They're kind of like Mr. Poopy Butthole style creatures, people. Oh,
I love that refocus and adjustment. Yeah,
that was Harmon's like pitch to like have it.
That's
have
beautiful.
Them switch back, and it's still.
I love that.
And then the camera.
Why do they have to do them at the same? I mean, really?
Because it saves production money.
It saves production
It saves
money.
production money. Hello.
Justin wanted to cut that line. I was like, "That? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That makes the whole fucking joke. Yes.
I just was like,
fucking point.
I just was like, can we beat that? But yeah, you're right. We couldn't.
So a big elaborate setup for that line.
Justin, I know that we give you a hard time sometime for some of the sketches, sensibility-wise, but nobody improvises this nonsense better than you, kid.
Dude, and we try to make sense of it.
Well, if
anybody could, we throw out all these concepts, and even the ones that don't make the cut, it's Justin still riffs some hilarious stuff.
I mean, listen,
amazing.
If we do a third, I'm not going to say on this commentary because spoiler. I at least want to have a different, or not different, but just a few more people on the other side of the glass.
Well, that's what made
pitching.
one. I think some of the sketches that we would be in the booth with you, and you'd start doing fake doors, and we go, okay, well,
yeah.
And then we would
well,
just
also
have
like
you,
Strawberry Smiggles was like you jumped in and
just
like
do
added
stuff,
all
and then
the...
go, oh my God, and then we'd go like
do this,
and
add
then
this
we'd
part.
go like, we'll throw in a couple lines about this, that, and that, because as comedy writers, we're just thinking you could go here or there with it.
Yeah,
so, and then you just grab that stuff and then move on.
Yeah,
and let us.
It's still the same fun.
The
like it's
pedantic snobs that are going like, oh, that's 3 murder jokes in a row.
How do they do it? The Plumbus have
This one is
breakout star.
This one's amazing because
this is all Dan
O'Connor. Like he got this, and then I just said just make it feel like how it's made on a Dr. Seuss.
And he came
alien.
up with all this conceptually.
Yeah. He just roughed it out one day, and basically just traced his stuff.
Yeah, and then I got the roughs and I got the thumbs, and I was like, all right,
Dude.
clean this shit up.
It's
You're
so
good
right.
to go.
Well, I love because
It really is genius.
They were trying to call all these characters and label them, and one of the coordinators was saying, "Oh my God, there's a lot of double entendre on this episode." I'm like, yes.
I didn't even when I was recording the dialogue. I wasn't even thinking about it like that at all. I just I think I wrote down a couple of key words.
If you think about the amount of money that H.R. Giger made, doing so much less.
Thank you. Personal space.
Oh man, I had all these plans for this website.
Yeah, man.
I was like,
I subscribed. I actually subscribed.
I said I was gonna go in the booth and I was gonna record 4 hours of me just going like, 1, personal space, 2, get out of the personal. Like I was gonna do that for 3 hours straight until I got to the highest number I could.
It'd be cool if you can download the film.
And then that never happened.
Is this? I can't remember. He introduces the show and then ends the show. Like the show is the real time, right?
Yes.
Okay, because a lot of times we're cutting into something, but this
There's
is
a callback to the hamster.
Look at the hamster in the back.
Oh, that's I love that.
Look at the guy in the back. He likes it. He's into it. Look at him.
Yeah, he's like, all right, I'm following along.
Where can I buy this?
Yeah, it's like we turned on like a Richard Simmons video, basically.
By the way, like a lot of this is the way it is because of James Atkinson. Like the sound effect of the tape cassette button. Like he literally will go in and build all the sound desigin. And then it sort of
says, I'm going to rip my skin off, and then he rips his skin off.
Well, he says, I like personal space so much that I can't handle it. I gotta get the skin out of my personal space.
Yeah, I didn't give the joke enough nuance in the retelling, but my point
is... But this part, then we added this. It's the Northsiders.
Yeah. I like that it's on BBS.
It's a BBC show.
It's a classy show. Oh, my God.
Personal Space is on the BBC.
I love this.
In another reality.
And it's a lead-in to a...
Look at this. The Olympics of the, what? This crop?
Garble Garbles.
The Garble Garbles.
Yeah, these guys, the Jerry guys.
I will laugh my ass off every time I would see them.
I mean, are they suicidal or are they reconstituted?
I don't know.
That's their nature. That's their nature. See?
What's an example of a suicidal animal? Like, they just will kill itself?
Lemmings?
Well, that's a myth. The lemming thing is a myth.
So yeah, it's like, are there animals that just fucking flip a switch and die?
They say that all animals will engage in suicidal behavior. Like rats in a warehouse, when the food supply hits a peak, they'll start to mutilate themselves and eat their young and stuff, and kill. Well, they'll kill each other. But suicidal, suicidal as a species, but as individuals, I don't know, because that lemmings thing, I remember reading that that's a myth. They don't just like jump off cliffs.
Yeah.
They don't slit their wrists.
But the video game Lemmings is great. We can all agree about that.
Why can't they make a new version of that?
I don't know. I really would like them to.
That was great.
I love all the music and everything.
Oh, Jerry, what you thinking about?
This is so fucking great. There was a version of this.
My favorite joke.
The Nano Doctor.
Guterman joke?
Is that Guterman?
I think maybe, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's just Nano Doctor. Nano Doctor. Nano Scalpel.
There were two versions of this. Remember, you boarded this, and then O'Connor boarded this.
Dude, yeah, there was two versions of this.
And I was like, "Fuck!" Well, actually, coming up, the crazy part when he runs out.
Octopus.
By the way,
man.
This was one of the last things I recorded that day, and I was fucking wasted.
I love it though,
and you can hear it in my voice.
Yes, that's why I love it.
I was drunk.
I hope that the whole full animatic of this ends up on the DVD.
Oh yeah.
Why isn't this guy acknowledging?
That's the other thing. I was just like, what is the story with the driver?
Yeah.
Like, he's just not saying
That's
anything.
what I like. What you're describing is that's called nuance. That's called nuance. That's not nuance.
He doesn't even blink.
Yeah, that's the murder.
But those are the trouble mites. Those are the trouble mites. You gotta.
People are trouble mites people.
By the way, that was all Atkinson. Like, I got the radio play, and he had footsteps, and then stab and scream, and I was like, all right, you got my number.
Yeah, because James's joke is, I can't believe this is on television. And it's like, we're like, I have a television show.
But I love it. I was like, oh man, this is brilliant.
Oh no, this is live. Jerry.
I remember we were monkeying around with this section for a while, like leading in color, like we were gonna try to sort of do a similar thing to what we did in the first one here, but I can't remember what it was.
I didn't even realize. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, the idea that they all end with Jerry on TV doing something
on the news. Yeah,
live.
It's we got to continue that trend.
Yeah, I guess Jerry's like Arthur Dent in the Hitchhiker's series. He's like, as the unremarkable proto-human, he is the nexus of all like sci-fi.
Oh no!
Oh, Summer just got an eyeful. Right
Yeah,
there.
right.
She gets an eyeful.
Oh, pixelated privates.
Here we go. Boom, boom. This was a lot of fun to draw, by the way.
Yeah, this was where we said your version and O'Connor's version. Because was it O'Connor's version that he runs over and starts actually humping the body?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I remember laughing really hard, but I was like, I don't know if
this was something I remember I really pushed in because this butthole ice cream.
This worked out really beautiful in the end.
Yeah,
yes.
it was randomly
No
somewhere
pun
else. And I was
intended.
like, I mean, at this
Well,
point,
it got cut, remember?
I know, but I'm saying I was like, if we can recontextualize some of the pooping jokes, I don't know, maybe that'll help.
It was like a genuine commercial. It had like a whole intro to it and everything. We go into the shop.
Yeah, because it was on its own, and then I was like, maybe it's funny if that's just
It's
what
funny
Jerry
if you wake
sees when he's just
if you wake up to that. Can you imagine? You can wake up to a butthole
I
commercial.
just love that that's you're getting his POV of his eyes opening and it's just full screen butthole ice cream parlor.
Vanilla.
And he's like, where am I?
We got to do a third one of these because
please.
This went so wrong in so many
No,
ways.
no.
No, I know a lot of good came of it, but
yes.
But we got to do
Jamal
a third
Convincing?
one to like cement it in.
No, and what's cool about these
it's
episodes?
our Treehouse of Horror. We'll just do one every year.
But see, the cool thing about these episodes is that everybody can contribute to these. You know what I mean? That's what I did.
Except me.
Come on, you contributed.
I was welcomed into the process too late.
That's true.
Well, you know.
That is true.
Community and all that.
Well, this is if it's a trilogy, that was our dark chapter, and
Yes.
we'll come back with the third one.
We'll come back.
That's what
we'll
I'm
come
saying.
back swinging our
the lessons we learned.
Arms.
Hopefully, I get to play with that one too.
Those butts could have had an arc. Octopus
They were
Man could have been
very shallow.
Could have met a goddess.
Octopus Man, I'm telling you, I fucked up. I cut the whole back half of that I think made.
I just want to
made
thank
it better.
Eyehole Man.
I like this tag though.
This is
Thank
great.
you.
The idea that
The Eyehole Man.
no matter what, if you buy a box of his cereal and do what he
He actually comes
Don't buy
through on
it.
his promise.
Yeah, it's fine.
I just want to thank everybody that worked on it.
Oh, everybody! Oh! All right, it's another Rick and Morty here. Another episode of commentary. I'm Justin Roiland.
I'm Ryan Ridley.
Dan Harmon.
And we got ourselves a little Dominic Palcino. Did I say your last name right?
Oh, it's Palcino.
Just knew it.
Say anybody's last name right.
But I own it.
He'd like the little taken off as soon as possible.
Dominic directed this episode.
After years of suffering in the shadow of his father, Big Dom Palcino, who ruled the animation industry.
We have a lot to talk about this episode. This has a storied history.
Yeah.
Hey, Big Dom. I want to keep exploring that. Hey, it's Big Dom.
I'm busy at work on the newest Ralph Bakshi flick.
Let me tell you, this guy, you write it, he can draw it. Oh, Maron!
Are you of Italian descent, Dominic?
A little bit.
All right, okay.
On my father's side.
Are we trying to lip sync with this?
Yeah.
An accident.
Is it Schraub?
Yeah, I think
is that first guy Schraub?
Yeah, I think it is Schraub, actually. Schraub's fucking great in this episode.
Yeah, he was supposed to play the character that I ended up playing.
The lighthouse keeper.
There's so much to get to with this episode. This came together in a way no other episode has come together. I'll start off by saying it was supposed to originally be the second part of what became the finale.
Yeah, we were going to try to burn through both
that was
part 1 and 2.
That was never supposed to be a cliffhanger. It was supposed to be part 1, and then we wrap it up in episode 10, I think, part 2. And we tried to break the story, and we went crazy.
Yeah.
We really actually lost our minds. Yeah, and, I guess the real hero of the star of this episode is me as a writer.
Yes.
Because we lost our minds so much that we started almost in a sarcastic fit, because Ridley, God love him, genius, can't do the show without him. A third of all the decisions that story-wise make the show great, but he really, every time I would talk about doing a Purge episode, he heard Weird Al Yankovic, like a Purge parody. I don't give a shit about the Purge movies. I'm just saying, they made 2 of them because it's a resonant sci-fi trope, and it's as old as the short stories that the Star Trek ripped off, and then blah blah blah. That idea of a culture where you have a purge. And so I was always saying, the easiest episode we could just write it, and then only as we lost our minds, we're just yelling at each other,
and also winnowing down the staff slowly because people were leaving, because contracts
were wrapping.
It was just down to me and Dan finally.
yeah, there was nobody left in the building.
Yeah,
and then basically, I think I ran out to Justin and I said, I don't know. I was like, can't we just kick the second part to next season and then just slip in an evergreen episode and push?
Well, it was great minds thinking alike because I saw the writing on the wall. I popped in. I was sort of I had kind of receded from the writers' room because I didn't know how to contribute, and I was I popped in and hung out, and you guys were talking about an Indiana Jones thing, and I was like, okay, this is so different. The second parter, and I was like, this is so different. So I went to Mandel, and I'm like, look, what if I'm gonna pitch you a crazy idea? What if
I just lock the door and let those guys go nuts, turn up the heat?
Yeah, but no, I was like, what if we just moved the part 1 to the last episode in the season on a cliffhanger, and we just write an evergreen episode
and buy us a year and a half to figure out how. We're gonna do part 2.
Well, not a year and a half. Well, buy us some time. Yeah.
In the meantime, what can we do? And
then you had come up with that idea independently of me as well. You guys were talking about that and sort of. Yeah,
I'm putting my producer hat on, but then we came in and told Dan hey, guess what? We're gonna fuck this part 2. We're gonna do something random, and then he's like, what about that Purge episode? And then I think he spit, meaning he just opened up a computer without talking. We didn't brainstorm. He just wrote the first act, basically.
Yeah, in 20 minutes.
In 20 minutes, all of the stuff you're seeing right now.
By the way, it's a 2-act format. That means I wrote the first half.
Yeah, the first half of the episode
in less time than it takes for you to watch it.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it was even quicker. I was so shocked
because when I type pause, you have to pause.
He emailed it to us. We sat there and read it and laughed out loud throughout, and then we talked for the rest of the night about the second act and talked about the lighthouse keeper.
Well, Dan
was doing riffing the lighthouse keeper.
The bit that he was
But in a very
screenwriter.
it was in a very well, we can't really do any of this.
Well, 'cause
but
we'll
let's
often,
continue laughing
We'll
our
often,
asses off.
yeah, we'll often riff stuff that's like absurd, off the rails. And then, of course, that's just a riff. We have to now get serious about what the story's going to be. And
Yeah.
Jess and I were like, no, that's the thing. They go to a lighthouse, and the guy wrote a screenplay.
I was so into that, and I was visualizing how it could work, and yeah, and then we just fucking. I was like,
so
we
who
have
is this
to do
doing
this.
the voice of Arthricia?
Oh, that's Chelsea Kane. So
Justin's old fish hooks.
Yeah, Chelsea was on
Co-star.
Fish Hooks with me, so it was always a will they, won't they between Oscar and. Well, can we talk about that on this? Whatever. Who cares? It is another show that I was on with her, and I thought it'd be really funny to have her at some point do a guest starring voice on this show.
Lil Dom Jr., do you want to talk about the design of the cat people?
Yeah, Lil Dom.
Yeah, I was trying to go for like they can't be too weird looking because Morty likes them.
Oh yeah, it can't be too alien.
Kind of
'cause
like
he's-
and it's a little animalistic, but she still has to be cute.
Yeah,
taps into that furry.
I like that every
thing.
time we do we do all these like alien civilizations, and whereas usually in Star Trek modern Star Trek they'll put some prosthetics on their forehead. In old Star Trek they would just be humans with like togas on, but in our show it's like there's always some fundamental, like they have cat ears or they have little antenna. I like that.
Yeah, I mean that's the I guess I don't know. I mean some people would argue not good to do, but animation it's like yeah, why not like have fun with it. But I mean ultimately this started out as like a few builds and then quickly spiraled as they always do into an exorbitant amount of builds.
Well, I find this voice is like incredibly magnetic. Like because I thought it was Jackie Whiskerino.
Oh no.
Who did a great job as Annie.
Yeah.
So like Morty's girlfriends, Morty's little trysts.
They're great.
Like Jackie is one in the Anatomy Park, and then I guess I'm learning this is a different person who I would love to bring back. Like,
Yeah,
I love these voices.
she is really good. Like she's incredible, and she was really fun to direct. And it was so great for me to direct her screaming obscenities in the last scene. I was like, I got Chelsea Kane, a Disney star, screaming.
Yeah, we have to bring Jackie back too.
Yeah, no, Jackie's awesome.
She told us she does other voices.
I just like her regular.
She doesn't
voice.
really have to do other voices. I mean, she could come back as Annie.
Yeah.
You know, who we now know has a puffy vagina.
So what else? I mean, basically we had to scramble to get this episode done before Dan left for Community.
Yeah.
And I think at some point...
Well, no, we were writing Act 2 after...
You finished this while I was at my other job.
Yeah.
That's why I'm still...
And by the way, one of the things I did was Ridley and I did is we got into the pair notes of that night when you spit the first act and just transcribed a lot of your riffing for this Lighthouse Keeper guy.
Oh, is he not? You did not actually write the Lighthouse stuff, Dan? Like that was
no, he didn't.
basically.
No. He said you guys. He's like you guys write Act 2. Remember, you fucking spit out Act 1 in like less than 20 minutes, and then you're like, all right, I did my job. You guys write the second act.
It's like Spielberg taking Kubrick's notes from AI. I mean,
yeah.
All right, I guess.
But it was fucking. There was so much there. I was like, it was great.
Well, we definitely beat the whole thing out because I remember trying to figure out. Yeah, like why are they there? All this stuff. That's why we came up with this stuff because we were like, we need the B story to be complicated.
Yeah.
So Dom, you want to talk about this scene because this is like, you know, like as a writer, you go, okay, this scene's gonna be badass because of every intricate every line of dialogue has like 3 actions associated with it, and I have no idea what animators go through when they're dealing with this shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of business there. He's doing a lot of crazy things. I think Erica Hayes might have storyboarded that. What the hard part to this show too is keeping track of the designs and making sure they don't come back to life. Like we had to keep making them look different.
What does that mean? Come back to life?
Well,
like
I
when
mean,
you would kill somebody.
What we have to, if you kill somebody in Act 1 and then he comes back in Act 2 by accident because
I see. It's like having an extra in a movie get shot and then suddenly they're running. Yeah.
We had masks. Some of them wear masks. Sometimes they don't. And
the masks were there to sort of help cut down on the build count, but it didn't matter really.
Here's something I just learned. Don't you also take builds from different episodes and repurpose them. Like, oh, this guy was blue in the autoerotic assimilation episode, but now we just changed the color, and it's like basically taking toys and swapping their body parts around.
I don't like doing that, but I mean, at the end of the day, it was like everyone was like, we can't design an entire new cast.
See, that's where like I am starting to learn actually the reality of making animation. That it's not just you snap your fingers and you create 1,000 new things. There is a limited, finite resource sometimes.
Yeah.
Every episode of Rick and Morty has a high body count, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think it was okay. We got less pushback on the build count in season 2 because Bardell had figured out the system where they had an independent animation studio doing all of the rigging for all the builds. So it was sort of part of the pipeline. They would just get all the builds pre-rigged, so it wasn't really any skin off their teeth. Is that the quote? I don't know. That's what they say. Is that what people say?
Is this guy based on anything physically, Tom? Is he reminds me of Roger Ebert.
Yeah, he's not probably based on anything real, but I like that he's got glasses and a little vest.
Originally, it was Harmon doing the voice. I remember because I just wanted that
capture exactly what he riffed.
that magic of that night.
It's just like the idea that when a character says, "I'll share my tale with you," and it just turns out their tale is a bad screenplay.
Yeah, you think it's going to be this deep alien mythology. This legend.
Yeah, and it's just like, oh, wait a minute. Even though like Morty's like the moment where Morty's right here, where he realizes he's like, what?
Yeah, he's a 14-year-old kid, but he knows that a story that starts with the description "hot" but doesn't know it. He knows he's in for a long ride.
He's just like bummed out.
Yeah,
he's bummed out immediately.
But you guys teed up that he's eating that candy bar.
Yeah,
I didn't have anything to do with that Purginol bit. Like that was amazing. I loved that so much.
I don't know who. I have the worst memory in the world. Who was sort of the architect of that Purginol stuff?
It feels Ridley-ish to me.
Is that good or bad? Because you gave me a really nice compliment, and I think it teed up you saying, "But he was wrong about us doing Purge."
No, it's
that hole was put in the roof, and it'll be every time you see the roof, it's patched later.
Yeah.
It's a compliment in that case because it's like it's Harold Ramisy, the Purginol thing. I don't know. I'm not going to go into detail.
I also just love that scene at the end where Rick's like, yeah, remember in the first act when you ate the candy bar? It's like, what the fuck?
I like that it's an undercut and then it undercuts.
Undercut. This was it's my biggest voice acting role in the whole series so far, and I got it, in the way that a lot of people get it. I just did the scratch.
Yeah,
I just did the scratch. It was never meant to be the final voice.
This is what happened. Ridley tempted, and at such a breakneck speed that we had sort of built the episode around it with the runtime. Sort of everything was there. And then we're like, all right, Harmon, you came in to record, and
I
then
think
when
when
I cut you in, it was like an extra minute and a half.
I think what it was that you had Ridley like rush through it.
Yeah.
And then I heard Ridley's temp and went, well, have Ridley do it because he can do it faster than I can, but let's lift some of this
Yes, we
stuff.
did lift a ton, actually, yeah.
So that he can take more time and do it right.
I got pretty self-conscious and didn't think I was right for the part, and Justin was like, no, I'm telling you, it's great. And he'd show people, and then Brian Quinn at the Comic-Con panel mentioned it and stuff and wanted me to do it.
Oh,
and
boy.
I never even
Listen to
watched
you
it.
Patting yourself
no,
on the
no,
back
I'm not
over
patting
there.
myself on the back. I'm saying I was like, I didn't think I did a good job, and I was embarrassed, and I didn't watch it until like months later.
And then I won the award.
And I was
for
like,
best
you know what? It
voice.
is pretty funny. It works.
And that's when I realized I've got the goods.
I've got the goods.
I love
pretty
this.
great.
I love this moment.
Oh, that lighting is cool. Look at the way it's turning.
Dude, they fucking
Wow.
Bardell. That's a 3D
Holy
model.
crap.
That they like fucking that. These shots came last because they were like futzing with the lights and shit.
Did Morty ever kill anybody before this in the series?
I think. Well, I mean, in the fart episode, but
This is the opposite of the fart episode, though.
Yeah.
This is like,
Yeah, he like. Did he ever like do it that deliberately? I don't think so.
No, I don't. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think so.
He's pretty morally like he's usually like he's just losing his shit in this one.
Well, we always talked about what
there's
the
a thing in
effect would
season
be.
3 that's like so fucked up that it's insane. Like,
Well, don't say anything.
well, I don't know if it'll make the final process. So it's just like walking Morty through situations where he has to be the cause of, because it all starts in the pilot with Morty having to ignore the fact that he inhaled something that made him cough up a life form that is part him that he has to watch live and die. So it starts with just don't think about it, what you're witnessing, and then it's like he slowly gets indoctrinated, like Aaron Paul's character in Breaking Bad. Like he becomes, he's being indoctrinated into.
And that's why I always thought this episode represents, if there is any depth to this episode beyond just the fun of the trope and stuff, is that this is Morty snapping a little bit after like all the crap he's been dealing with
That's
psychologically.
what's funny is that it won't have anything to do with saving a little girl. It won't have it. In the end, like the first time Morty draws first blood is because the guy's a hack.
Yeah, he couldn't take. He just couldn't take it.
Well, and why don't they bring these suits on every adventure?
I mean, it's
This
it's
is
like
just something Rick has hanging around.
I mean, it's like why don't they have the portal gun every? I mean,
well, Rick probably. I mean, why don't I wear my Apple Watch? It's like it makes my wrist sweat.
Yeah.
Rick's probably got a really good reason, and Morty would be like, "Oh, I want to wear this all the time," and look why he can't.
Yeah, God, that'd be a mess.
By the way, I want to ask you guys. So that you didn't know how to do the two-parter, the second part.
Yeah.
So you did this. How's next season looking?
It's coming together.
Well,
it's coming together.
What do you want to do? Maybe the next do this.
Yeah, we could push it off. We'll do a
Push it off a
non-linear.
little?
We're gonna do a Temple of Doom. Season 3 takes place before.
Yeah, timeline-wise,
season 1.
Yeah.
No, I think that was Dom saying, "Can you sign me up for 302 and not 301?"
Yeah.
Are you 301?
I'm like 3.
Oh, okay. So you're not. It's not.
We should have that story resolved.
Oh, this
by
is a
303.
funny story. That shot right there.
Uh-huh.
I wanted to do an upside down shot, so I told the crew, "Can you guys work in an upside down shot? Because it'd be really cool." And then Roy did it, and I was like, "Great, it works."
And then it got cut.
No, it was that shot.
Oh.
He's telling the story.
Just because shows need variety.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, that pan, whatever you call that shot when they're surrounded by the purge people and it kind of pans around them.
Oh, you
was
gotta
awesome.
have one of those.
That was very cinematic. So cool.
I also, again, this is all of this looks so good just because of the night colors, like the blues and the.
Now, this scene, Dan, this is I think the one scene you had no clue when you left what we were going to do.
Yeah,
How do you feel about this scene?
I watched it and I was like, "Wow, this is pretty severe." But I did I like that Morty. I like that. I had some feedback on it. It was just like, can we have Rick resist? Or I can't remember. Arthricia has. Because I wrote this line.
Yeah, you wrote
saying.
this. Yeah, exactly. You wrote this.
That's me
monologue.
apologizing for what's about to happen.
Yes.
As I'm saying, like socioeconomically, the rich in a hierarchical society are wearing a suit of Iron Man armor, and then they take full advantage of it. And they do horrible things to millions and millions of people. So what you're about to see, like these people all deserve it.
But he's also like, nah, I'm good. And then finally he's like, fuck, all right.
And then
fuck
he's
it.
like, yeah, this is fun. I mean, it is because it's fun to kill. And I like the Gandalf relationship between him and this girl who's grown up in a harder society than Morty's had to, and that Morty, because of his privilege, had to get knocked out and just is not involved.
It's a funny
because
image.
it's very Joseph Campbell to me because like he's not. He doesn't have the tools.
And he's the way his body's dangling.
By the way,
just limp.
I think it's another thing. Didn't Atkinson temp in this song?
Oh,
It
yeah.
feels good.
Yes,
And we're like, all
yes,
right, let's
yes.
just build a scene around
I was so well. We fucking leaned into it hard.
Yeah,
we were
it's playing from like Rick's like a speaker in Rick's suit is what I imagine.
Yeah,
like he's got
he's got little speakers.
Bose thing. Yeah.
In the end, the people that did bad things suffer the most, and also you undercut it by saying, by the way, poor people aren't geniuses. They deserve everything they get. We need you this next scene.
Yeah.
The only thing I regret, I think, is this scene between Morty and Arthricia because it feels a little bit like a 4chan-y kind of like women, right? They can't stop dumping you.
But you wrote the scene, right?
No, I did.
Oh,
but
okay.
I thought it was funny that she's like, there's something got lost in it where it's like, it just feels kind of like
repeating stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's like her character isn't written up to like she. It almost feels like she's conscious of the fact that she's hurting him, as opposed to like she's just like conditioned to like apologize, and so she keeps dumping him over and over again. And he's like, I got it. I'm good at this part.
This stuff is fucking great. Like these voices are like it's Schraub and his name Bill Holmes, right?
Yeah, who we brought in now a couple times.
so
He played the
good.
pastor, and he's not a celebrity. He's not even like a.
Well, he's done a few voices in cartoons.
But I mean, he's not like a Maurice LaMarche or a Tom Kenny. But we just really liked his take on the pastor.
It's like that's not a real job. Like the way he says it, and it's just so fucking funny, dude.
And these are poor people siding up for what they've just been through for the last 10,000 years, because poor people are fucking dumb. And they're so dumb they're gonna create rich people.
Oh my God. Whoa.
There's too much aggression here.
That's Schraub, right?
No, this is Harmon right here. Schraub was the weird looking dude with the wall eyes.
Out of our system. I can't help but feel ashamed about what I did back
I remember Schraub auditioned, I think, for the housekeeper and was bummed out. He just felt so jerked around. He's like, I don't need this. I'm a director. I'm directing the Lego movie. Maybe put on tape and then rejected.
From my friends?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like we don't know his voice well enough by now. Just give him a part.
Exactly. Yeah,
Schraub was something in Anatomy Park. We recast him as Summer's boyfriend, Ethan.
Oh, yeah.
He was? Oh my God, you're right. He did all, and then we just wanted. Ultimately, it was like we just wanted a younger. We wanted like an actual kid.
Yeah, no, he got that message.
But he's still Alexander in that.
Yeah, he's still the guy in the costume.
We should just bring Schraub in like
every episode and then recast.
All right, Dominic, when you're gonna name your kid Dominic the Third, Tiny Dom,
super small Dom.
Yeah, I'm in a long line of Dominic.
Micro Dom.
Micro Dom.
I'd always hoped for you that your son would animate things I couldn't animate.
Oh,
Is this Taddy Mason? Oh boy, this is pure. Just
that's one. Like that was me. Just like Harmon will rewrite all this shit. Like in the episode when they're on the phone, I was like, it would have been rewritten.
I mean, it's the most. This is not another reality's cable, by the way. This is a real service you can get.
Yeah. I thought this was great.
Yeah.
All right.
Season finale.
This is the big finale here on the commentary track. If you're watching these in order.
My name is Dan Harmon, and a long time ago I came up with an idea for a cartoon called Rick and Morty, and I went to the following people for help.
I'm Justin Roiland.
Just along for the ride.
I'm Tom Kaufman.
I'm Ryan Ridley.
And I'm Morley Schaefer. And this is 16 Minutes.
So this is the finale, which was originally part 1, and if you listen to the Purge episode, which you should have chronologically,
you
realize
fucking
we spiraled
piece of shit. Just kidding.
In the writing of this two-parter.
You're cool.
If you're listening to the commentaries in order, there's a zigzag effect to how drunk we're getting. I started slurring my words on the last episode.
Also, this episode started off almost entirely being on Squanchy Planet and involving 7 storylines where the joke was that the word Squanchy was replaced as everything else.
I wrote an entire first act where Squanchy was in every sentence, and they were riding a Squanch coaster throughout the city.
And Summer had a Squanch relationship.
There was no wedding.
I forgot.
They basically just bailed on Earth because the Federation had already taken over.
The concept was like Rick was like, "Hey, we're going on family vacation," and then like after I don't know if it was the threshold, he reveals to Morty like, "Yeah, so this wasn't a vacation.
We can't go back.
We can't go back.
Yeah,
it's game over."
There's one remnant from that original Squanchy Planet that got in here that I'll point out when it happens.
Is it the Squanchy scene? With Squanchy?
It is the Squanchy
basically
scene.
that whole scene with Squanchy is like, that's all we needed to do.
Yeah, that's
hit
like
the joke
just
of,
one.
it's funny when he says Squanchy.
One well-crafted scene.
Yeah, but we literally had an entire episode of that joke.
We had like 3 stories.
Yeah, all based around
Summer had a relationship with a guy who, because originally it's romantic that he only says Squanch because it's more amorphous, and he's like, why do you have to have definite meanings for things and labels? And then he turns out to be this crazy, like cloying possessive person who's like, you said we were Squanch.
And Summer's like, well,
what
does that mean?
Jerry's like running for president of Squanchy or World or mayor or something like that.
Or he's like an advertising executive.
Well, remember he was having a conversation and he was starting to say Squanch, and they're like, oh, you agree with
you get it.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what you're ever talking about.
Yeah. And then Beth had like a disease or something.
Yeah.
Or
This
birds
joke
or
where she says she squanches her family is like the only thing that survived.
Yeah. But that's all you need. And
So
think of how
great.
much more we get. And we were down to the wire. I think it was like Thursday, and we needed to turn the script in like the next day. And we finally were like, fuck this Squanch shit. And then we basically after we broke the story, we split the scenes up, and almost everybody in the staff wrote a scene.
Oh,
which
that's
is,
right.
Yeah, we all had like 6 or 7 pages to finish, and we combined them.
It worked. That's something that usually doesn't always work.
No, I know. And
it worked.
actually, I really love this episode. I think it came together very well, and everyone.
Well, trade secret with a wedding episode. Weddings have structure built into them. So if you just commit to a wedding, like you're good.
Mm-hmm. For the first half, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we went a little crazy in the reception.
Yeah, we got Trisha. Wait, is her name Trisha Helfer?
Yeah, the two Battlestar people.
Yeah, and Gaius Baltar. What's his name again? The actor. He's great.
Yeah.
He also played the giant fleshy orb that brought the invite.
What are they called again? Flappy?
Courier Flaps.
Courier Flaps. There you go. Yeah.
That was Tom's. That was your creation, Tom.
That was my 6 or 7 pages. Yeah.
This is great.
Isn't this the first time Beth is actually in? No. She's on the therapy thing too.
I've ever gotten to this part of my father's life.
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, in space?
Yeah.
I see. Or in a sci-fi story.
More importantly, it's not her first time in space. It's her first time in her father's world.
Yeah.
We're Tammy's parents.
Yeah, and that's why she's like, don't fucking.
That's Jake Gyllenhaal. I mean, drawn anyway.
What is his name? Gaius Baltar.
I don't know, but boy,
damn it.
I'm
I know
sorry
his
if you're
name.
listening to this, sir.
Yeah, we're sorry, sir. We know your name.
I remember I felt weird because they were coming in for just a short thing, and I felt like, oh, Justin, you can't cast these big
No, it's great.
Battlestar people.
It was
for
awesome.
These 2 parts.
It's cool to be able to do that sometimes.
Yeah, and that show dropped the ball. They should be punished.
Yeah.
That's not their fault.
Oh.
That's why I brought them in for a small little part. I was like, yeah, you would have had a bigger part if the finale would have worked.
Oh, James Callis, the great
James
Callis. Thank you, Mike McMahon.
But by the way, I was all right with it. I was all right with the finale. I was like, what more do you want?
I don't know. I never watched the show.
You're shit talking. And you haven't even seen
The original was fucking amazing show about fighting like silver people with Knight Rider eyes, and they had a robot dog, and it was amazing. You could make a different show called Psychological Warfare with nano.
It's so good.
Nano
You
dreams.
have to watch it. It's so fucking good.
Yeah, but just don't horn in on
the Battlestar thing.
The
But it ties
property.
in. It does tie in really well.
Have the balls to make and sell a show called Space Dreamers and see how well it sells. Don't trick me
and
into...
then see how well it sells.
I did it. I didn't call Rick and Morty Star Wars.
That's true.
I called it Rick and Morty.
We didn't call it.
And then I
never
called
mind.
my friend Justin, and I was like, I got an idea. Help me out.
And I was like, I'm there, man. I love those towers in the background. I wish I could climb it. I wish I could climb
It
that
reminds me of
tower.
that iOS game, the slimy
bird tossers. Oh, Goo. World of Goo.
World of Goo.
Yeah, World of Goo. You're
World
right.
of Goo.
It's got that nice physics-based.
Anything to say about this conversation?
I love this scene.
Overwritten.
I love this fucking scene. I will say like this. We worked on this in color to get her acting right because her acting was way off.
That's not her fault, right?
No, I'm saying the
acting?
animation.
Okay.
The animation. Sarah Chalk's performance was great.
I thought that we chopped this in the edit too. I
During that
just
time,
way
I don't suppose
overwrote
he
it.
ever mentioned his daughter. Are those
I
just
thought
love how
the
they're-
joke was so clear and so interesting, and it's like
I think it's great. I mean, I love. They're clearly just not. There's no communication happening. It's just two.
Yeah,
people
that was the
talking.
bit, but it doesn't need 9 minutes.
Tammy.
Now, Justin, this burp that's coming up that you do is my favorite burp in the show.
Oh,
It sounds like you were really drunk. You weren't really drunk, were you?
No.
Nice.
It's weird how arbitrarily emotional Rick suddenly gets. Like, it's just that one moment. In this...
Well, he didn't want to go to the fucking wedding.
Well, he there's an arc there. Yeah. He got called out. Like weddings make you cry. Rick was making as it turns out, the wise choice to force himself to not digest this. And everyone was like, what's the worst that could happen if you just do what everyone does at a wedding, which is just accept that it's romantic?
Yeah.
And he finally succumbs to that.
That's a Wes Archer character here.
This is Alex Rubin's chunk of the episode. A lot of good stuff in this one. Is that alien it trails looks like the aliens from that.
By the way, that's
William
Aaron
S.
Hansen
Burroughs
from Game
movie.
Grumps.
This joke, I don't know if that ever landed.
It's hard to make a salad read.
Yeah.
That's what the hard,
Believe me, we changed it 3 times.
Yeah, no, I remember I gave that note. I was like, this doesn't look like a salad.
And I agreed every time.
I was bitching about it too, yeah.
But it's a funny joke and concept.
I'm sure there's at least 10 people out there that chuckled. At least.
That's all we need.
You get 10 chuckles, you're good.
I think that's a 3 chuckler. Because the guys, you have to read that the guy's a plant man.
Yeah.
And then the monkey head. It doesn't. We were like, take that, Temple of Doom.
Yeah. And they're like, next. It was like
I've heard the stories of your joke that wouldn't land.
When the shit goes down in this was rough in color. Like we were.
Oh yeah.
I did a lot of work to this shit because we realized there was some unforeseen changes that we made in animatic that fucked with the staging, and just the geography of this room and where is this and where is that. We were up against a rock in a hard place.
I was just satisfied with the Federation here is not being written up to, because what was their plan here?
I guess it's to just all these criminals in one place, round them up,
I know,
and get
but
the portal gun.
They kind of slopped it.
Yeah,
they had the
absolutely.
full advantage, and they kind of fucked up.
Yeah, they fucked up by having her get up and do the Batman and the '60s Batman criminal speech. It's like, oh boy, what are we doing?
Yeah, why did they? Yeah.
I guess that's just overconfidence. Like she was like, it's like the girl from High Profits. The never mind. No one.
Well, if she I'm sure we're not going to necessarily see this, but maybe we will. She's going to have a dressing down from a superior, where he's calling her a cowboy, and
Well, there's that whole thing of like,
you had him in the bag.
This is my collar, and I want to be there for the bust, but that stuff that's a crutch.
That's super cool looking.
Yeah, that turned out good.
Yeah, we like that. We like that.
It is interesting.
I want to do a story about that guy that we just saw the single of shooting, that weird fucking bounty hunter alien.
But he's a guest, right? He's
a guest. He's on Rick's side. Yeah,
he's fighting. Yeah.
But I'm like, what's his deal? What's that guy's deal? Let's call George Lucas and find out.
I think this was Brian Weissall. I think he wrote this part.
Yeah. Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wrote a lot of these cool action things that are going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this was another shot.
I did push back a little bit about it. I was like, I thought it'd be cooler if it was like Squanchy could turn into that thing almost at will, instead of it being like a chemical reaction.
Oh, I love that he has a little vial of liquid in his tooth.
Good thing I grabbed a space weapon.
That almost got cut, that line, but then we figured out we actually could use the time to extend the
catering van.
Well, the parents running.
So there's so many worms.
Tammy's robot parents running. It was too fast. We're like, we need the time.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't Tammy get killed in?
No, we don't know what happens
in an original version of the scene.
Oh, like in an older draft, possibly, yeah.
No.
Nope.
She gets killed.
Well,
I won't say anymore.
All right. Well, she doesn't. We don't know what happens.
We don't know what happens to her.
We, for real, don't. Like, I swear to God, we don't. You hear me?
We don't.
Just keep working. We know you're working at work. Listening to this on your computer.
That's the runner of these commentaries.
They are. These people are at work.
What do you imagine they're doing right now?
They're like they're on an old PC with a CD drive in it, and they're doing whatever they do.
Like filtration systems.
Yeah, whatever they do, they're fucking up. You're at work.
All right. Well, now we shifted gears, and it's on the run time. Does this also have its own built-in structure, Dan? on the run.
On the
tropes.
run, baby.
This is like one of our many episodes where it's satisfying because there's an escape from structure. I think. Like,
no, I mean, I'm not criticizing. It's awesome.
Yeah, you come back and it's a whole new episode.
My favorite thing is those little rocks flying by in the background, the little space rocks. I mean, how could you not like those? Keep your eyes out for them. Take a sip every time you see a space rock fly by in the background. At home. Of
While you're
whatever.
working.
Of Boku.
For those who aren't at work, busy.
Yeah, for those who can, take a sip. Every time you see a space rock. So far, I've clocked one.
Which I guarantee they won't believe. So who's homesick? By applause. Ladies?
Oh, Mike's telling us to talk more.
Yeah, so that is a good moment where Summer cries.
Do you think when girl viewers are watching their favorite cartoon and like a male character is all of a sudden in a tuxedo, do the girl characters go, oh, wow, that's a nice outfit?
Nice, yeah, he cleans up nicely.
They think Jerry looks good.
Right.
I think Jerry looks pretty well put together here.
Because do you think Beth looks good?
I do.
Sidestepping specifics.
I think Beth and Summer both look really good. I think Summer looks...
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, these characters are like 3 lines apiece.
Summer looks fantastic.
But whenever the characters, like, whenever you write in the script, Beth comes in wearing a sweater. Or like Summer's wearing a new top, and it's like any kind of change, you kind of go, oh, she looks so nice.
A lot of debate about this concept, these 3 planets that they land on.
Really?
No, it wasn't debate. It was just a lot of brainstorming.
Just a lot of brainstorming, you know, how to come up with these concepts. What are these? What are the 3 jokes / realities
The
of
corn
these
thing
planets?
is fucking amazing. I wasn't in the room for any of that. I just read the pages and I was like, oh, this is fucking great.
I don't know who pitched it. Maybe Guterman, but yeah,
I know
think it
Guterman was the biggest cheerleader for it if it wasn't his idea because he loves it.
It's so random that I mean, it's one of those ideas that first you hear, you're like, what? That's dumb. And then all of a
I
sudden
was
you're
just
like,
excited
oh, no, wait,
to
that's what makes
figure
it
out
great.
from a design sort of aspect how to...
I feel like there's a generation gap that gets illustrated with this joke. That like because I feel like I see young people on the internet still so perplexed about why it's bad for everything to be on the cob. and that it seems like such a simple,
I mean, you
almost
don't
Mel
see,
Brooks kind of joke.
Yeah.
You don't see Rick scared of anything. And the fact that he's scared of, genuinely, I guess, it's rare to see him scared of anything, that he's scared of a corn in the cob
And
planet.
I don't want to get too deep about it, but I think it's like the whole trigger warning kind of like generation is like, oh, I believe there's a reason it would be bad for everything to be on the cob. The difference is that, like, if you're Gen X, you're like, well, as long as no one's hitting me with a belt, like, there's no danger. So the joke must be that cobs aren't dangerous, but like they're like today's 25-year-old is like, I still, because every Q&A at every convention they go, why is things being on a cob bad?
Oh man!
I mean, I love that joke, but I just don't understand it.
They want to defend things on a cob. They want to defend
I like
it.
corn on the cob.
Look at Rick's, I assume, quickly homemade TV. It's like got sepia tone. Is that like?
Well,
you can throw a TV together.
There
but
wasn't a ton to work with on this little planet.
It's in a cabin, Ryan. I mean,
he couldn't make color work.
The rheostats are made of wood shavings, so I never even noticed that.
See, these are more federate. It's like a Krombopolis Michael, race. It's like, it's fucking awesome.
Dramatic effect.
Good morning, family.
Yeah, I think there's like an upper class. There's like some weird racial class
It's like
system.
the ants. You know how there's a soldier ants and there's the.
Well, it's like
you know.
if you Mexicans from Monterrey, like in the hidden shit that they'll say about Mexicans from
the
further
Sephardics
south.
and the Ashkenazi Jews.
Yeah.
Don't get me started.
Let's get you started. Let's make this commentary
Another
gold.
time.
Dad, you can't talk about people behind their back.
Let's get it started. I like the window behind Morty. I'm gonna just go ahead and say that.
I see what you're saying, Dan. Like everyone looks super hot in those outfits.
Yeah, I mean it's like it's time to F.
This
Morty.
joke
It's
seems
F
so
time.
simple that I always wonder if we always think, we make sure we dot the I's and cross the T's about if someone else has done it. But has anyone else done this concept of like walking a tiny planet?
I don't think so.
I love how excited Rick is. So Rick's lying to himself, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's absolutely.
So Rick is
Denial.
like operating on shame right now.
Yeah.
Which is a really crazy amount of information. That Rick is like capable of pretending
Rationalizing.
this tiny planet is it's exciting.
Yeah, it's a good
There's
thing.
no more bacon. This world sucks. Our life sucks.
Why are we doing this? For someone that would never do anything for anyone?
Jerry's the one who's bored first.
Yeah. The cabin we had to redesign because the logs were too big. We all forgot that the trees are really tiny.
Well, those are like redwoods.
I mean, we had to go in and like and it still wasn't enough for me. I was like, no, they should like they're still too big.
Yeah.
It was like it should have been like not toothpicks, but like a ton of really tiny little logs.
There's so many funny things we could do with tiny.
I kind of want to see. We should have done a downbeat of like a Meeseek finishing the log cabin.
Oh yeah,
and going like, okay, I'm done. Poof, and
I was gonna hop over to the Gloppy Drop system, get some ice cream.
I remember having to redo this background to add that water because of the wide shot. I was like, where's the water? You see when he flies away, there's like a giant lake.
Oh, you mean
you'll see in the next shot? Yeah, it's like when it cuts to Morty standing. It's like an isometric down shot, and there's like he's standing on the bank of a big body of water.
Whenever you tell me those, well, maybe I'm not giving myself enough credit, but I just think I would never catch that. Like they're just these things would go if I was doing your job.
Well, they're dumb. It's like dumb. It's like how much do we want to care about that? But I was like, I think we need to do it. Like if it's always asking the designers like, is this going to kill you? I mean, it still doesn't match. I mean, look at that. It's like,
well, it's not going to kill us.
Like you can see how painted in that one was. It's crazy.
Oh, by the way, that was me as the sun.
Oh yeah. The
Great job.
screaming sun.
That's a breakout character.
Yeah, breakout character. Absolutely.
How does the sun scream? Is that a real is it an actual star or is it like some sort of organic entity?
I don't know. I love the Rick and Morty universe is just a step more absurd than Douglas Adams. So it's like fucking the sun is a dude
who's just endlessly screaming.
That wasn't my idea. I don't know who's that. That was like part of a list of like
that was a lot
crazy
of generation.
riffs.
Yeah.
I like the little air conditioning vent on the top. It's like when you get in an Uber with like a fancy Uber and you can control the AC in the back. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
This thing Rick does just for his own benefit.
Oh,
the guy, Agent Gribbles or whoever, is like, okay, man. Like, he has no idea.
Yeah, it's a potentially bit-tipping bit. I also love, by the way, that the deal breaker with the sun planet is that the days are longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, how long are the days here? 27 hours. Oh, man.
You can maybe handle it on like a 12-hour day cycle.
Here is a joke that no one gets. It's just that the sun is setting, and then when the cops come, the sun is rising.
I think.
You think it like?
Well, I don't know.
Maybe it's not a traditional joke, but no one seems to notice it when I try and brag about it.
Producers, start waving your hands if I am starting to go out of bounds. But we had always intended this to be a cover of this song, where we replaced the word "hurt" with the word "squanch."
Yeah.
And we got into a lot of entanglements where we almost had to just have a new song.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But we ended up with the original.
I was working on a backup plan.
Yeah.
All the way up until we got.
Can we talk about with this why there's this DNA thing? Because this is a moment that's only. So originally, this episode's in a Vera direction where that moment is they realize, this kid is not from this world, and he was going to be sent back to Cronenberg world.
We actually had some canonical conversations. Like we always try not to, let canon drive the show, but we did end up. It's worthwhile talking about whether or not the government has the ability to do what Rick has the ability to do. And it just felt more comfortable and right and empowering for us as writers if we didn't empower the government with trans-dimensional travel.
Yeah, I mean they have like the big those like in the pilot episode they have like the big
those outfits are fucking.
They have teleportation.
Yeah, but they don't have portable. They don't have like handheld. Just like what Rick. They don't have what Rick has. They also, I assume, don't have the database of knowledge of like all these different places that he has.
No, that's why Rick's a criminal.
Well, this moment really gave me the feels, as the kids say. When I watched this, I have to say,
I don't like that saying. I think we need to encourage people to stop saying that.
I just start getting used to it.
No, I mean I'll never get used to that. It's like, come on.
Anyway,
don't worry. It'll die at
I think it's a good episode, and hopefully we can pay it off at the beginning of season 3.
I ship Justin and the phrase feels.
I forgot
by
about
the way,
this.
in a world where credits often get removed, like those will never, like whoever's name are on the screen there. It's like,
what a character! He not only may or may not be someone from the real cast, but he also watches them as a TV show.
Yeah, it's very bizarre.
He's like a multi-quantum.
There's a comic coming out.
He might be the most powerful character in the Rick and Morty universe, this Mr. Booby Butthole.
There's a whole comic that gets into his home world and stuff and who he is, and it's pretty
Not
great.
since True Detective's The Yellow King has there been so much unintentional power given to.
What does that gun poster say?
Guns aren't fun.
Okay, he went out and got that as a result of his.
I think so.
Or did he already have that
he
stance?
could have had it.
Yeah, it was ironic.
Just already, it just happened to be that.
We counted how many times you say ooey in this. I think it's like 8 or 9.
By the way,
40-second
we were
thing.
exaggerating when we said 1.5 years, and
well,
don't
don't say that because we don't.
I know
we have
what I'm
no
saying.
idea.